MIA. A fist comes hurtling towards my face, and I can't duck as I am being held on either side by Chloe's friends, Darren and Lee. Her fist connected with my face. "That's what you get, you're stupid," she shouted as she threw another punch again. I was weak before as I had a battering from my father. He was drunk again. I have bruises all over my body. This was a different fight from her other ones against me. Her boyfriend Aiden wasn't there. "Are you listening to me?" She screamed in my face. I have a pounding headache. I groaned as another punch came at me. This time, it hit me in the stomach. We were supposed to be in English, but Darren grabbed me from behind as he dragged me into the boys' locker room, where they decided to unleash the assault on me. I fell to the floor in a heap. Sarah is on the lookout, as it is before the last period. As I lay on the floor, a boot came hurling at me. Many of them do. They hit my body all over. I can't even cover myself up, but the pain numbs me. All three of them are kicking and stomping on me. "Listen here, you should never have been born, stupid human brat. You caused your mother to leave our beta. Now we have a fair game with you. He told us last night. Now you should go home and stay there and die," Chloe says as she whispers in my ear. I lay there as all four of them leave, laughing. Not one of them glanced back. I cannot help but cry. "Don't cry, Mia. I'm sorry," says Lila. She's my wolf. "It's okay, Lila. You couldn't have helped me. I think they broke my ribs. We are trying to keep you safe from everyone," I said as I tried to lean half of my body against a locker. "We shouldn't have to," she says with a growl. "I am supposed to protect you, Mia, not the other way around." "Lila, we can't, and you know why," I said. It takes me a few moments as I stagger to my feet. I lean on the locker for support. This is going to kill. Walking home. The bell rang, and I heard people leaving the school. All the other kids were talking and laughing as they left. I knew I couldn't leave, but I couldn't help but look around the boys' locker room they had left me in. It is for our swim team, but they don't use it on certain days. I staggered to the basin and looked at my face in the mirror. I have a black eye and a swollen cheek. I couldn't help the sigh that left my lips. I wiped the blood from my mouth and headed to the door to make sure it was clear to go. I looked both ways to make sure no one was outside. I limped to the back door as I didn't live near anywhere in the pack house, but I could see Chloe and her friends outside. They are talking by Aiden's car, with Chloe leaning on the door, but no sign of Aiden. He's Alpha Robert's son, the next in line for the Alpha position. They couldn't see me, so I hid behind the door. But I suddenly could hear my name, and I used my werewolf hearing, but it was the same old thing that Chloe would run off. I'm a white wolf. No one has seen a white wolf in years. I'm protecting my wolf, as there have been some stories that our history teacher, Mr. George, told us, which were not pretty. Everyone in my pack thinks I'm human, but Lila and I use some of our power to mask our scent. Lila and I decided to hide her identity, even if it meant I got hurt. That needed to be taught a lesson, said Chloe as I listened in again. Beta David said he would handle her, but she managed to come to school again. What the hell, says Sarah. She is human. Chloe growls, that is going. But before she can finish that sentence, Aiden comes up behind her, turns her around, places his lips over hers, and kisses her. My insides hurt as I watched them. Aiden used to be my boyfriend until Chloe showed up. They used to be my friends, but they all turned against me. I hate them all. I hate the 5 of them. They have made my life hell. All dues go to my father and Chloe. Alpha Robert has been absent-minded for years and never bothers with anything like this. After the lengthy snogging session, Chloe smiled at Aiden, who smirked. What were you talking about? He asks. About me. Chloe giggled. No, babe, but I always think about you, especially when you bend me over and take me hard, she said. But that's not the case. We were talking about that stupid Mia. I had her good this time, she said, smiling, but she was cut off by a loud alpha growl coming from Aiden. What the hell, Chloe? He snarls and pushes her out of the way. He heads to the driver's side of the car. I couldn't help but look on. I can't leave now, or they will follow me. But it was weird to hear Aiden stick up for me. Babe, what's wrong? Asked Chloe. Before Aiden gets into the car, he glares at Chloe. You make it harder for me. I have to explain to her father about it, he says. Beta David has enough going on than to deal with this. The mere mention of my father has me scared, Aiden looked at Chloe and she stared back at him. He said he would handle her, and he would, he said. Yeah, he handled me all right. Chloe told my father that I was being a bok to her, but it was the other way around. When I got home, my father was waiting for me with a silver blade, and he had been drinking whiskey again. He held me down for hours, slicing pieces of me with that blade. As usual, I place a block up on Lila when people mention my father and when he's around. I know she can feel everything he does to me, but she knows I won't let her witness any of it. Well, he didn't do a good job, did he? She says with a dramatic stomp of her foot. I had to teach her a lesson. Aiden opens his door and looks at each of the people standing there. The other three haven't said a word, as they are more Aiden's friends than Chloe's. Get in the car now, and I will deal with you later, he says and gets in. Chloe and the others get into the car, and he speeds away, leaving tire markings on the ground as the wheel spins out of the school parking lot and heads to the pack house. I sighed and walked out of the school door. I glanced around and realized everyone had gone home. It seems I am the only one left. I looked towards the forest clearing and headed in that direction. My injuries are hurting me, but Lila is helping me heal, even if it is a slow process. We need to leave Mia, blurts Lila, pulling me from my thoughts, and I think we should do it soon. I didn't say anything, but I heard someone walking behind me. I looked over my shoulder and noticed a woman walking behind me. I smiled, but turned around and kept walking. All pack members live either in the pack house or around the area. I live in a cabin away from everyone. When my parents were together, we lived in the pack house years back when I was younger. I used to play with Aiden as a child, but my father told Alpha Robert that he wanted to keep his family away from other pack members as he thought someone was looking at his mate, my mother. The Alpha never questioned it, which many Alphas should. As soon as we moved into the cabin, things became weird. My mother was only there for a few weeks. I was told to stay at the pack house most evenings. 2 weeks later, my mother was gone without a trace. My father became depressed and violent, lashing out at anyone who mentioned her. That was the same time that he started hitting me. I would have a punch or a kick to the stomach, nowhere near my face. He still does it now. I have bruises on top of bruises, and he always made sure to wait. He would stay in the pack house and ensure I stayed in the cabin, away from everyone. I soon learned he blamed me for my mother's disappearance, which I never did. I had no clue where my mother went, but I assumed she had died. I looked behind me, and the woman had gone. I shrugged and headed towards the clearing of the cabin. I'm closer to the cabin, but I can smell his scent, my father's home. This is all I need. I walked to the entrance and appeared through the front door window. I closed my eyes and opened the door, but he sat up to look straight at me. He was lying on the couch when I looked in. He looked like he had passed out. Oh, how wrong was I? Before he said anything, I placed a block on Lila. Where have you been? Shh, he snarls. School, Dad. I'm going to make some food if you want to stay, I said, but he moved so fast and came over to me and grabbed my face with his fingers, squeezing my cheeks hard. What happened here? He says with disgust in his voice, his gaze boring into my face. The bruises on my face are hurting from the squeezing he is doing. Nothing. I walked into an open locker, I said, lying. My father stared for a moment but smirked when something registered. Chloe likes doing this. She is good, he said, looking impressed with her handy work. I might even get her to do it again. My father sent another teenager onto his daughter as the realization set in of what he had just said. I looked at him, and I was trying so hard not to cry. Why would he do this? Don't ever lie to me again, you he shouted. He looks at me and lets go. I go to move, but he swings his hand, which hits me square in the face, the back of his hand. He grabs me by my hair and pulls me down, making me fall to the ground. I'm going to show you never to lie to me. You are just like your mother, he roars. He backhands me again and again. My face is on fire. I tried not to scream, but a kick came straight into my face, making me gasp. I fell backwards and I landed hard on the floor. I can't turn over. He stomps down on my stomach. You stupid, he repeatedly says with each kick or stomp. After a few more seconds, he stops as a vibrating noise sweeps over the cabin. He stops and takes his phone out and sighs. Aiden's birthday party is tonight. I have to attend, he says. He looks down at me. I'm now in the fetal position. My stomach is in so much pain. He sighed. I have to go, but first, I need to release some of this anger, he says with a smirk as I look up at him. I can't move. I'm in too much pain. He walked over to his work bag, and I knew instantly what was in that bag. My father likes to bring weapons they use on the rogues to torture them for information. Sometimes he brings them home with him and tries them out on me. This explains all the scars I have all over my body that won't disappear. I never wear anything nice due to the scars. Lila tries to heal them, but they don't go away. I want to try this first, he says, pulling out a silver blade, but it has 2 pointy sides. I couldn't tell what the other side was, but I screamed. I know no one can hear me, as my father assured me. He made the cabin soundproofed. I scream as he comes closer. I feel a sharp stab in my thigh. I cried out loud. I have tears running down my face. The block I had on Lila was now down, and she was feeling everything. But before I could say anything, he stuck a needle into my thigh, where the slice of the silver blade had hit beforehand. I screamed, but Lila was whimpering harder in my head. Mia, it's wolfsbane. I cry in pain from another stab to the same cut in my thigh. I'm going to be up the pack house for the next few days, he says. I will give you time to heal, and when I come back I will bring another present for you, he says as he pulls me up to be near his face. Without flinching, he punches me in the face, knocking me clean out. I was sent into darkness as my head hit the floor. Aiden. Tonight's my birthday party, and I can't wait. I turn 18 tomorrow and will find out who my mate is. I know I have a girlfriend, Chloe, but we both agreed that we would keep each other company till we find our mates. I know she's hoping I will be her mate, but I don't think so. She hasn't got the Luna material, but she's definitely a good shag. She is basically the pack slut. I know I'm not the only person she has been sleeping with within the pack, as she has also slept with my friends, Darren and Lee, at times. We boys have been friends most of our lives. We were inseparable, always in a group, including Mia and Sarah. We were all friends back in the day, but we cut Mia off after rumors started to surface about her. The rumors floated around that Mia's mum left because she was human. Mia has no wolf. Her father told us that her mother couldn't deal with a human child. Mia was cast out of our lives and made to be a loner. When we started high school, Chloe joined our pack with her mother and sister. She and I became close and have never looked back ever since. I never really thought about Mia, but she changed dramatically when she was cast aside. I have to admit I don't care if Mia is the cause of her mother's disappearance, but rumors circulate this pack like wildfire, and it is hard to work out what is real and what is not. Most of the rumors come from others from the pack, but I know Beta David has told everyone the same stories. But Chloe has also revealed some stories over the years which she heard from people who thought no one was listening. I know Mia gets bullied by my friends. I try not to get involved. I used to be her boyfriend before Chloe came along. I don't take part in the beatings that everyone does to her. I sometimes feel sorry for her, but I can't be associated with her. She is human. We only kept her around because her mother wanted her, but we didn't care what happened to her as she wasn't our problem. I sighed and got dressed for my party. I could feel a mind link open up, and it was Lee. Hey dude, he said, are you Chloe tonight, or are you still pissed at her for what she did, he asked. I couldn't help but frown. I got pissed off with her as she gave Mia another beating. She has been lying in the beating more lately. I have to draw the line somewhere. Mia is only human. She can't heal like we do. I knew I wouldn't want anything to do with Chloe tonight. I wanted to have some fun, even with another. I am not touching her tonight. You can, I said to him. You can take the slut. Lee laughed through the mind link. Thanks, man. I will keep her busy and her. I take it you are on the prowl and looking around for someone else tonight. I will make sure she doesn't come looking for you. Who are you thinking? He asked. I laughed. There were many gorgeous women in our pack to choose from, but I was picky. I don't know. Evie is looking hot, but so are Amber and Danielle too, I said. I have an idea. Have a threesome, he said. Tell them that's what you wished for your birthday, of course. I could feel his smirk through the mind link. I chuckled. I think I might say that. I said and closed the mind link. We should wait for our mate, said Jake, my wolf. I couldn't help but sigh. Jake has been on about finding our mate for years since he came to me. I know he doesn't like Chloe or the others I bring to my bed. I always block him. I know, but I want some fun tonight before I get stuck with one woman, I said, blocking him out of my head. I carry on getting ready, which doesn't take me too long. The party started in 5 minutes. I had just finished styling my hair and ensuring I looked good before leaving. My father's voice came through a mind link to me. Beta David is staying here this evening, as we will be going through some stuff in the office, such as the rogue situation in the morning. He is staying here for a couple of days, he said. My father sighed. You need to be careful tonight around other women as you will need to find your mate soon, he said. I sighed and closed my eyes. My father had been on about finding my mate for the last 3 months. He has been worse than Jake. I hope I find her tomorrow, I said as I opened my eyes. I wasn't lying about that, and I want one more night of fun before settling down. My father grunts. Well, I hope it's not Chloe, he said. I am already down in the hall, and she's already all over Lee like a rash. I smiled. I had to thank Lee later. I know it's not her dad, I said. I would have some sense from her, but there is none. My mind wandered slightly as Mia popped into my head. I have always felt a connection with her, but she can't be my Luna. I can't accept her. I shook my head to get rid of the thought. I closed the mind link down and headed to the hall for the party. When I get to the hall, everyone is there. There must be over 400 people in total. I knew my father invited most of the people, as they are people who work alongside him. I walked through the hall, smiling and nodding as I passed people. I looked around to find where my friends were. I'm taking Chloe outside, said Lee through MindLink. I smirked. I looked around and spotted Darren with Beta David and his father. Both older men were talking, but my eyes went to Beta David. He looked like he was on the whiskey again and looking worse for wear with the way he was swaying. Darren looked like he wanted to be somewhere else, but looked toward me. I think he started earlier than all of us. He's wasted, Darren said through the mind link. I think I can smell blood on him too. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. I looked at David, who was laughing at something that Darren's old man had just said to him. I'm not far from them, and I couldn't help but sniff the air. My nose scrunches up. Darren's right. There is a stench of blood on him. I couldn't place who or what it was, as there was a faint smell of alcohol that he must have spilled on himself. What the hell did he do before he came here? Beta. David was known for his torture with instruments when it came to getting information out of rogues, but we had no rogues in the cells to interrogate. I shrugged off the feeling and walked over to them. I needed to mingle and also find my new target, unknown. I could smell the blood on him again. He hurt her. Not only does she have to put up with that jackass, but people from school. I need to get her out of this pack. She needs to be with her family. I looked around. Mia had had no one looking out for her, by the look of it, for many years. No friends, even the ones that she grew up with, have left. I looked at the young alpha. They all need someone to kick their asses. I have to check on her, make sure she is okay. I turned on my heel and headed out the door, till a man shouted, "Mate!" I spun around and saw Gamma Darren. He was looking at Evie. She looked absolutely stunned, and she said "mate" in a whisper. They head to each other and dance. I look over at the young alpha, who looks happy for his friends. I leave this horrendous party and head towards the cabin. I make sure no one follows or sees me. As I get outside and head towards the forest, I hear a lot of moaning coming from the side. It is the 2 stupid kids that hurt Mia earlier today. The girl is up, pressed against a tree with one leg hooked around his waist, moaning loudly as he pounds into her hard. He grunts as he goes. I rolled my eyes. I look at them once more to see if they spotted me when they go quiet, but they have changed positions. They didn't notice me or even the 2 men behind the tree. Off to them. Stupid kids. I walked through the forest and ran as no one came in this direction, only David, but he was in no fit state to return. I took 20 minutes to get to the cabin, but came to a halt when a scent came to me. It's not the wood of the cabin I smell, or the flowers around it. The smell was coming from inside. Blood. Without delay, I ran towards the door and barged through, but stopped as I searched round until I found her. There, laying on the floor in her own blood, is the sweet girl. She is bleeding really badly from her leg. I looked around and grabbed a tea cloth and went over to her. I bent down and placed it on her leg. The wound is deep. I took out my phone to call my pack to let them know what I had found, but more importantly, I was going to need help with getting Mia out of here. The phone is answered after the first ring. "Hello, Gwen. How is the loud voice says, but I cut him off. I know 5 of them have been waiting for my call in the last 3 days. But I couldn't ring them till I knew I had something new to report. And I only found out something earlier, but this is more important. I have got little to report what I found, but I need someone to meet me halfway tonight. He has attacked her, this time terrible," I said to them. Loud gasps could be heard, but it was her crying hard that got my attention. She says nothing. "I will meet you, Auntie. Send me the directions, and I will come to meet you in the next hour," my niece says. I will give the details of a safe house that a friend of mine lives near. I already messaged him to tell him everything. He was more than happy to help. He wants to help her like everyone else does in our pack. I look at the girl laying on the ground. "I can smell wolfsbane," my wolf says to me. "I thought she was human. I can smell her wolf. She is out cold." A wolf. I had never smelt her wolf before. My wolf grunted, but I ignored her. It doesn't surprise me that she has been hiding the fact that she is a wolf from him. But I wonder why. Shaking my head as I needed to help her. "We need to get her out of here," I said. "Now." I picked her up and walked out of the cabin and headed towards the clearing of the woods. The same way she came earlier to the cabin. I placed her under a tree for a moment and looked towards the cabin. I knew I needed to make sure he didn't find her. I had to make it look like she died. It was the only way to save her. I walked back and headed back inside the cabin. I looked for some of her things. Searching the cabin gave me the shivers, as there wasn't much you could call furniture, let alone make it a home, but she managed. I walked around till I found her bedroom. I didn't know what to expect, but I wasn't totally surprised to find that she doesn't have one, not like a child should have one at least. I took in the tiny room. There was a mattress on the floor and a pile of dirty clothes on the ground near to it. Only a handful of books were at the side and nothing else. He made her live like this. He is a pig. "This is bad," says my wolf. "What are you looking for?" I sighed, still looking around till I spotted something in the corner, a little container. I walked over and bent down, picking it up to open, but I soon realized that it was what I wanted to take. "Found it," I said. "This is her mother's. She must hide it from him. It is the only thing she has left of her, judging from the state of the cabin." My wolf howls in pain at the thought of what happened to my dear friend. I walked back through the cabin, placing the container in my pocket, but I stopped at the kitchen. I had to do something. Looking around, I walked over to the oven and put the gas on the stove. He definitely will not find her if he thinks she is dead. As I moved away, I noticed some matches. I grabbed them as I headed toward the door. I walked out of the cabin and back towards Mia, who was still out cold under the tree. "You are going to need to run with her," says my wolf with a smirk. "The car is back at school. I will drive for a while till I meet my niece," I said, and lit a match I found in the kitchen. The flame blared, and I flicked it through the doorway where it landed. I picked up Mia and started running, heading towards school. It wasn't long when I got close that I heard the loud bang of the cabin that caught fire and was now ablaze. The forest was covered in thick, black smoke. I placed Mia and the small box on the back seat. I placed another cloth over the wound on her leg. It is not healing, but it has stopped bleeding. I closed the back door and headed to the front and climbed into the car and drove as fast as my little car could take us. Over the next 3 hours, I drove in silence, only glancing back to make sure we were not followed, but checking on Mia. I turn a corner and arrive at a secluded motel. The motel is run by a rogue. He is a friend of mine, so he knows when he sees me I am meeting someone. He walks over to the car, but stops suddenly when I open my car door. "Who is that on your back seat?" he asks, looking through the window. "I need medical supplies. Do you have any?" I asked, ignoring his question. He nods and runs straight back to the office of the motel. I got out of the car and headed around to get Mia out. I picked her up and headed over to my usual door at the motel. I headed inside and placed Mia on the bed. My friend runs in with the medical supplies but stops to a halt and gasps. "She can't be more than 17 years old," he says as he looks at me. I gave him a slight nod and looked at her. "I need your help with stitching the wound?" I asked. Without a word, he walks over and helps me stitch the wound up. In silence, we worked on her leg, but I could feel his eyes on me. "This is the girl I was on about the last time I came here," I said to him, not looking up from what I was doing. A growl slips past his mouth. "That bastard did this to his own daughter." I looked up at him and nodded. "Toby, she's going to have to stay here till..." But before I could say anything, the door opened with my niece Sasha standing in the doorway. She gasps but growls suddenly. "Auntie, you need to go back just in case they think it was you that made the cabin explode." I looked back at her and smiled. "You take over and stay with her. Take her back to the pack. She will want to see her," I said. Sasha smiled. "She was upset when I left, but Alpha Sam will watch her and the others till I get back with her." I look back at Mia. She is still out cold. I got up and looked at Toby. "Let them stay here." He nodded and grabbed my hand. "I will look after them. Gwen, I want to prove to the Alpha that I can be trusted. I will get rid of everything, all the bloodied cloths and everything, when they have gone." I nod. "We will leave as soon as she wakes up," Sasha says. "We have a long drive ahead of us. Toby, can you close the door and leave the key on the table? I will tell you when we will leave. I might leave in the car with her still out cold, all depending on the whole situation with her injuries." I say nothing, but watch as Toby leaves the room. Sasha turns to me with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Auntie, be careful when you go back," she says with worry in her voice. I smiled and gave her a hug for reassurance. "I will, Sash, monitor our girl," I said as I turned and headed to the door. I opened it and turned to look over my shoulder to see Sasha sitting next to Mia, stroking her hair. She smiles up at me. "I got this, Auntie. We will be safe." I turned and shut the door. I have to return to the pack that I just came from. Alpha Sam from the Dark Forest pack, the biggest pack in the state, wanted to have a representative here to go over their rogue issues that they have had over several weeks. I was to help them with their rogue problem. Well, that's what they thought. Alpha Sam also gave me another order. I had to retrieve Mia. She needed our help. Our spies who came before me knew what was going on and explained that there were issues regarding her that were worrying. Alpha Sam made sure it was me that went as I helped the last time. I needed to do it for her. I arrived 2 days ago, and I have witnessed Mia being abused a few times by different people. I told Alpha Sam the first day I got there, and we both agreed that I would get her out of there when I had the other information, but I had to help her in any way I could. She would have been dead if I hadn't gotten out of there today. That cut on her thigh is going to leave a hell of a scar. I walked over to the car and jumped in. I sped away from the motel. I headed back the way I came. I told Alpha Robert that I wouldn't come to the party, and I was glad I had left for a few moments. I can just say I had to get a few things for my stay, which is true, but he doesn't need to know I had everything in my car. I head back. It will be another 3 hours back, but at least Mia is safe now. Finally, Aiden. The party was in full swing. Darren and Evie were all over each other since they found out that they were mates. Darren is a few hours older than me, and Evie is older by 2 months. I smiled at the happy couple. Now I can't even have Evie anymore. She was one hot woman any man would dream of having in their arms. I look over to see Danielle flirting with a guard, but it is Amber that catches my eye. She smirks and comes walking over. "You finally got rid of." Before she can say anything, Chloe comes into view. I watch as she runs her fingers through her hair and follows Lee. She struts over to me and places her mouth over mine. She smells like Lee. I smirk. I look over at Lee, who looks at Sarah as if she is his next victim. I can't help but frown. The damn guy needs a muzzle. Chloe pulls away and turns to Amber. Her face hardens and growls at her. "He is mine. Leave him alone." Amber stares at Chloe, unfazed and not even bothered, as many she-wolves know what my relationship with Chloe is like. We may be boyfriend and girlfriend, but there is no love between us. Well, not on my part. All I want to do is have fun before finding my mate. Amber looks at me, but she says nothing. Meet me in my room later. I mind-link her as I kept my eyes on her with a knowing look. She won't be there. Bring Danielle too. I want both of you. I wink at her when Chloe turns and faces me with a smile. My eyes stay focused on Amber as she smirks. Naughty Alpha, do you want the two of us tonight? You better ditch her, and how can you be around her when she smells like Lee? He wants your sloppy seconds? Or is he that desperate to get laid? He takes the raging of the pack. I shrug. I don't know what his deal is, I mumble. But as for the two of you, I want to have the best birthday ever, and having both of you in my bed would make the night even more special. Amber says nothing as I close the mind link. I wrap my arms around Chloe to turn her around. She looks at me and smiles. Baby, are you having a good party? I nod with a grin. Yeah, I am, I murmur as I pull her toward me. Are you enjoying yourself? Oh, baby, I am having the best time, she says, looking around until she spots something. I darted up and saw Lee moving away, laughed with Sarah following behind him. I grinned. Come on, let's dance, I mumbled in her ear. Chloe nods, leads the way to the dance floor, and pulls me along with her until we are in the middle of the room. We move together. After a few minutes, we danced to a few songs, but some warriors running in interrupted the music. I stared at them as they ran over to my father. I listened in to find out what was going on. They were asking for Beta David. My eyes darted around the room, and I found him passed out on the couch in the corner. Damn, man, he was drunk again. Why did he have to drink so much? My eyes went to my father. Babe, I need to find out what's wrong. I mumbled to Chloe as I left her. I heard her call out to me, but I ignored her as I walked up to my father and the guards, who looked worried. Are you sure it's his cabin? My father asked, looking between each guard. The guards nodded. Alpha, it is his cabin, one said. We are trying to contain it, but What's going on? I blurt, looking between both men. What's wrong with Beta David's cabin? Young Alpha Beta David's cabin is ablaze, the other warrior says loudly. Loud gasps could be heard, and whispers. What about Mia? My father asks. Was she in there? I turned to face my father with wide eyes. Mia was there. She never comes here. My father's face hardened, but you could see the pain in his eyes. You need to tell me, he growled. The warrior looks at him with a worried look. Sir, some members are working on putting out the fire, but we don't know if anyone is inside, as the fire has swept over the whole cabin. If she were in there, she wouldn't be alive. I feel a pang of pain, and my wolf is restless. He has been restless all night, but he never acts like that. When I looked over to where my friends were, everyone was shocked, but when my eyes landed on Chloe, she wore a big smile on her face. The witch is finally dead, she mumbled. I know few heard her comment, but I did, and so did Darren, who glared at her. I didn't want to deal with her. My friends looked at me, and all I could feel was worry and guilt coming from them. We have been my friends throughout school since we were all 4 years old. They were also Mia's friends too at one point. But the looks they were giving me now were full of concern and guilt. We may have disliked Mia now, but there was clearly something wrong. Maybe she set the cabin on fire because of what we did, but that wouldn't be right. My mind was playing tricks on me. Why would I care about Mia? I haven't in such a long time. I turned around and headed toward my father. What should we do? I asked. What about David? My eyes moved toward the pissed fart on the couch, who hadn't moved during all the commotion. My father looked at me as his face hardened toward his friend. We won't wake him, he said, turning around to face me. We will wait till he wakes up, but we need to know if Mia was in there so we can tell him straight away. He sighs and places his hand on my shoulder. Here is where you can be more alpha, Aiden. Go to the cabin and see if you can find anything. Try to contain the fire and learn more about what happened. I don't want to worry about David until we have answers. I nod. I will take Lee and Darren with me, I murmured. My father says nothing as he turns back around to his friend on the couch. I knew he had more to worry about. I let out a sigh and looked toward Lee and Darren. You two, come with me, I said as I moved towards them but opened up a mind link. We need to find out what happened and if Mia was in there. We need to contain the fire too. Both of them nod, saying nothing. I closed the mind link and looked over to find the girls huddled together in the corner, Chloe and Sarah. I didn't have time for games. I needed to get the job my father wanted me to do before it worsens. I looked over at Amber and Danielle, who were now looking at me with sadness, which confused me. They never knew Mia. Why would they act like that? What's wrong with you both? I asked them as I approached them, which startled them. They stare but glare back. We won't be coming to your room later, mind links Amber, and she turns on her heel. What the hell just happened? I look at Danielle, who frowns. We never bothered her because everyone told us stories about her, but you have to admit, are they true? She says as she looks towards Chloe. Confusion set in. Who are you on about? I asked. Danielle stared back at me with a look of disappointment. Mia? My heart sank. It's funny, Mia was with you all 1 minute, and the next, Chloe is part of your gang and jumping in your pants, she blurts out. My eyes widened as she moved away. You might have gotten something from her by how she likes to mess around. I watched as Danielle headed the same way as Amber. Confusion and shock gripped me as she had never spoken to me like that before. Neither of them was the sort to be like that. Well, it looks like my birthday night I will be by myself. I turned around to see Lee and Darren staring at me. I shrug and moved toward them. I walked towards the front door and walked straight into a woman. I look at her. She wasn't from the pack. Who was she? Aiden. I stared at the woman, who looked startled. She shakes her head. Sorry, young Alpha, she says. What's going on? I have just seen the fire as I pulled up here. It is horrendous. I hope no one's hurt. My heat sinks at the possibility that Mia may be in there. Clearing my throat, I spoke to her. It's our Beta's cabin that he lives in with his daughter. I am heading here to see if she made it safely. The woman stills and looks saddened by my words. If she were in there, she wouldn't be alive. I am sorry, young Alpha. My heart sank. I gave her a small smile and turned to leave when I realized I had never introduced myself to her. Sorry for being rude. My name is Aiden, I said. I'm Gwen, she says with a smile. I'm the representative for the Dark Forest Pack. I nodded and smiled. It's nice to meet you, Gwen. My eyes took her in. She would be around my mother's age. She didn't look like she was dressed for the party. Gwen? I asked, looking toward Lee and Darren, who were frowning at me. I looked back at her. I have to ask, where have you been? I didn't see you around the party earlier. Gwen gave me a sheepish look and held up her duffel bag. I left this in my car, she mumbles, but my car had a flat earlier, so I had to put it in the garage a few miles away. I had a lift to the place and came back here. I looked at her and smiled. That's okay. Why don't you rest? I said. I must go to the fire to ensure it doesn't spread. Gwen nods and heads through the pack house. I turned and walked up to the boys. My eyes went to the sky, where the thickest black smoke bellowed. We shift into my wolves and head straight to Beta David's cabin. We ran as fast as we could go to get to the cabin. The fire was bad as we approached and had spread to most of the trees nearby. I could see most of the pack members trying to put out the fire with what water they could find. The boys and I shift back into our human forms. Darren hands all of us shorts to put on. I looked at the cabin. We all used to go here when we were younger, when David made it for his mate and Mia. My alpha part kicked in, and I barked orders to everyone. We needed to control the fire. Get the helicopter from the field, I shouted to a few men. They nod and take off running. As a pack, my father bought a few things we might need, and a helicopter was one of them. Collect some water from the lake, I shouted again over a group of men nearby. I watched as they ran toward the lake. As a pack, we are the second largest pack with a few things we can pay for, but this is not the first time a fire has caught in the forest. There have been a few wildfires made, but nothing this big. Over the next several hours, as the sun was slowly coming up, they finally put the fire out. It took many people to get it out, but as a pack, we did. I look at where the cabin used to stand. Nothing was left. Only a few wooden pieces stood on the ground. I approached the cabin and surveyed the remains. There was nobody in sight. Even if Mia was there was definitely no sign of her now. What the hell happened? A voice roars from behind me. I looked over my shoulder and saw David standing with my father. The horror on his face made him look ill, but it could be the hangover from the drink. There was an explosion here, David, I tell him, even if we don't know for certain. I had to tell him something. We got it under control, but it spread to parts of the forest. David looked at me with a blank expression. Where is my daughter? He mumbled as his eyes moved to where the cabin stood. We don't know, I mumbled, staring at him. If she was in here, there is no sign of her now. David looks blankly, but he falls to the ground. What have I done? He whispers, with tears in his eyes. It's not your fault, my friend, my father muttered. Pain filled the air. You could feel it coming from people around me. It was smothering. My father places his hand on Beta David's shoulder. My eyes go to the grieving man. Beta David keeps repeating the same words repeatedly. He was a mess. My father motioned for a guard to come over to help him. The guard helped my father to get David up to his feet. I watch as my father tells the guard to take him. The guard nods and helps David back through the trees. My father watched his best friend leave. He sighs and looks at me. He will live in the pack house with us. Whatever he needs, we will support him, he says. His eyes scanned the scene. I could tell at that moment that my father's heart was shattered. After a moment, he leaves to follow his friend back to the pack house. My eyes looked around. Pack members were packing up to leave and heading back. I looked at Darren and Lee, sitting on the side of the clearing on a tree trunk. I walked over and joined them. Can't believe this happened, says Lee, as I sat down next to him. His eyes were on the empty charcoal wood. My heart hurt. We shouldn't have followed or listened to Chloe, Darren blurts out, guilt riddling him. Mia was our friend before her, yet we all accepted what she said, even you, Aiden. I looked at my friend, who glared at me. You started a relationship with her, even when you were with Mia. Anger filled me while my wolf growled. There was something up with him as he placed a block on me. He never liked the way we all treated Mia. He would go back further into my head when something was happening. I kept quiet, as words would only fuel the anger and guilt. My mind raced over the last few years with Mia and how it got to where we had been. Mia changed dramatically over the last few years, especially when her mother left. Everyone blamed her, especially David. Mia changed her appearance completely after that. She loved showing her legs off and wearing the most gorgeous dresses to school or parties. She was cute, but she became a different person when she changed, especially when she didn't shift. Everyone shunned her the day she didn't get her wolf. She changed her appearance, wearing more baggy clothes, things that would cover her up. Her brown hair was messy, and she always wore the same thing, as if she slept in them. Shaking my thoughts away, I sighed and looked at my friends. Let's go home and sleep. It's been a long night, I said. Lee nodded, but Darren looked at the cabin once more. What do you think happened in there? He said. I wonder if she got out. I wondered the same, but Mia seemed weak. I know we all bullied her, but more must have been going on. I looked back at my friend. I hope she did, but there is no point in thinking about it. I got up and looked back at him. Stop. We should all get some sleep, I said with a smile. Tonight, Darren found his mate. By the way, dude, you have a mate now. Darren looks at me with a small smile. Hot Evie is my mate, he says, making me laugh a little. Yeah, dude, she is all yours, I said as we stepped away and headed back through the forest into the pack house. MIA. I felt a softness underneath me. I don't want to wake up from this dream. But something doesn't feel right. I suddenly shot up in the same spot and looked around. I am in a room that has 2 double beds, a door, and a stand with a TV on it. My eyes went over to a door, which must be the bathroom, as I could hear running water. But it halts. I look down and notice someone has wrapped up my leg in a bandage. I hear a whimper in my head. That hurts, Lila whimpers. After a moment, she moves toward the surface and looks around. Where are we? She asks, sounding confused. This is not home. Looks too nice. I don't know, Lila, but we definitely not home, I say. But the door to the bathroom opens and out walks a girl the same age as me. She looks at me and smiles. Hey, you're up, she says, stepping closer to me. I look at her, but when she takes a step closer towards me, I move up the bed but whine in pain from my leg as my hand goes to the bandage. The girl halts. Don't move, Mia. I won't hurt you, she says. My name is Sasha, and I am here to help you. I look back at her, stunned. How do you know my name? I asked in a shaky voice. She looks at me and smiles. You had a friend in that pack of yours. They noticed how badly hurt you were and brought you here to heal. They asked me to take you to my pack, the Dark Forest Pack, she finally says. My mouth gaps open. Black Forest Pack. They are the largest pack in the state. Shadow Creek, my pack, was the second or third largest pack. My mind raced over what she said, and I frowned. Who the hell helped me? No one from my pack would. She must have been mistaken. I look up at her as she is now dressed and has now come closer to me. I am going to change the bandage on your leg. You can get dressed, and we will leave for my pack, she says as she gets all the new medical supplies off the nearby table. I nod but watch her every move. I have never had someone be so nice to me, especially in the last few years. I watch as she sits on the bed and slowly unravels the bandage off my leg. After she slowly unraveled the bandage off my leg, I noticed the thick slice on my thigh. I wince at the sight of it. It will leave a hell of a scar there. That looks painful, Mia, says Lila, coming closer to check the injury. I could feel her guilt slip through. I am so sorry he did this to you. It's not your fault, I say, but I look towards Sasha, who is now staring at me in awe. You have a wolf, she asks. I look away. I felt movement as Sasha came closer to me. Her finger went to my chin and moved me back to face her. Don't hide her from me, Mia. Your eyes turn when she comes closer, Sasha says. That's how I know. I say nothing as a smile curls the corners of her lips. After a few awkward moments of what to say next, Sasha beats me to it. Why does everyone in that pack of yours think you are a human when clearly you are a wolf? She asks as she moves back closer to my leg and cleans around the wound. I stare at her, trying to figure out if I should trust her. Do you think we can trust her, Lila? I ask my wolf. She comes closer. She looked at Sasha, who was staring back at her with a huge grin. You are wondering if you can trust me, she says. The answer is yes, Mia, and, she says, but she gets cut off by Lila, who pushes me back and takes over me. I stay close to the surface, letting Lila speak for us. Lila, I'm Mia's wolf, Lila says, which startles Sasha a little. After she composes herself, nice to meet you, Lila, she says. Where has Mia gone? Lila stares at her for a moment before she speaks again. Mia is close. She let me talk to you, Lila says. I can hear everything that they are saying. She is a little scared, as you are the first person in a long time who has ever been nice to her, Lila says with a hint of venom. I only recently found out about her father hurting her a few days ago, as she would block me from everything he was doing to her. When I asked her about it, she would lie, but I know she is protecting me even though it should be the other way around, she says. Sasha looks at Lila. Why would she be protecting you? You are her wolf, she asks. Lila looks at her and smiles. We are different, she says. I'm a white wolf. We heard a lot of stories over the years about them, mainly in school. We can be powerful. Lila stops, moves her head to the side, and looks at her before she continues again. Sasha, I have some power. I mask our scent as human to help protect us, but over the last few years it never works as everyone, even her old friends, turned on her, she says with a growl escaping. I love my human for protecting me, but now I need to protect her. I can't heal her like a normal wolf, as I have to reserve my energy, and we are too weak. Her father never let her train, so we are weak, and we need to get strong to help each other. Sasha looks on at Lila, astonished by the wolf. Sasha smiles back. We will help you in the pack. Mia and you, Lila, are safe with us. Am I the first person you have come forward to talk to? Lila looked at her and nodded her head. Mia didn't trust anyone within the pack. The only one she did trust was the young alpha, but he changed in front of her many times because of the others who joined. I can feel the pang of hurt from Lila. She is hiding something. What's wrong, Lila? I ask her. Lila sighs and pushes me forward as she slips back into the back of my head. I am hurting because I thought he would like us, but he never will. She goes back but stays close. I look at Sasha and she stares at me. Mia, you are back? She says and sits next to me, taking my hand in hers. Mia, I am so happy you let Lila come to meet me. I am a friend and I will protect you. We need to leave now. Sasha moves off the bed and lets go of my hand. I watch as she goes to the table and rummages through a bag and pulls out some clothes. She turns around and smiles as she brings them to me. I look at the clothes that Sasha hands to me. I stare at them. They are not mine. Where did these come from? I ask, but Sasha smiles at me. I bought them. I got you some new sweatpants and a baggy t-shirt, she says, but her face holds anger and sympathy for me in her eyes. I had to get you out of your clothes last night. I have seen all the bruises and scars that you have. I look away, feeling ashamed of the thought of someone seeing them all. Mia, don't be ashamed. Whoever did those deserves everything that comes to them in the future, she says, placing her hand in mine and giving me a gentle squeeze. I look back at her as tears escape my eyes freely. I best get changed so we can leave, I say as I move slowly, letting go of her hand. I move to the edge of the bed as Sasha leaves the room so I can get changed. I change quickly as I don't enjoy seeing my body. I place the flip-flops that she bought on and sit back on the bed. I sigh as Sasha comes back into the room with a bag of food. It smells delicious. Bacon and sausage rolls. My mouth waters at the smell. I don't know when the last time was I had food. Sasha grins at me as she sees my eyes. You must be hungry. Here, take one, as you didn't eat when you got here. I grab one, a sausage roll, as Sasha hands the bag to me. I took a bite and let out a low moan. The sausage tasted nice and the butter with the bread was glorious. I let out another moan of delight. Sasha laughs but says nothing. I say nothing as I carry on eating and finish the roll, but it is all I could eat. I couldn't eat too much as I would be sick. Sasha looks at me. Do you want another one? There is plenty there, she says to me. I shake my head. No, it's okay. I don't eat a lot. Anyway, if I eat any more, I'll be sick. She stares at me but says nothing. I know there are questions she must have, but I don't really want to tell her anything yet. Not until I get to know her. Sasha finishes her roll and wraps up the others. We will have a bit later on the way back to the pack, she says, and she grabs her bag. She looks at me. Come on, let's get going, Mia. I nod. I move off the bed and follow her toward the door. Once she opens the door, I step out and look around. We must be in a motel or something. There were no cars in the car park, only one, hers. I look around, but notice a man staring at us with a smile. My eyes went to Sasha's car and limp over to it. I was walking funny because of the bandage on my leg. You finally awake, miss? The man says as he comes closer to the car and opens the door for me. You had me worried. My name is Toby, he says, holding out his hand. I shake it and give him a small smile. I'm Mia, I say back as I climb into the passenger side and take a seat. Glancing over to the side, I watch as Sasha opens the back door behind the driver's side and places a bag on the back seat. She shuts the door and opens her door, but before she gets in, she looks at Toby and smiles. Thanks, Toby, for keeping us safe. Clean up everything now and open for business, she says as she gets in. I look back at Toby, who shuts my door. Sasha winds the window down for me, and I look up at him. You helped me, I ask with confusion, and he gives me a sheepish look as he rubs his hand over his neck. Yeah, I always be here, Mia, he says and looks at Sasha, who also smiles back at him. Now, you must leave. I need to open for business. I will see you both soon. Lila says nothing while he talks, but I can feel her warmth wrap around me. I gave a slight nod and Sasha starts the engine as her car roars to life. She looks over her shoulder and reverses. She turns the car around and we head in the opposite direction to Shadow Creek. I feel a hint of sadness coming from inside me. I don't know why I'm going to miss the pack. They hurt me, but Lila is resting her head on her front paws as I look back at her as she speaks. We will be back, Mia. We need to be ready and trained first, she says. They didn't take care of you. Now we must look after ourselves. I know, but he was the only family I had left, I said to her. She growls. You don't hurt the people who you are supposed to love, Mia, especially your family members. I know she is right, but I know nothing else. He was my father, the only living relative I had left. I let out a sigh and Sasha looks over at me. What's wrong, Mia? Can you miss someone who has hurt you? I ask her. I feel her tense, but she relaxes. You can, Mia. Even if they hurt you in the worst possible way, you will miss them. Who you going to miss? She asks me with concern. I know she wants to know who hurt me, but it's not a car conversation. I don't think I will miss them, I blurt out. I had some good memories before everything started. I look out the window and lean into the chair, but I couldn't help the sleep that took over me. I was thrown into the darkness of sleep. Even through the Black Forest pack was a worry. Would they like me or hurt me like my pack did? All I know is I must keep Lila and me safe, no matter what. We, MIA. I woke up with a start. My eyes scanned around to see where we were. We were still in the car, and the radio played softly in the background. Moving up in my seat, I shaked the dreaded feeling I had. I had a nightmare. I dreamt I was trapped in a burning building. I felt the heat making my body boil. "You okay, Mia?" "You were having a nightmare," Sasha says, her voice filling the car. I look over at her as she stares at me and then back at the road. Clearing my throat, I try to get comfy in my seat. "I'm okay. How much further is it to the pack?" I ask, trying to switch the subject of talking over. She doesn't say anything for a moment. "Another 2 hours. I groan as I look at the clock on the dash. We have been in the car for over 3 hours. Where the hell was this pack to? Sensing my unease, Sasha spoke again. "We will have to get out and stretch our legs soon," she says. "I know a cafe that is only 5 minutes away from here. Then we can have an hour to walk around, eat, and freshen up." "That sounds like a plan." I nod. We carry along the journey in silence until 5 minutes later. A cafe appears, one of the small ones in the middle of nowhere in the movies. I look at it. It was small and had loads of glass around it. I could make out 2 people working and 1 man in a booth as we approached. Sasha pulled the car into the car park as the man from the booth left the cafe. We both climb out of the car once she knocks the engine off. I was as he looked at Sasha and smiled before climbing into his car and leaving. "They know each other," Lila mumbles in my head. Lila had been quiet for most of the journey. She fell asleep when I did. I said nothing but looked at Sasha, who smiled. "Do you know him?" I ask her, and she blushes at me. "Yeah, I do. He is one of my brother's friends." She looks at me. "I will introduce you to everyone once you have settled in the pack." I said nothing as we headed into the cafe. We open the door and walk over to a booth. I slid in opposite Sasha and grabbed the menus. I looked through the menu when an older woman came with a smile. She stares at me for a moment, but looks between us. "What can I get you?" she asked. After a few seconds, we decided on burgers with fries and 2 coffees. The woman takes the menus and leaves. I look forward and catch Sasha looking at me. "How are you feeling now?" she asked, looking concerned. "I'm fine," I muttered and looked around. There was no one else around. I looked back at her and gave her a small smile. "My leg doesn't hurt much now." Sasha nodded and smiled. "That's good to hear," she said. "Maybe Lila healed you." Lila moved in my head and sighed. "I'm trying," she murmured. "But it is very deep. I don't think I can heal it all. It will leave a scar." "It doesn't matter," I tell her, feeling her guilt slip through. "I'm used to having scars. What's another one going to do?" Anya said nothing. I felt her plop down. My eyes went to Sasha. "She's trying," I muttered as I leaned back. Sasha nodded. There was an awkward silence between us. My eyes went to the photos on the cafe walls. There were many scenery photos and many forests, but all at different times of the day. I liked the snow one. The whiteness of the snow made the whole place look magical somehow. "Could you tell me what happened?" Sasha blurts out. My eyes widen as I stare at her, stunned. "What do you mean?" I ask, playing with my fingers in my lap but keeping my eyes on her. Sasha leans back and sighs. "The injuries that you got," she asks. "I saw many scars when I undressed you. They look like they are from separate incidents." I stayed quiet for a while, but she opened her mouth again and spoke. "I know you don't know me and may think I'm being nosy, but like I said at the motel, I want to be your friend, Mia, if you let me. I will protect you and Lila too," she says. I don't say anything at first, but as I open my mouth, the older lady approaches us with our coffees. I close my mouth as she places the mugs before us and leaves shortly afterward. My eyes follow the woman until she goes behind the counter and into the back. I look back at Sasha, trying to figure out if I should tell her everything. I have never had anyone look out for me, not even rescue me as she and her friend did. I owe them everything as they saved my life. "Tell her," Lila whispers. "She may be able to help us." I ignore Lila and move my head to the side, taking in Sasha. Her eyes linger on me for a moment but softened. "I didn't mean to," she says, but I shake my head. "It's okay," I mutter. "I will tell you, but I am trying to think where to begin." Sasha nodded. "Start at the beginning or wherever you want," she says as she sips her coffee. I place my hands around mine and stare into it. I keep my eyes down as I don't want to look at Sasha because I feel ashamed. Well, I was attacked by some people from school, I mutter. They lied to someone, resulting in my father hurting me. I feel tears prick in my eyes, which makes me close my eyes as a lone one escapes. You know what the worst thing is? The people that hurt me in school were my friends once, I say, opening my eyes and looking at Sasha. Her face was blank. It all started when this new girl came to the pack. I was even her boyfriend's girlfriend. I leaned back as I felt my heart shatter slightly at the mere mention of Aideen, but I continued. She started spreading lies about me, and everyone turned against me, including my friends, I say. All of them hated me, but it was all because of her. A low growl erupted from Sasha, making me tense. I watched as she closed her eyes and took deep breaths. Lila looked through my eyes and stared at her. She's angry, she muttered. So is her wolf. I say nothing. Once Sasha calms down, she opens her eyes and looks at me. Sorry, she muttered. Continue. I open my mouth to speak, but I hear footsteps behind the counter. I close my mouth and see the older woman walking over with our plates on a tray, MIA. I look at Sasha, who has anger in her eyes, but she doesn't speak. I watch the woman place our food down and look between us. Sasha gave her a nod and left. Picking up my burger, I took a bite and savored the taste. I haven't had a burger in a long time. I place it down and look at her. Tell her everything, Lila murmurs in my head. I will keep quiet. This is your story. I ignored her as I swallowed the burger. I began to speak. Coley, her name was Choli, I said, making Sasha look at me confused, but I continued. She came to the pack for a better start. She came with her mother and sister. Her sister left after finding her mate at a gala ball. I sighed as I leaned back in the seat. The pack holds them every year, and when they arrived, Chloe acted strange. She acted jealous of everyone and wanted everyone to think she was special. That night, she drew her sights onto me, and she decided right there and then that I was the one she was going to hurt. She started making snarky comments about my appearance and bringing me down whenever she could, I said, feeling my stomach turn as I told her more about what happened to me. After a while, Choli did everything to destroy me more by telling people whatever she could to get them to listen. And when they did, they started to bully me like her. Some pack members despised me and even got in on the act of whatever she did to me that day. She wanted me out of the way. Some of the things she was saying were not true, but some were from behind closed doors. Only my father would know. Sasha's face hardened, but she said nothing. I picked up a French fry and ate it, but somehow lost my appetite. My thoughts went to what my friends did to me. Aiden, the young alpha, was my best friend and boyfriend at the time. His best friends were Darren and Lee, I say. Some memories flashed through from before all the torment started. I remember them protecting me every time my parents would fight in the kitchen when they thought no one was listening, but everyone was. They would either take me outside or even turn up the TV. So it all started with one girl, Sasha murmured, looking slightly concerned. I also take it your father was telling her things to hurt you. I gave her a nod as I continued. My friends all turned against me as soon as Chole joined the pack. Aiden never hurt me, but he never stopped them. Darren was my cousin on my father's side, but he believed everything that my father and Chole said without fault. Lee was always following them, but both of them would either hold me while Chole inflicted the pain or even join her in the assault. A lone tear escaped. No one knew what was happening at home. They all blamed me for something that wasn't my fault, I say. I took another bite of my burger and looked up to find that she had finished her food. This is the first time I have ever opened up to anyone about the abuse that has taken place at the pack. I had no one to talk to, and some probably wouldn't care about what happened to me, not even my so-called friends. Clearing my throat, I carried on. My father told everyone one evening in the pack house that I was the cause of my mother leaving him as I was human, I whisper. Sasha gasped. Why would he? She asked, but stopped when she stared at me when a lone tear escaped. Sasha placed her finger on her lips. Carry on, she whispered against her finger. Without saying anything, I continued again. I didn't know what happened between my parents, as I was with Aiden at the time at our favorite spot. When I got home, my father was standing there with a smile, but there was no sign of my mother. I say as a shiver rippled down my spine at the sadistic smile my father wore on his lips. Once Aiden left, my father dragged me inside and waited till Aiden was out of earshot. He gripped me tight and told me that she was gone and never coming back. Over the years, I knew something was going on with them, and I had a rough idea of why my mother left, but I had no proof. The night she left, she said she loved me, and that was it, I say as I gulped down some lukewarm coffee. My father was angry, but he told me that we would be moving out of the pack house. When we did, he got the smallest cabin he could find and far away from everyone in the pack. When we moved in, that's when it all started, I muttered, looking down at the plate. It would start with a few punches to the stomach at first. He would repeat everything every night, and I changed overnight. He made sure no one could see the bruises, as he would hit me where no one could see them. He made up excuses about me not wanting to come to the pack house. Everyone didn't care because they started to believe everything Chloe had told them. I changed from an outgoing girl to a coward overnight due to 2 people. I say, my father would beat me badly and then leave for most of the time by staying at the pack house. There was a rumor that he was with someone, but I never found out who it was, I whispered. One evening, I recovered from his beating, and he turned up very, very drunk. He must have drunk 8 bottles of whiskey, as when he came home, he punched me and made me drop to the ground. This is the first time he ever brought a weapon home with him from the cells. A growl in my head erupts as Lila comes closer. She hasn't said a word since I started to spill my guts to Sasha. When he started to bring weapons home, I would block her. Sasha growls, pulling me back from my thoughts to look at her. Mia, you don't have to tell me what happened, she says. I look at her and shake my head. This is the first time I have ever opened up about any of this to anyone. I need to get it out, I say with a shaky voice. Her face goes blank for a moment, but she comes back. I just mind-linked the pack that we may be another hour late or so. I stared at her and nodded. I stayed quiet for a bit and watched as Sasha helped herself to some of my food. I couldn't even take another bite of the fries after the burger. Sasha looked at me. Mia, did they stave you there? She asked, but I didn't answer her. Her eyes stayed on me, but she never said anything for a moment as she got her answer. That explains a lot, Mia. Your stomach has shrunk, and you can only eat some amounts, she says as her face gives an angry expression. I stilled. Was she angry with me? Sasha's eyes softened, and she shook her head. This anger is not aimed at you at all, my friend, she murmurs. It is aimed at all those at the pack. I gave her a small smile. Footsteps came from the side, making me look up and spot the waitress from earlier. I said nothing as I watched her take the plates away. I look at the older woman who looks at me with pity when she looks back at me. She has been listening in on your story, Mia, Lila whispers. She's a wolf, and I think she is part of the pack. I stare at her. I thought we were an hour or so away. How would a pack member be here? Here, my dear, have a cookie on the house, the older woman says, pulling me from my thoughts and handing me the cookie. Taking the cookie from her, I stare at her as she moves away with the plates and carries them back to the counter. Looking back at Sasha, she smiles at me. Shall we go to the pack? She asked. How is she from the pack? I blurt out, making Sasha still as she watches me. Sasha sighed. Some pack members work and live on and off the territory, she said. We have a lot of land, more than your pack. I said nothing as I stared at her. Sasha moves out of the booth and looks at me. You're very brave, Mia, she says. It must have been hard to blurt it all out to me. Keeping my eyes on her, I gave her a nod. Sasha looked up and then back at me. We will go to the pack, she said. I think you need to feel safe. Lila was close by and sighed. She is trying, she whispers. I move out of the booth, follow Sasha out of the cafe, and head to the car in silence. As we approached the car, I looked behind Sasha and stared at the cafe. The woman is not by the door and stares at me. Something about her seems familiar, not that I am looking at her. But that can't be. Where does the pack start? I blurred out as I remembered what Sasha just told me. I looked at Sasha, who smiled. Just before the sign, that's the start of the north side clearing, she said, and looked over. Her shoulder at the cafe. The cafe is owned by Alpha Sam's parents, she says. They bought the cafe as a retirement job. Her eyes went back to me, but I looked over at the door and spotted the old lady standing outside the door, smiling at us. I watched as she walked over to me and stopped not too far from me. The old lady places her hand and grabs mine, making me tense at the touch. "I'm Alpha Sam's mum, Luna Sarah," she says. "My husband and I retired from the pack, but I like to keep busy. This cafe is ours. You are more than welcome to come here anytime, dear." I shake her hand and give her a small smile. "It is nice to meet you, Luna," I say. The Luna Sarah laughs a little. "Nonsense. When it is just us three, just call me Sarah," she says, making me look at her confused. I don't think the new Luna Sadie, would think too highly of me having my old position back. I look confused at both of them. Luna Sarah was the old Luna, making Luna Sadie Alpha Sam's mate. "It doesn't matter. Mia, Luna Sadie, and Alpha Sam are waiting for you and also someone else," Luna Sarah says, making me look at her even more confused. "Who?" I asked, looking between Sasha and Luna Sarah. I watch their exchange, but when they look back at me and say nothing. "Let's go," Sasha said as she opened her door to the car. Stood rooted to the spot, Luna Sarah looked at me and smiled. "You know where to find me, Mia," she said. "I look forward to seeing you again." I gave her a nod and watched as Luna Sarah turned around and headed back into the cafe. I look at her, but open the car door and climb inside. I closed the door and looked over at Sasha, trying to figure out what the hell was going on, but she laughed. "It will all make sense when we get to the pack house," she said, starting the engine. "And don't fret, we won't be long getting there." I said nothing, but Sasha grinned and continued, "I think my brother will have a field day knowing his car was in the safest hands ever." My eyes widened but couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This is your brother's car?" I ask as she nods and smiles. "Yes, we both share it, even though my brother believes the car is more his than mine." I nod. Sasha turned the car around and straightened up. I look in the side mirror on the outside and notice an older man standing next to Sarah. His expression looks familiar, but I don't know where or how. The old man must be Alpha Sam's father, the old Alpha. He looks happy and sad at the same time. He has his hand on the glass as Luna Sarah walks in, but he looks back at the car and is still looking right at me. The car drives away, and I watch the cafe disappear into the distance. Aiden. For the last few hours, it has been non-stop. Walking back to the pack with the guys, I kept my head down, but I could hear the murmurs from pack members about what had happened to Beta David's cabin, but none were for Mia. Not one word was mentioned. My wolf was quiet in my head. He has moved deep within as I went over everything. Mia and I were once friends, in love even. I cared more about her than I let on. Only Darren and Lee knew. I never understood why I fell for Chloe as I did, but she was the only one there after a while. Not Mia. Why the hell was I wondering about her? Darren walked inside and went into the arms of his mate. She held him in her arms as his head went to the crook of her neck. My eyes lingered on them briefly, but I walked toward the stairs when I heard loud voices from my father's office. I tiptoed over to the door and tried to listen in by pressing my ear to the door. But I could hear my father's voice. Whoever he was with, their voice was muffled, so it was hard to work out who was in there with him. "How could you?" my father roared, making his door shake, and I jumped back. My eyes stayed on the door, but I could only hear muffling. Who the hell had my father angry? I looked to the side and noticed a few pack members looking, confusion and concern written all over their faces. Frowning, I move away and stop in front of them. "Nothing for you to see here," I murmured. "Get back to work." The pack members looked to the ground and nodded. They turned to leave, but I grabbed one of the woman's arms. She flinched at my touch as she looked back at me with wide eyes. "It's okay," I murmured. "I wanted to know if you know who is with my father?" The woman looked at me, but her eyes went to the office door, then back to mine. "Beta David," she whispered. "Alpha took him back to his office as the Beta was upset and rambled about something. He wanted to comfort him." I gave her a nod as I let go of her arm. "Thank you," I murmured. "Go back to work." The woman nodded and left. I looked over my shoulder toward the office. Why would my father be angry with Beta David? He lost his home and daughter all in one night. I looked back and sighed. Turning on my heel, I headed toward the stairs and headed up. My mind raced as I went over everything, but I stopped as soon as I approached my room. A scent wafted toward me, which made me still while my wolf growled. Chloe, what the hell was she doing in my room? I moved toward my room and opened it to find Chloe sitting on my bed. I stopped as her eyes met mine. Baby, she purred as she rose and moved toward me. My stomach dropped. I didn't need her here. I need to be on my own for a while. As Chloe approached closer, I took a step back. Chloe stopped and frowned. What's wrong? She asked. I thought we could celebrate. I growled. Celebrate what? I grunt as I move away from her and head to the window. My wolf was on edge, and Chloe being here did not make it easy for me to calm him down. Well, your birthday, she said, and we don't have to concern ourselves with Mia. I spun around on my heel and glared at her. Taking in what she had just said, I growled. What the? I muttered, making her look at me strange. I took a deep breath and sighed. My wolf growled lowly in my head, but I ignored him. Don't talk about Mia like that, I muttered. Chloe stared at me as she tried not to laugh. You can't be serious, she said. Why are you acting like this and about Mia? I stared at her, but I was numb. I couldn't understand why I was acting like this. Chloe moved toward me, but I took a step back, making her stop. She frowned. Aiden, she said. Clearing my throat, I glared. You need to leave, I said. Chloe huffed and let out a laugh. You don't want me here, she said. You didn't say that the other night. You wanted me just as much as your friends. I growled. Enough, I grit out. Get out of here. With pleasure, Chloe huffed, turning on her heel and walking to my door. I watched as she stormed out and slammed the door behind her. I felt my wolf come closer and stare. Stupid she-wolf, he huffed. I said nothing as I turned around and looked out my window. My mind was full of questions. Need a run, my wolf murmured. You are overthinking too much. We need to clear our minds. He's right. My mind was working overtime, and I had many questions about the cabin that didn't make sense and how Beta David acted. He was never nice to Mia, not since her mother left him. He stayed here most nights at the pack house, leaving his child alone in a place that was nowhere near the pack house. Okay, I blurted, agreeing with him. Maybe a run would help clear my mind. Turning around, I walked over to the door and headed out. I ran down the stairs and headed to the pack house. No one was around. I opened the door and headed into the forest. As I reached the forest line, I let my wolf take over, pushing me further into his mind as he shifted, shredding my clothes, and took off running. I moved closer and watched as he went, but stopped suddenly. I stared at the sight before me and sighed. What the hell are we doing here? I said, staring at the reminiscence of the cabin. Thought we should look for clues, my wolf mumbled as he moved closer, placing his snout into the ground to sniff. I said nothing as he moved around, taking in everything and smelling everything that he came close to. My wolf entered the cabin and moved closer, but something in the air caught off guard. Blood. My wolf growled as I moved closer, and he placed his nose on the ground to find where it was coming from. He moved around, and I soon realized that we were in the kitchen part. A low growl rumbled through us as he scratched at a bit of wood. Here, he grunted. Blood. His scenes take over as I breathe in what he smelt, and he was right. There on the wood before us was a small hint of blood. What the hell happened here? I muttered as my wolf walked out of the rumble and sat to the side, looking at all the scrapes of wood around the place. My wolf lay down and sighed. Can we stay here for a while? He asked. I said nothing as I looked through his eyes. There were more questions than answers. I needed to investigate. That's what an alpha would do, and I was to take over when my father was ready to retire. Even though there were loads of questions like how the fire started, the only two that stuck with me were, did Mia survive? And whose blood did we find? MIA. Sasha and I drove in silence as we drove through the pack grounds. It didn't take long to get there. The pack is large, Sasha said, glancing over to me as I looked at her. We are one of the largest packs in the world. I said nothing as Sasha turned the corner and a big building came into view. That's the pack house, Sasha said. My eyes stared at the pack house. It's huge. It is a castle more than a house. As we drove closer to the pack house, I noticed people standing there, 2 of them. They looked like an Alpha and Luna. I felt eyes on me as Sasha pulled the car up and stopped at the bottom of the steps. Sasha looked at me and gave me a smile as she opened the car door. I watched her as she got out of the car. My eyes lingered on her outside, but I looked up at the people who were on the steps. "You have to move," Lila said. "They seem nice." My heart rate spiked. I said nothing. I opened the door and got out. I closed the door, but my eyes went to the steps. I watched as the man and woman walked down the steps. I moved away from the car and walked over to Sasha. The alpha came down and stopped just a foot away from us as he smiled. "Sasha, so happy you are back," he said as he looked at me with a smile. "Welcome to the Dark Forest Pack," he said. "You must be Mia. Sasha has told me all about you. My name is Alpha Sam, and this here is my mate, Luna Sadie," Alpha Sam says, smiling at me. I nod and look at both. I gave them a small smile. "Thank you for letting me be part of your pack," I say. Alpha Sam smiled. Luna Sadie moves toward me as she takes my hand into hers and looks at me. I can see the resemblance. I look at her, confused. What the hell did she mean by that? I looked between the three of them. "What do you mean?" I asked her, but she said nothing. Luna Sadie looks behind me with a smile on her face. "Why don't you look around, my dear?" she says softly. I stare at her and then at Alpha Sam, who is smiling but nods in the direction behind me. Lila moves in my head and looks through my eyes at Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie, but she says nothing. I tensed as I could sense someone behind me. "Mia," someone whispered from behind me. I stilled. It couldn't be. "Mia, is that you?" she asks. I close my eyes. I know that voice. The mere thought of her. I wanted to know where she went. I was blamed for her leaving. I have been dreaming about seeing her and having her near me again. I slowly turned around, letting Luna Sadie's hand go. My eyes landed on her as my breath caught in my throat. There she stood, the woman who left me with that monster and left me behind. I took her in. She still looks beautiful from all of them years ago. The only thing that is different is the big, thick scar running down her face. Lila stares at me. "Mia," she whispers as her eyes glistened. I stared at her, trying to control my emotions, but it was all getting to me. The memories of when she was there and remembering what she was like. But the day she left was the hardest. Everything changed for me. That was the day he started his beatings on me. He blamed me for her leaving and even told everyone that I was the reason she left. All the pack members hated me for it. Everyone believed him. They believed the one who was supposed to be my father, the one who was supposed to care for me and protect me from harm, but he was the one I needed protecting from. My mom took a step toward me, but I moved back, nearly missing Luna Sadie. I glanced at her and noticed her being pulled away by Alpha Sam, who was now looking between my mom and me. Everyone stared at me as I looked back at her. I don't know what to say to her. This is all too much for me to take in. I look over to see Sasha motion me to go near to my mother. But I need to get out of there. I needed to think. I moved away and turned around. My legs started to move into a walk, but I picked up the pace as I ran to the left of me and sprinted off into the direction of the forest. All I could hear was my name being called by all of them. "Maya! Maya, wait!" I don't look back. I just keep running. Lila comes close to the surface as I climb onto the log branch. As I was about to get down, Lila shifted into her wolf form and started pounding the floor quickly as she pushed me back into her head. I watched through her eyes as she ran in and out of the trees. "Let me take over, Mia," she says. "Take your time and breathe. I know this is too much for you to handle. I can feel it all. Let me help you." I said nothing as I felt a lone tear escape and run down my cheek. Lila doesn't say a word after that, as she just keeps quiet. My head spins out of control as I mule over what happened. My mother. She is alive. There were so many questions that were flooding around my head. My body felt numb, but there were mixed emotions of fear and anger. They were more prominent. How could someone feel all those feelings in one hit? My mother was still alive and had been living in the Dark Forest Pack for all this time. No word that she was alive. I had nothing from her. Not even a damn card. Anger swirled as my mind kept going over everything. My mother left me with that monster. What was I going to do now? I couldn't wrap my head around the whole thing, especially that she was alive and looked well. MIA. As my mind raced, I didn't notice how far Lila had run off. I moved closer and looked through her eyes as she approached a clearing. She came to a stop and looked around till her eyes landed on a waterfall. The running of the water made it sound so magical. I closed my eyes, letting the sound calm me. Lila moved and walked toward it. She came to a stop and drank some water. Once she stops drinking, she stretches out her front paws and lays down near the edge of the water. Her eyes dart around, drinking in the scenery of the place, until her eyes landed on the water. I couldn't help but look at our reflection in the water. Clear as day, Lila has snow-white fur with silver sprinkles running through. Her eyes are bright blue. "Lila, you look gorgeous," I say. "Thank you," she murmurs as she slightly yawns. "Since we rested all last night and most of today, I have healed some of our wounds." I said nothing as I settled back in her head. A branch behind us broke, making Lila shift and look back to see another white wolf standing staring at us by the edge of the forest line. Our eyes met, but she seemed all so familiar to me. She looks the same as me. The wolf takes a step, but Lila growls, causing the wolf to stop. The wolf who cocks her head to one side to look at us. After a few seconds, I watched the wolf form shift back into its human form. My eyes widened as I stared back at the person. It is her, my mother. Lila doesn't move, and neither does my mother. We watch as she sits down with her legs crossed, in the exact place she shifts back in as she keeps her eyes on us. "I'm not going anywhere, Mia," she says softly. She looks at Lila. "Your wolf is perfect and beautiful." Lila and I stare at her. "She wants you to talk to her, Mia," says Lila. "Her wolf is reaching out to me and telling me that we are safe and no one will hurt us." "I can't, Lila, not yet," I whisper. "I haven't seen this woman in 7 years." I stopped talking for a few moments, trying to collect my thoughts, and when I did, I continued as a lone tear escaped again. "She never came back for me," I said. "I was blamed for everything." Lila says nothing for a little while, but her love holds me there in place. "By the look on that scar, Mia, he might have hurt her too, like you." I look back at the woman, but another scent comes through our nose. Lila growls as my mother looks in the direction of the scent. "It's okay, Mia. It's Sasha. She has brought us clothes to change into." My eyes went to behind her as Sasha stepped out from behind the tree and looked at us. She gives us a small smile. "Lila, you are one gorgeous wolf," she says sweetly. Lila looks at her. Sasha stares at us. "Please, Mia, we just want to talk to you," Sasha says, looking at my mother and then towards me. "You need to hear what she has to say. I can stay if you want. I meant what I said at the motel. I'm a friend. You can trust me. You even told me your story, and now it is time to hear hers." "She has a point," Lila says. "You told Sasha what went on with you and Papa Wolf. I think we should hear Mama Wolf's story too. Maybe you will get the answers to all the questions you have." I said nothing as I watched Sasha walk over to us. She stops in front of Lila and places a long t-shirt dress in front of Lila, who hasn't taken her eyes off either of them. Sasha smiles and walks backward towards my mother, keeping her eyes on us and handing my mother the same kind of dress. I move slightly and look closer at my mother's body. She sat there naked, covering intimate areas. My eyes scanned over her arms and chest. There are scars all over her, just like me. What happened to her? My mother smiles at Sasha as she puts on the dress. She didn't even move up. The dress falls over her. I watched as Sasha took a seat next to my mother on the ground and kept her eyes on us. Lila yawns but stares back at them. I didn't want to shift back, not yet. I wanted to know more first and then decide whether I wanted to speak to her or not. It all depended on what she had to say. "Lila, stay like this for a moment," I say as I come closer to the surface, making sure I don't show myself. I don't want to change into my human form just yet. Lila stares and then nods at me. "That's fair," she muttered as she kept her eyes on my mum. My mother looks at us and clears her throat. "How about I tell you about what happened to me and why I came back here," she says, keeping her eyes on us. Lila nods as to tell her to carry on. I move closer, but there is a gasp from Sasha, but she quickly recovers. "I think Mia is listening to us. Look," she whispers to my mum, who now has a smile on her face. "That's my girl." I stare at them, confused. "What are they on about, Lila?" I ask her. Lila moves her head to the side and looks into the water, and we both gasp. Our reflection reveals why. We have one blue and one brown eye. We both have become one with each other. "We are as one," she whispers, sounding proud. Not many wolves can do that. Lila moves her head and looks back at them. My mother looks at me and smiles. I know you have loads of questions and you don't trust me. That's fine, but let me explain, please. We look back at her and nod. My mother takes a deep breath in and out and starts to talk. Well, let me tell you how I met your father. I met him here at this pack, she said. My eyes widened as she continued. My mother and father were the Alpha and Luna before. I believe you already know them. Sarah, she is your grandmother. I look back at her in shock. Your father came here with Alpha Robert to meet with my father, and that's when we met. He was handsome and charming. He was my mate. I loved him at first glance. I had to leave with him. I had to go back with him to Shadow Creek as he was beta of the pack. I was in awe of everything, she says. Alpha Robert and his Luna Marie were charming, and we were all instant friends. Maria and I became pregnant around about the same time together. Aiden is a few months older than you were. My mother stopped and looked happy at the memory, but then her facial expression changed, and sadness hit her. Everything was great. Your father was amazing at first, but he soon changed and started to drink with people at a local bar. Little things triggered him. He thought every male would be looking at me. He started to act jealous if anyone, especially a man, would talk to me. He would start shouting at me and everything. I watched on as she continued. He started to drink really heavy as time moved on, she murmured. He wanted me all to himself. He even thought Alpha Sam would come back and take me home. Her eyes glistened as she carried on. Heartbreak filled around where we were sitting. I was alone. He isolated me from everyone, she whispered. I couldn't be around anyone unless I was with him. But it all came to a head when a rogue killed Luna Marie. I was with her at the time and even saved her. I took the rogue on, but after I killed him, he got me good. But that was not before he had bitten and stabbed the Luna in the side with a silver dagger. A lone tear escapes as she looks at her hands in her lap. I was hurt and wounded too, but when everyone found us, Luna Maria was dead. I was barely holding on, she said. Her eyes met mine as another tear escaped. Your father was upset when he found us. He had another man carry me to the pack hospital. I didn't really think anything of it. While in the pack hospital, I was rested for a few hours until he came in. He was angry, asking me why I was not dead, she muttered, making my stomach drop. How could he ask such a thing about his mate? I was shocked he would say anything, but something came to mind. He always stayed away from me, and I would always find him talking to Luna Maria, she said as she wiped her tear-stained cheek. He had fallen in love with Luna Maria. He was spending more time with her than with us. I didn't say anything. After that evening in the hospital, I kept quiet as I didn't know what to do. I couldn't talk to anyone. Alpha Robert was heartbroken about his mate and was too upset to even deal with anything regarding what happened. My mother stopped as another ushered tear escaped before she spoke again. Aiden was beside himself, and you, my dear girl, helped him get through it. My mother lets her tears flow again as the memory of that fateful night comes back like a nightmare. The mere thought of Aiden set my heart racing as sadness took over. The friend and boyfriend I had before filled my head. Lila winced at the mere memory of that fateful night, letting a slight whimper out as she tried to calm herself. My eyes went to my mother as she looked back at me, realizing that I remembered hitting her hard. Everything she said came flooding back at what she said. I never noticed, as I was too young to even know what was going on, or she was good at hiding what she went through. I never once saw anything she was on about. She must have shielded you from it, Lila murmured, but I said nothing. Mum sighed and continued. After her funeral, Alpha Robert kept to himself, she said. He didn't want anyone around, not even your father. Even though we were all friends, both of our mates loved the other. It was weird, as the moon goddess always makes our mates love us and be our true fated mates. Mum looked at Sasha, who gave her a knowing smile. You were 5 when all that happened, but it got worse for me after that day, she said, looking back at me. Your father started drinking more. The more he drank, the worse he got, she said, sending a shiver right through me. He started to hurt me and would start using silver blades to cut me. He would place a hand over my mouth as he would do it, as he didn't want anyone to hear me while doing whatever he wanted to me. Mum looked away as a tear escaped. The torture he put me through was shocking and painful every time, she said. After a few weeks, he decided to move us to the last cabin in the forest. He wanted to make sure no one could hear my screaming. He told me that this was our new home. Both me and you were to live here while he left to stay in the pack house. My mother paused, wiped the tears away with the back of her hand, and looked over at me. Our mate bond was shattered due to the lack of trust and his jealousy, she said. It was the root of it all, and his love for the Luna too, Mia. I watched as a small smile appeared on her lips. Do you remember what we did with that cabin? We made that cabin our home. Remember, sweet girl, she says with a small smile, but it disappears again. He would make you go and play with Aiden all the time and your other friends. He made sure you never heard my cries or screams. He made sure no one did. I could feel all her emotions. Something bad happened next. I could feel it. Mum doesn't look at either me or Sasha. She keeps her head low, looking at her hands. The 2 nights before I left, you were staying in the pack house for the weekend. You were so excited, she murmured, making my stomach drop. But I was scared. Your father took you to the pack house. I knew I had to leave. He always acted happy when you were around. So I packed a bag but hid it well so he never knew what I was planning. I was going to leave him, and I was going to take you away too. But when he got back, he had other ideas. He was okay at first, and then it was like a switch flipped in his head, and he started to torture me. That night, he smiled as he did it. He liked it so much, especially making me scream. Mum's tears flowed freely now as my heart broke. That one night, he ruined me, she whispered. I could feel tears filling up inside. My father tortured her like he did me, but he did the worst possible thing to a mate. After what he did, I was numb. He wanted to take everything away from me, and he did. I was left on the floor of our bedroom when he was done. He left like he had done nothing wrong. I don't know where he went. I waited for a while. My wolf was howling in my head, begging for us to leave. I knew she was right. So I got up from the floor and showered. It took a while as I washed my skiing raw, trying every trace of him off me. My mum sighed. After a few hours, I came out of the bedroom and got dressed. I moved around the house in a daze until I found him passed out on the couch. He was blackout drunk, and all I could smell was whiskey. I didn't know where he went, and I didn't care. I remember looking at him, wondering where the hell we went wrong, she said, and looked at me. I needed to get away. I went and grabbed my bag. I thought I would go and come back for you later. I made a run for it. I ran as fast as I could, and was also halfway to the motel. I stared at her as she gave me a small smile. The motel you were at earlier where you met Toby, right? She says, looking at me. Both Lila and I nod, and she smiles. I made it to the clearing of the motel, but somehow your father caught up to me. He had a silver blade in his hand, and he dragged me back into the forest. She looked up at me, and then the pieces fitted together. Lila and I worked out what happened and stared at my mother. I wanted her to confirm it. Your father and I fought for the blade, but he threw me to the ground and was too strong, she said. He climbed on top of me. He sliced the blade over my eye, and he repeated it at least 3 more times when Toby came and attacked him. Toby saved me that night. He helped me back to the motel and got hold of my father, she said. Alpha Sam is my brother, your uncle. He came and collected me from the motel a few hours later. Lila moved back, sensing I wanted to speak. I shifted back into human form. I could feel Lila whimper in my head, Lila, as she took in everything my mother had said. I ran straight into my mother's arms. Mum sat rooted to the spot at first at my movement, but soon recovered as she stroked my hair. I'm sorry that happened to you, I sob into her as she holds me. I could feel another hand reach and touch. Me, Sasha. After a few moments, I moved back and looked at my mother. I didn't care that I was naked, but she needed to look at me. I leaned back and stood, taking a step back for her to take me in. My mum's eyes look at me, but graze over my body at the scars. I saw her face go from mixed emotions, such as hatred, pity, but the guilt she had was too much. My poor baby girl, he did all this to you, she whispers as she stands up and takes my hands into hers. Sasha looked at me with anger, but also sadness in her eyes. Mia told me what happened. But Mia, what you told me in the cafe, I let a few people listen in. Knowing that stunned me, but I had a sneaky suspicion. I gave her a weak smile and nodded, but I wanted to know who knew. Who knows? I ask. Sasha looks at my mother, but my mother speaks instead. My parents, me, Sasha's aunt, who is currently not here, but she was on the phone, and my brother was on another phone with his mate, she said. Also, Sasha's brother and his friend. Don't worry, they are the only ones that know about it. They are the only ones that are important and need to know. I looked back at her and nodded. Sasha moves away from my mum and gets up. I watch her every move as she walks over to where she placed the dress for me. She grabs it and heads back, holding it to me. I smile as I pull it over my head and move it into place. We all sit back on the ground and look out towards the water. My mind raced over the last few moments. I have my mother back, but I can sense something else is missing. I am happy just to sit in silence for a while. Both of them make me feel safe and protected, which is what I wanted in the first place. Lila has now settled back in my head and starts to purr, with a small yawn escaping. I knew she was tired as that was our first ever run since we shifted, and it felt amazing. MIA. We have been by the water's edge for over an hour or closer to 2 hours. It was nice to spend time with my mum and Sasha. We paddled in the water, and my mother asked me questions about what I liked and didn't like. She wanted to get to know me all over again. She avoided the talk about my scars, which I was more than willing to talk about later, but I knew they wanted to know everything. Part of me found it difficult to tell her things about me, as, over the last several years, I lost myself due to the bullying and my father's beatings. How could I tell her who I was when I didn't know myself? I became a different person since she left, someone I didn't recognize. How was your first shift? Sasha blurts. I was dreading this question more, too. I shifted when I was 13 years old after a beating brought it on, I say as I look out at the water. I could feel my mother tense, but I looked back at her, knowing I had to tell her the truth about it all. Dad punched me for the 10th time, but it wasn't him that caused it, I said, making my mum look at me, confused. I walk over to the log that rests near the water's edge. While Mum and I were getting to know each other again, Lila was asleep until the question came. I felt her move closer, but she said nothing. I sit and stare out towards the water as my mother and Sasha sit near me. My mother was by my side on the log, but Sasha was on the ground on the other side of my mother. Dad did hit me, but he was so drunk he had passed out. It happened the night before, so he never woke up when I left to go to school the next morning. Coley, a new girl, had started causing issues for me with other people, including my friends. I said as I felt my mother tense up, but I continued. She told everyone that I was the main cause of you leaving, as I was human and not a wolf. I was late shifting because of all the beatings and also the not eating many parts, too. A low growl escaped from Sasha, but I ignored her. Anyway, she told everyone that you were ashamed of being a human, and that's why you left, I said. After that rumor surfaced, everyone started to taunt me throughout the day. Aiden didn't say or do anything. He believed her. He followed her around like a lost puppy. He wanted her. I thought he was... My mum starts to say, but I turned to look at her and shake my head. I was on my own and had no one to turn to. All day, the taunting started, and snide remarks happened. But Choli didn't stop there when I was on my own. She decided to take out her anger or whatever she was feeling at the time, which, at the time, she had a fight with Aiden, as most people in the school could hear them down the hall. Apparently he didn't like the way she was acting towards me, but she made it clear that day that she was his girlfriend and he should have nothing to do with me. When the argument was done and Aiden left her, she was alone. I don't know what happened, but she was bleeding and blaming me for attacking her, I said, remembering that day all too well. A shiver rippled through me, but I continued. I arrived to get my books from my locker at the time. I watched Choli go to the floor and pretend to cry when Aiden came back. All he could see was Chol lying on the floor, covered in her own blood. She had wiped her blood all over me before she laid down on the floor. Mum and Sasha look on, confused as I try to tell them everything. I was too shocked to do anything, but Aiden was furious at me and pushed me into a locker, squeezed my throat hard, and nearly blacked out. Choli made him stop, and he let me go. I went to the floor. Chloe smiled as he pulled her to him and smiled. She had won him over and even kissed him in front of me. A lone tear escaped as I carried on. It hurt a lot, and after that, Aiden made Darren and Lee bring me outside. He had told them what I was supposed to have done. Coley watched on as all three boys beat me so badly that I couldn't move. Coley smiled from beginning to end. She left with Darren and Lee, while Aiden bent down and told me I was a pathetic, useless human who needed to be taught a lesson for hurting a pack member. Both of them looked at me, shocked. "Why would someone be so mean?" my mother asked. "Why would she be like that towards you?" I shrugged. "She had it in for me ever since she came to the pack," I said. "She arrived about a few months after you left, her mother and sister too, but her sister found her mate and left with him. Coley was mean then, but was never this cruel. Her sister was nice to me, but when she left, Chloe was worse," I say, looking toward the water. "I don't know what I did to her or whatever, but she had it out for me every day since she found out that I was with Adian." Clearing my throat, I continued to explain the rest of the story. "After that vicious attack, Dad was back at the pack house as he didn't know where I was. He never left anything for me to eat," I said. "Sometimes food was left outside the front door by someone who left it on the porch. I never knew who it was. It happened at least once a week, but stopped suddenly. When I came to from the beating, I limped all the way home until I got back to the cabin. But by then, I was beginning to feel hot and my body was on fire. All the pain I was in was hard, but I shifted on my own," I say. "You shouldn't have been on your own, sweet girl," Mum whispers as she places her thumb and finger on my chin, moving me to look at her. I close my eyes and sigh. "I had no option on that one," I say, opening my eyes and staring back at her. I realized I was a white wolf, and Lila explained to me that we were special. We figured out that we could mask our scent, which we used. Sasha looks at me. "So, that's why everyone thought you were a human?" she asked, making me nod. Sasha looked at me for a moment as something clicked. "How did you run around in wolf form?" she asked suddenly, and I looked down. "I didn't, not until today. I found it hard to shift due to the lack of food." Sasha growls, but I continue. "But there was something else that I found out later on, about 2 weeks after I shifted," I said. 2 weeks after shifting, I overheard Dad mention white wolves to Aiden. He told him that they are powerful, and if you ever see one, you must have it for your own, or they will destroy you. Mum's face hardened, but she didn't say anything, so I continued. I kept Lila safe, but it was a few days later that Alpha Robert made everyone in history class learn about the white wolf. Many of the boys just wanted the wolf for her power, nothing else, and the girls were afraid to mention anything, hoping they didn't know anyone who was one. Choli was a whole different thing. She laughed and said there has never been a white wolf around here in years. The last one lost her way and killed herself. I look at my mother, who stares ahead. "You were the last white wolf before me, weren't you?" I ask her, making her look at me and nod. "I never shifted in front of the pack or your father. Your grandfather told me never to shift until I knew I could trust my mate, but I couldn't shift for a while. After mating with your father, I fell pregnant with you straight away and I couldn't shift due to pregnancy. Then, once you were born, he began his torture on me," she said and sighed. "My wolf went quiet for a while due to all the abuse that he put us through. When I came here, it took me months to gain her back. She finally surfaced, but thinking about it, it was when you turned 13. She must have sensed your wolf coming forward," she says to me, placing her arms around my shoulders. Placing my head on her shoulder, I let it all go until she spoke again. "What happened with Aiden after? Did he apologize to you after what he did to you?" she asks. But I move and look at her blankly as I shake my head. "No, he never did. He never looked at me again. His main focus was on Chol. He would sit in on the beatings that she gave me and just stare at me like I never existed." Mum gave me a sad look, but it was Sasha who spoke next. "What a jackass. You both had been friends for years. He wanted to throw everything away for some buck," she says with a growl. I said nothing for a second as I gathered my thoughts. I would never go back to the pack. I hated everyone there. Clearing my throat, I place a small smile on my lips. "It's okay, Sasha. I will never see them again," I said, looking at her. I don't want anything to do with anyone from there. All I want to do now is get better and also heal myself, I say as I am about to continue, but my stomach has a different idea as it growls loudly, letting me know that I need to eat something. My cheeks go hot as my mother and Sasha laugh loudly. My mother looks at me and smiles. "Let's go back," she said. "We can get some food, and there is also someone I want you to meet, Mia." I smile but look at Sasha, who looks on blankly for a moment but comes back to us and grins. "Alpha Sam has been mind-linking me every 5 minutes to make sure you are still on the land. You must meet your uncle," she says with a smile. I nod but feel slightly nervous about meeting the rest of my family. MIA. All 3 of us turn around and head back towards the pack house. The walk back was silent, with only small talk being made. I was feeling overwhelmed, but happy that I was back with my mum. When the pack house was in sight, I notice a little boy looking over at us. He must have been about 6 years old. He stares at me and then towards my mother. Alpha Sam looks over and smiles. We walk closer. The scent of the boy is familiar, but then it hits me like a ton of bricks. I stop suddenly. My mother stops and looks back at me, and then towards the boy. She smiles. "Mia, this is your brother, Ryland, and Ryland. This is your older sister, Mia, I was telling you about," she says, looking between both of us with a smile. My mouth drops open wide. That explains the scent and why he smelt so familiar. He smells of a mixture of mum and dad. I have a younger brother, then it hits me hard. I look towards my mother, who looks back at me and nods her head. "He came from something bad, but he is also nothing like him either. He is like you, Mia," she says, raising her hand to place into mine. Ryland looks at me and stares with his mouth hanging open. "Mia, my sister is finally here. You look pretty," he says, sounding so innocent. I laugh, trying to deal with the whole thing. Ryland comes up to me and hugs my waist. I stiffened, as I never had someone do that to me before, but I soon relax and wrap my arms around his shoulders, pulling him closer to me. He looks up at me with his big brown eyes. "I will protect you, big sis." I smile down at him. "That would be nice, Ryland," I say to him, and he hugs me tighter. I look up and see Alpha Sam wrap his arms around his sister, bracing for her to lose herself. Mum leans against him as her tears flow freely down her cheeks. I couldn't work out if she was happy or sad. Alpha Sam leans his head on hers. "Both of your children are together at last?" He whispers and looks at me with a kind smile. "You must have questions to ask me, for everyone. I will answer them, but first we must eat," he says, looking towards the pack house door to his mate, who is smiling at us. Alpha Sam looks back at me and Ryland, who is now staring back at him. "Come," he said, letting go of my mother and smiling, moving away from her with his hand in hers as he continued. "There are loads to eat," he says. Lila purred in my head but said nothing. I knew she didn't want to say anything. This was a family moment, even though she was family to me. This was a reunion that was meant to happen, and boy, was it something I never thought that could have been possible. Shaking away my thoughts, I watched Mum and Alpha Sam walk to the pack house. I felt moved to look up at me, making me look at him with a smile. "Come on," he said. "We also make loads of food, and it is delicious." I grinned but said nothing. Ryland placed his hand in mine. We started to walk and headed toward the pack house. We stepped inside and headed to some huge double doors. Ryland opened it, and I stopped, rooted to the spot. Before me was a grand hall of the castle, which was filled with rows of tables. They placed food along the tables, with chairs on either side. There were loads of people, which made me feel slightly nervous. I have never been with so many people. Some people looked up and stared at me, but Alpha Sam cleared his throat and smiled. "Everyone," he called out, his eyes roaming over every single person who was sitting. "I know there have been so many questions about our visitor that have turned up, and I will tell you all about her." Alpha Sam's eyes met mine. He smiled. "Standing next to Ryland," he said, "is my niece Mia. She lives here in the pack with us, and I hope you all will treat her with the same respect you have given me and my family." Lila moved closer and looked through my eyes. I felt nervous, which sent her to look forward. "Mia," she said, "there is no need to be afraid. They will accept you, your family, to the Alpha." "That doesn't make a difference," I muttered. "I don't know if I can get used to this." Lila said nothing. She knew how I felt. She could sense it. Mum is waiting for us, Ryland blurts out, making me look at him. His eyes were in the grand hall. I looked to where he was looking, and Mum walked toward us with a smile. She stopped before us, but her eyes were on me. "I know this is overwhelming," she said, looking over her shoulder and then back at me. "No one here will hurt you. Come and have some food, then I will show you where you will be staying." I gave her a nod. Mum moved away, and we followed. Ryland's hand was mine until we reached the table where Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie sat. There were 3 seats empty on the other side of Alpha Sam. Mum motioned for me to sit in the middle seat. I sat down while Ryland and Mum sat on either side of me. "Tuck in." Alpha Sam looked at me and smiled. I looked toward the food, feeling my stomach grumble. I knew I was hungry again, but didn't know if I could eat a lot. After an hour, food went by and ate what I could. Conversation flowed freely amongst everyone, and I tried to listen in what I could, but there was too much going on. "Mia," Alpha Sam called, making me look at him. He smiled. "I know you haven't had long in the pack, and I want you to settle in for a few days," he said, and looked toward my mother, who gave him a brief nod. Alpha Sam looked back at me and sighed. "I will want to speak with you about what truly happened in your pack. When you are ready to talk, we can talk about it." I felt my stomach drop at the mere thought of bringing up what happened to me in my pack. The thought of them being my pack felt like a distant memory since I came here, but there has been too much going on in one day to even think about it. I needed to rest, and Lila agreed with me. A few days of not overthinking what happened might be what we need. "I need some time," I whisper, looking at him. Alpha Sam nodded. "I know," he said. "Too much for one day. I get that. Have a few days to get your bearing around here. Then we will talk." I gave him a nod. Another hour passed by. Lila was laying in my head and listening to what she could from many people. Some were still quiet when it came to me, and no one brought up my pack, which was good. Ryland let out a loud yawn, making me look at him. He smiled, but you could tell he was tired. "It's getting late," my mother said, making me look back at her. She grinned. "Ryland needs to go to bed," she said. "I'm going to take him up. Do you want to come with us? I can show you where you will be staying." I gave her a smile and a slight nod. We said our goodbyes. My mum led Ryland and me up the stairs and onto the 4th floor to our room. Mum stopped by a room and opened the door. Ryland stepped inside but stopped. He looked at me with a smile. "I will see you tomorrow," he said. I gave him a nod. "I will be in soon," she said. "I'm going to show Mia where she will stay, and then I will get you to bed." Ryland nodded and moved further into the room. Mum looked at me and smiled. "He is so excited to have you with us," she says in a whisper. Mum moved away, and I followed her. She came to another door and opened it. "Here is where I stay, and we all have joining rooms. That room is easier for Ryland, especially when he gets exhausted," she said, opening the door. She steps inside and motions for me to follow her. I follow her and stop, my mouth gaping open, taking in the room. Her room was like an apartment. It had a little lounge area and dining room. My eyes skimmed over the place, but I could feel her eyes on me. I was looking around. Lila came forward and gasped. "This is bigger than the cabin," she muttered. I said nothing. The mere thought of the cabin made my stomach churn. I didn't want to think about it, not anymore. As I looked around, my eyes landed on 2 doors on either side of each other. "Mine is on the right," Mum blurts, making me look at her. Her eyes glistened slightly as she continued. "The left one is yours. I had it made years ago," she said, my eyes widening at the statement, but I said nothing. "I knew you would come back to me," she whispered. I stared at her, words failing me. I didn't know what to make of the last statement, but she continued. "I knew someday you would return to me," she said, but shook her head. I shouldn't have said anything. My eyes stay on her for a moment. I wanted to hug her, but it is hard to let someone in for now after everything I have been through. I needed time. Mum looked at me and gave me a small smile. "You have a small shower room in yours," she said. "Being older now, you will want your own space." I said nothing and went to the door on the left. I opened it and walked inside. I knew Mum was behind me, but she said nothing. I stepped inside and felt slightly dumbfounded. The room was beautiful, full of light purple, which was my favorite color when I was a child. "Is light purple still your favorite?" Mum blurts, making me look at her. My emotions were getting to me. Lila purred in my head, taking in the room. It was better than what I had for the last few years. Nothing but a single mattress on the ground and nothing else. Yes, I whisper, a lone tear escaping. It's beautiful, I murmured, looking at her. She smiled but sniffed. Well, I bet you are tired and want some sleep, so I will leave you to do it. I will check on you soon. I smiled and watched my mum turn and leave. She closed the door behind her. Looking back, I looked toward the door. That had to be the bathroom. My body was tired. I could feel it. I walked over to the bathroom and quickly got myself ready. Once I was done, I turned and headed back into my room. I didn't even bother looking around again. Exhaustion took over and lay on the bed. With no time to spare, as soon as my head hit the pillow, my eyes closed and made me drifted off into darkness. Not before Lila sighed. Sleep and rest, she whispered, her words fading out. You deserve happiness now, my dear Mia. Aiden. A few days have passed since what happened with Beta David's home. There was an investigation into what happened, but everyone put it down to gas. I knew it wasn't gas, but I couldn't tell anyone what I found. I had no proof or idea whose blood I found. Everyone has been back to normal around here. Going to training and having fun, even though I have done the same, my mind often wanders to Mia. My heart sinks every time. I don't know if it is guilt for what happened to her or the fact that I haven't been a good friend to her over the last few years, coming to bite me on the ass. It was hard to tell which one. All the above, my wolf blurted out with a growl. I ignored him and looked out the window of the office. My wolf hasn't been talking to me tidily and has blocked me a few times since that night by the cabin. We stayed there for a while till the sun came up and strolled back. But when we got to our room, Chloe was there, which only made him mad. He didn't want to have anything to do with her, and at that point in the morning, with no sleep, neither did I. But that didn't stop him. I sent Chloe away, which she wasn't happy with, but I didn't care. I stayed in my room most of the next day, trying to catch up on my sleep even though it didn't come naturally. My mind raced over everything, but questions kept popping into my head. After a few hours of trying to get some sleep, I went to training and kept my mind off of everything. My friends, Lee and Darren, were quiet for a while, but after training, we all went to our local hangout and enjoyed some time together. We talked about Mia for a little while before Chloe and Sarah came into the room. All three of us knew what Chloe was like regarding Mia. She would run her mouth off about her horribly and how we felt. We didn't want to hear it. I knew my wolf would probably appear if he heard anything bad. While we were together, Darren and Ellie were together. We talked briefly before Darren and Ellie were all over each other. It was nice, and I was happy for them, but part of me wanted to find my mate. After my birthday, I knew my mate wasn't in the pack. I admit I was more revealed that Chloe wasn't my mate, but that didn't change her. She was still trying to be all over me. Shaking my thoughts, I looked through the window of the office. I was waiting for my father to return. He has been on Beta David duty ever since the fire. He has been acting weirder every time I see him. He was still drinking, more heavily than normal. The death of Mia might have been the tipping point for him. My father has been watching over him and even asked me to do some alpha business while he was looking after him, which I have been doing. It has been a good excuse for Chloe to keep away from me. When I mentioned I was doing more alpha duties, she looked excited and mentioned becoming my Luna. But I ignored her, telling her I had to think about it. My wolf growled at the mere thought of her. She's not our Luna, he muttered. She will never be ours. I looked back at him. Fran frowned. What if we have to choose a chosen mate? I asked. My wolf glared at me. Not happening, he growled. Mate will be Luna, and no one will tell us otherwise. I said nothing, but I felt defeated. There was no use in trying to persuade him. He was stubborn. My wolf huffed in my head and moved further back. He placed a block up on me, which only made me roll my eyes at the damn dog. Staring out the window, I watched a few people jog by and head toward their homes. They all seemed to be happy. Glancing over my shoulder, I looked at the clock and sighed. It looked like my father had forgotten to come here again. Where the hell was he? Looking back at the window, I sighed. I needed to leave. I was supposed to meet Darren to review the extra training session I wanted him to do. Lee was my second in command, my beta, but Darren was my friend and even offered to help. He knows Lee is to be my beta, but I wanted to tell him I wanted him to be my gamma. I needed them both to help me run this place when I take over, and they have been my friends since we were young pups. A ping from my phone echoes around the room, which pulls me from my thoughts. I moved away from the window and grabbed it from the desk. It was a text from Darren. "Where shall I meet you?" I sighed and typed a message for him to meet me in the office. There was no point in going anywhere else. We probably would be disturbed by others around us if we went to the lounge or even my room to talk. After sending the text, another two came through. One was from Lee, which read, "I have changed the tire on the car and looked over the engine." It read, "I sorted it all out and it will be ready for whatever journeys we take now, even to school." Lee is handy with mechanical things and my car was playing up. I asked him to look at it and he agreed, but finishing it took him all day. I messaged a thank you and told Darren and me to meet in the office to review the new training. Knowing that he wouldn't answer and come straight here, I looked at the other message from Chloe. I frowned, letting my finger hover over the message. Part of me wanted to know, but I wasn't bothered by what she was doing. Letting out a sigh, I pressed open and read it. "I'm popping into town with my mum to go shopping," she texted. "We are taking her care, making a day of it, and may even stay out overnight." Without texting back, I felt slightly relieved. At least I could breathe for a night, and not have her hound me like her next meal. Shuddering at the thought, I move back but stop when I spot Chloe and her mother coming into view, which makes me frown. Knowing they were heading out was not the problem. The problem was they were heading in the wrong direction. Keeping my eyes on them, I step to the side and watch, keeping out of sight. Chloe and her mum, Josephine, look around before walking away, but I watch them both look up at the office window before they do. I move away, keeping away, and place my head on the wall till I look back and notice they are walking toward the north border, nowhere near where their car is parked, which is odd. I step out and watch them, watching Josephine look around again, and they both shift into their wolves. What the hell were they doing? A knock on the door echoed around, while my eyes stayed glued to the two wolves until they were out of sight. I needed to find out what they were doing. The door opened, which made me look over my shoulder to see Lee and Darren stepping inside with smiles. "Hey," Darren said, walking over to the chair and Lee following him. "Where's the training schedule?" I said nothing while my mind raced, but I knew I had to tell them what I saw. Maybe it was nothing, but why text me and lie about what she was doing? After everything that has happened here over the last few days within the pack, I wanted nothing else to happen. If I was going to be taking over after my father, I needed to figure it out for myself, but with the help of my beta and gamma, MIA, a few days later. Over the next few days, I try to get into a routine. Spending time with Mum, Alpha Sam, and Ryland has been nice, but it is still all so real. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that I have them in my life. I haven't met my grandparents yet, but I know they are around. Alpha Sam told me they didn't want to overwhelm me and would be around when I was ready, which Lila and I thought was nice. Today, I have been sitting with Sasha, discussing what will happen soon. I was joining a new school with her, and there was training. I have never done any in my old pack due to being ignored and abused by everyone. Sasha wanted to teach me some basics, just so I could handle myself. I was grateful, but I knew I needed to be with someone else. Lila was in my head, sleeping. She has been calm since we came here, and has even been free to roam the pack. No one seems fazed to see a white wolf, which is unheard of. Footsteps came closer to us. "Mia, could I talk to you for a moment?" a gruff voice says. I looked up to see my uncle, Alpha Sam. He wasn't alone, Luna Sadie was with him. I gave him a smile and a slight nod while leaving Sasha with Luna Sadie. I follow Alpha Sam to his office. Once we are inside, he takes his place behind his desk and I sit in front of the desk. There is some silence between us, but Alpha Sam looks at me and smiles. "I have to say, it has been so nice having you here with us," he says. "I have loved getting to know you better since you have been here." I smiled. Mum and Alpha Sam have been talking to me, helping me settle into the pack. It has been a huge adjustment. I knew my uncle wanted to talk to me, but I wasn't too fond of talking about it all now, sitting in his office. I knew where this was going, and I had to be brave to tell him everything I knew and more. While you were in your old pack, we were trying to find you and get you from there, he continued, making me pull back from my thoughts. Ever since your mother, my sister, came back here to live. I stared at him and nodded. How come you didn't come for me? I asked. He was the only one who had questions. I had my own. I have many questions, and I know he is the only one who can answer them. Movement in my head made me realize that Lila was awake and alert. I want to know too, she murmured, coming close to the surface but not to be shown. I knew she would take over if there was something she wanted to say, but we both had the same questions that needed answering. Alpha Sam looks at me with a hint of regret, but lets out a slight breath before he continues. I'm so sorry, my dear. We couldn't get hold of Alpha Robert for months after your mother came here, he said, while regret turned to anger when he carried on. Your father was nowhere to be seen either after what he did to your mother. I had to deal with the annoying Gamma, who thought he was the one in charge all the time. I could feel his loath of Gamma Richard sweep over me. It was weird to feel an Alpha react like that to someone lower than him. Lila let out a slight laugh in my head, knowing we weren't the only ones who didn't like the guy. When I finally got hold of Alpha Robert, he kept putting me off, telling me that I had no right to know about you, he continues, but sighs. He changed the pack number, so it was hard to get hold of him after that. He made sure the council never told me the number. A small growl slips through, but why did Alpha Robert act like that? Yes, he would, Lila growled. Especially if someone was speaking in his ear. He didn't know what was going on due to being withdrawn, but that doesn't mean he didn't trust the person who was telling them to him. My stomach dropped while my uncle continued to tell me more. After 2 years of fighting an endless battle with the council and the pack, your mother was on the verge of having a mental breakdown due to personal reasons, he says, but stops. His eyes stay on mine for a while before he sighs. You see, when your mother left, he said, your parents were still marked and mated with each other and soon had you. Your father never slept with anyone else, not even Luna Maria, but he did fall in love with her. Alpha Sam kept his eyes on me. I knew most of the story, but not all. Your mother was the most beautiful woman out of all the pack. Even Luna Maria was jealous of her, and she noticed that your father would get jealous of every man who showed your mum's attention, he spoke. Alpha Robert loved his Luna more than anything, but that was not enough for her. Alpha Sam's face hardened. After she was killed, your father lost the only person he loved, and he wanted your mother to die instead, but she never did, he said, with rage spiraling out of control. It was hard to hear, but I knew most of what happened. After the funeral, and when she left, she came here. Everything was okay for a few weeks until one night after food, your mother was doubled over in pain. He was another woman. He broke her heart all over again. I looked back at my uncle and was in shock, but I knew he had another woman. I looked down at my hands while I spoke. I knew he was with someone else, but I didn't know who. He would be with her. Her scent was foul like dead lilies, I say, making my nose scrunch up. I looked back up at him, but Alpha Sam had an amused look on his face. You definitely pull the same jibs as your mother and brother, he says. I take it you didn't know who she was. He never brought the woman over or to the cabin. I shook my head. No, that cabin was mine, I muttered. He was always in the pack house all the time and only came back when he wanted to let off steam on me, which only got worse towards the end. I stared at him. Tell him how it started, Lila murmured. They can't hurt you now. I stilled, but I knew she was right. My dad only came back when Chola mentioned some lie about me in front of him, I murmured, looking back at my hands. She told him I cheated on a test and made something else up. That was the beginning of the torment. Alpha Sam stared at me, but a slight frown appeared. Who is Cole? He asked with a questioning look. You mentioned her before. Is she new to the pack? I gave him a nod. Do you remember what pack she came from? He asked, his face going blank. I had to think about that, and then it came to me. The Midnight Pack, I said, and my uncle's eyes widened. Lila came closer and stared at him. "He knows their pack," she murmured. "His wolf is pacing. I can sense him." My stomach dropped. I didn't know much about the pack, only what Alpha Robert had said, and that was the day they came to our pack to live. MIA. My uncle looks at me and clears his throat. "What do you know about the Midnight Pack?" he asked, keeping his eyes on me. I stared at him for a moment and let out a sigh. "I don't remember much, only that Alpha Robert made everyone come and even told my father I had to be there," I said, remembering how he spoke to me. I left after he did and stayed behind everyone. I kept to myself as I knew no one wanted me there. When we were all gathered, a car arrived. Choli stepped out first, and then her sister, Madeline, then their mother, Josephine, I say, and he looks at me, but his face is blank. Alpha Robert told us that they were new members of our pack, and they came from the Midnight Pack. Alpha Sam stared at me, but I continued. Alpha Robert told us what he knew. The Midnight Pack was dismantled and were forced into being rogues. My uncle cleared his throat and sighed. "How did Alpha Robert agree to have them?" he asked. "He was hell-bent on not allowing anyone into your pack. They must have given Alpha Robert something for them to be brought into the pack. Did they say their surnames or anything?" I shrugged. "Alpha Robert never spoke about pack business to anyone, only the ones closest to him," I said, a little agitated. I wasn't exactly the one anyone came to talk to, after all. Alpha Sam's face softened, but I continued. "He didn't mention any surnames," I said. "Not when I was there, only their first names." My uncle stared at me before he spoke again. Did either woman mention about the pack and what rank they were? Staring at him, I seemed confused. Lila sighed. "Something is up. I gathered that part, but I wanted to know what he knew. Alpha Robert didn't mention what rank they were. He only introduced them. Why do you ask?" My uncle looked at me. His eyes were holding so much, but what? After a few moments of being in silence, my uncle sighed. "What do you know about the Midnight Pack?" he asked, leaning back in his seat. "Or does no one speak about other packs anymore?" I stared at him, but Lila was close. She said nothing. Clearing my throat, I stared at him. I felt like I was in trouble. "There were a few tales about them," I said. "Most of the pack members gossip. From what I heard when I walked around, many said that the Alpha was killed in an attack or something, and the pack was run by the pack members themselves." My uncle said nothing, but I shrugged, leaning back in my chair. "I don't really know," I said. "I wasn't exactly the one everyone spoke to, so I am only going off hearsay." Alpha Sam's eyes softened, but he moved up in his seat and sighed. "Well, part of what you heard about the Alpha is true," he said. "The Midnight Pack didn't exactly have an Alpha. He was killed by the council for being untrustworthy about werewolves and his obsession with magic. He used to sell his pack members for potions to the dark witches." My eyes widened while my uncle carried on. "He was that obsessed with magic. He thought the witches would help him in his demons." "Did they?" I asked. "Help him?" Alpha Sam looked at me and sighed. "I only know a handful who were that stupid to join his obsession," he said. "Word got out from a few escaped pack members who were worried about their families. The council took charge and ordered his death." Did he cause a war?" I asked, making my uncle nod. "He did. The war raged through his pack. Many tried to stay out of it, but there were plenty of casualties. A council member killed the Alpha and made sure no witch was near the land." Alpha Sam stared at me for a moment and then carried on. "The council placed the Beta in charge," he said, "thinking that a new Alpha would cause more issues. They believed that the pack would hate having another Alpha out, and the Beta seemed to be more within their rights. He told them that he was the one running the pack, not the Alpha. The Alpha went about his obsession more, while the Beta was left dealing with all the important issues. Something about the way he told me this, there was more." Lila was still intrigued by the story. I have never heard or seen her this engrossed in something other than me. Her eyes were locked on my uncle. "After everything was set in place," he said, "everything resumed back to normal until a few months later when another pack member escaped and came to the council. This time, it had to do with the Gamma and Beta." I said nothing. I let him carry on. "The pack member told the council that there was something going on between Beta and the Gamma titles. When the council members left, they only allowed Beta and Gamma families to stay in the pack house while other pack members lived in filth. My eyes widened. "What do you mean in filth?" I asked. My uncle looked at me and his face hardened. They were left to live around the pack in tents or houses that were abandoned after the attack on the Alpha. The Beta and Gammas lived like royalty while they suffered, he said. After deliberation, the council members asked for assistance in helping the pack. "What do you mean?" I asked, moving my head to the side. "We were called in to help," he said, his eyes on me. My eyes widened while he continued. "I had to go there with your grandfather to kill them. Most of the pack wanted to join our pack, which we allowed after we called the ones in question out. The other pack members who stood idle by what the Beta and Gamma were doing were given a choice to either be punished for the crimes with them or were forced to become rogues." "What happened with the Beta and Gamma family?" I asked. My uncle frowned. "Well, that part is on the fence," he said. "By the time we got there, someone clearly had told them what was going on because only the Beta and Gamma themselves were left, but not their families." I said nothing, but my stomach twisted in knots. "To know more, I have to ask someone else to join us," he said, looking at me. "Who the hell could that be?" Alpha Sam looked at me and gave me a small smile. "Luna Sadie was part of the Midnight Pack," he said. My eyes widened. I watched as my uncle's expression went blank. Lila moved in my head and sighed. "He is mind-linking his Luna," she murmured. "I think she will tell us more." Judging by what my uncle had said about her being a member of the Midnight Pack, she would know who the Beta family is and where they are. Part of me had a sinking feeling this was going to get a whole load worse. MIA. After a few seconds, Luna Sadie walks into the office. "My darling, you wanted to see me," she asked with a smile. Alpha Sam looked loving at his mate. He held out his hand for his mate, and Luna Sadie walked over to him and grasped it. I couldn't take my eyes off them. Seeing an Alpha and Luna act this way was a rare sight. Luna Sadie leaned closer and kissed Alpha Sam on the cheek. She moved back up and sighed. Her eyes went to me while her lips curled up into a grin. "Mia," she said, glancing back at Alpha Sam. "Why am I here?" she asked. Alpha Sam looked at me and then back at her. "We were talking and I wanted to ask you something," he asked, which made Luna Sadie nod. "Honey," he asked, "do you remember the names of the Beta family in the Midnight Pack?" Luna Sadie looks at him confused but nods. "Yes, my darling. Why would you like to know them? They were bad people. Even their children were horrible," she says and looks at me, then back at my uncle. Alpha Sam's aura changed slightly, which made Lila come forward more. "When she mentioned that," she said, "he wanted to avoid bringing it up." "I wonder why?" I asked. "We need to know," Lila said, which made me look back at them both. "Please, honey, can you tell us?" he asked. Luna looked reluctant to say their names. There was a slight change in her, but it was hard to read. What the hell did these people do to her? Luna Sadie cleared her throat and looked between Alpha Sam and me. "The Beta was Richard. He was ruthless," she murmured, but her eyes met mine. "He had a mate and 4 children, who were also the same. Horrible people. Josephine, Madeline, Brody, Cole, and Charlie." I stare at her in shock. My stomach knotted when I let 3 of the names sink in. It can't be them, surely. 2 of them are in my old pack as we speak, and the other is long gone. Luna Sadie studies my face for a moment when the realization sets in. Her face goes white. "Which ones were at your old pack?" she blurts out in a whisper. "Josephine and Coley," I said, clearing my throat. Luna Sadie's mouth dropped open, but she quickly closed it. She looks like she's going to be sick. "Madeline was there, but she left a while ago," I added. After a short time and the shock subsides, Luna Sadie braces herself by placing her hands on Alpha Sam's desk. "Dear Goddess," she says, staring at me. I felt my stomach knotting up again, knowing she knew them, but it was the way she acted that had me concerned. Luna Sadie moved back and walked around the desk. She pulled up the chair next to me and sat down. She placed her hand in mine, but her eyes went to Alpha Sam. My eyes darted to my uncle, who looked concerned and hadn't taken his eyes off his mate. "I am so sorry to hear that you had to deal with them," she murmured, making me tense. I only had to deal with Chloe. I never had to deal with Josephine, but I did see her around. I kept out of her sight. There was something about her that gave off bad energy. Lila never felt comfortable either when she was close, but she never understood why. My eyes stayed on Luna Sadie. Feeling slightly confident, I cleared my throat and spoke. "What were they like in your old pack?" I asked, making Luna Sadie tense more. "They were the cause of our destruction," she said but sighed. "Well, part of it, anyway, but that will be for another time." Luna Sadie leaned back in her chair and continued. "Beta Richard was a cruel man," she said, "and Josephine was worse. She was my age and was hell-bent on whoever would listen to her that she only wanted power. She never wanted a mate. When Richard and Josephine realized who they were to each other, it was hate at first sight. She didn't want him, and it was the other way around. He only had her when he wanted her. But she was known around the pack as the town slut," she said, rolling her eyes. "She would sleep around and didn't care about her mate. He was ruthless, and more so when she got involved in institutions that were due to her schemes. Josephine caused a lot of the issues we had towards the end. As for the children, it was like mother and daughter between Chloe and Josephine," she said, her face hardening. "As for the other daughter, Madeline only had one thing in mind, and that was finding her mate, and she never cared for anything else. Whereas Chloe followed her mother, she wanted to be in the thick of it all. I wouldn't be surprised if Josephine made her do things and loved it." A shiver rippled through me. If they were that ruthless in that pack, then why not in my old pack? They were more for tormenting and getting what they wanted. Nothing drastic. "What about Brody and Charlie?" My uncle blurts out, pulling me back from my thoughts. I forgot that Chloe had brothers, but the main question was why they didn't show up with them when they did. "What were they like?" My eyes went to him but moved to Luna Sadie, who seemed to be glaring at him. "Brody was a womanizing piece of crap," she muttered. "He followed his mother in all kinds of ways, even with the woman. He had different ones who were loyal to him, but he was always making someone's life a living hell. As for Charlie, he was as ruthless as his father," she said, her face hardening. "He liked torturing whoever needed it, and most didn't towards the end." Luna Sadie sighed but looked at me. "I have to ask," she muttered, "was Chloe the one who caused most of the problems for you when she arrived?" All I could do was nod, but words failed me. Lila growled. "Why would she do that?" she muttered, but I ignored her. Luna Sadie's eyes softened. "I am sorry that you had to endure her," she said. My mind raced over some parts, but there were many questions that were stuck, and I couldn't let them go. "Why did that come to my old pack?" I asked, making them both tense. "Why didn't the boys go there?" Alpha Sam cleared his throat, which made me look at him. His eyes held more, but his face was hard. "Mia," he murmured. "Many local packs knew what happened to Luna Marie. Alpha Robert was absent. It would have been a perfect setup for anyone who wanted to ruin or take over a pack." My stomach twisted. This was all for power, but for what gain, and why my old pack? Even though my father tarnished my name with most pack members, I still didn't want anyone to die or suffer, and not by people who didn't even belong there. Shaking my thoughts away, I looked toward my uncle and Luna Sadie. Luna Sadie looked at her mate and then back at me. "I think they targeted your pack because of the stories that circled around all packs about what happened," she said, and her eyes softened when she looked at me longer. "When they got there, they must have learned the bad blood between your father and you, due to your father. They might have found a way in, especially if Alpha Robert wasn't around like an alpha should." My stomach twisted, knowing that was more of a possibility, but Luna Sadie continued. "Now, if the girls are there and not the boys," she said, her voice full of concern when she continued, "I am worried about where the hell have they gone." There was a slight hint of worry in her voice, but she sighed. "They were never far from Josephine. They were like her lapdogs, ready to pounce when they were called." That was unnerving to know. "We need to start training," Lila muttered, making me look back at her with a frown. "What?" I asked. "Why? We have never learned to fight since this whole thing." Lila stared at me while her eyes softened. "I know," she said. "And that wasn't your fault. It was that deadbeat father of ours." Her anger towards him filled my veins, which was more than I could muster when she continued. "I think they are going to find a way of getting to us or to this pack. They are looking for power. They took out one pack and slowly destroyed our old pack. It would be a matter of time before they came here too." A shiver rippled through me again. I needed to think about it. It was not like a ride in the park for me fighting. I haven't done it in a long time. MIA. My eyes darted to Luna Sadie. My emotions were getting the better of me, and I knew it was affecting Lila. I closed my eyes and cracked my neck to one side. Lila stirred in my head and wanted to explain more to them. She had now taken over. When I opened my eyes, I let Lila take over, but I'm close to her so I could listen to what she has to say to Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie. I watched through my eyes while my uncle and Luna Sadie stared back stunned. Lila said nothing. She could feel their wolves, who seemed to be on edge by her appearance, and a little startled. Lila sends a calming aura around her to let their wolves know she means no harm to them or their humans. Lila looks at them before she speaks to them. I am Lila, Maya's wolf. I assume her mother and Sasha told you we are a white wolf, she muttered, making their eyes widen in amazement. My uncle cleared his throat, and a slow grin pulled the corners of his lips. Lila, he murmured, it is an honor to meet you. Lila nodded and smiled. Thank you, she said, mostly for saving me and Mia. We are so grateful to you all for what you have done for us. Mia got overwhelmed with everything and is still struggling with her feelings, especially hearing all about that family. My uncle nodded, but it was Luna Sadie who spoke. I take it you witnessed everything that happened to her, she asked, her eyes softened. Lila stared at her, but her face went hard. I did, she said. I couldn't do much about it. Mia wanted to keep me safe from the pack due to being a white wolf. It all came about when a teacher brought up white wolves in one of his classes. My uncle tensed, which didn't go unnoticed, but it was Luna Sadie who spoke. So you haven't shifted before? She asked, making Lila nod. We shifted once, she murmured and sighed. Not again. I hit well within Mia, making sure no one knew about me. The last time we shifted was the first day when I got here. My uncle's eyes widened, but he quickly recovered. So if you didn't shift, he said, that explains not training with the pack. Lila stayed still, but I tensed. There was no point in me training with them. I was already living in hell due to Chloe and the others. They would have been worse, and it would have given them an excuse to hurt me more. Lila stared at my uncle and let out a breath. We have never fought in our life, she said. Both Mia and I want to work hard, and I know Mia wants to do more than anything, so she can protect herself. Lila sighed. We need to show them my leg, I murmured, making Lila look back at me. We need to show them what Dad did. Anger swirled around inside us at the mere mention of my father. That man would never come back into my life again, that was for sure. Lila looked back and stood. Mia wants me to show you something, she murmured, looking between them before she lifted up my dress. My uncle's face watched her every move. My scars were now on show. Lila looked up when Luna Sadie placed her hand to her mouth to cover her shock, but Lila carried on. These were because of my father and the bullies, she said, looking up at them. Both of them were angry, and a growl escaped my uncle's lips. Lila put the dress back down. She sat down and stared at them. We don't want to be weak anymore, Uncle. I mean Alpha, she said, making my uncle's face soften at the mere mention of the word uncle. I need to be stronger. My uncle smiled, but before he could say anything, Lila had more to say. We want to fight, due to what happened with Mia, she said, moving her head to the side. I was too weak to heal her, let alone protect her. But somehow she found the courage to protect me all through all this. I want to take that lead with her. I want to help her become more powerful. We need to be strong. Please help us, Alpha and Luna, she says and stands up again. I watched in amazement as she took a knee in front of them and lowered her head. Both were in shock by her move, but she continued. I will protect not only my human but the pack as well, she said, looking up at them. We are already as one, but we want to fight and train as one as well. My uncle beamed while she spoke. Your pack is strong, she said. We will train with whoever you say, and we will start straight away. We are here to help and serve you, Alpha and Luna. I sensed some pride coming from my uncle when his eyes met Lila and mine. Lila vowed her loyalty to the pack and to my uncle and his Luna. We would fight to the death to be able to defend it. This pack is now our home. No one has treated us any differently, even though we haven't been officially part of the pack. Lila wanted to be here, and so did I. We are with our true family, Lila said, looking back at me. We belong with them. That's why I declared for us. We need them more than anyone." She was right, we needed them to help us. Our mother and brother were here with the grandparents, an uncle and an aunt. This is what family is meant to me. Lila closed my eyes and pushed me forward while she went back. She stayed close just to hear what my uncle had to say. I opened my eyes to see my uncle and Luna Sadie grinning. Alpha Sam stood up, and so did Luna Sadie. I watched my uncle move from his place and walk over to me. He places his hand on my shoulder and nods for us to get up. Both of them are smiling at me. "My dear, both of you never kneel to anyone," he said. "We all should be kneeling to you. You're the moon goddess wolf. We will be honored to train and help you." Alpha Sam looked at me and looked to Luna Sadie, then back at me. "You won't be the only one who needs to train. We do have another white wolf here who can help you master your power and help you train," he said. I looked at him and smiled. "Mum," I said, which made him nod. "But I will help you both to train as well," he blurted out, which made me arch my eyebrow at him. "Your mum hasn't exactly trained for the last few years, but she was one mean fighter and warrior back before she moved with your father," he said, feeling proud. "We will start training when your leg is healed," he said. "I'm not going to go soft on you, though." I let out a laugh. "I wouldn't dream of it," I said, making him grin. "Since that's settled," he said, "I will let your mum know what we have come up with. You both can start training when you are healed." I nodded, but suddenly his phone rang. Alpha Sam moved toward it and answered, but his eyes went to me with a smile. "Gwen," he said, "it is so good to hear from you. What has been happening?" My eyes stayed on him. Gwen, who was she? And why did her name sound familiar to me? MIA. Alpha Sam listened to whatever Gwen had to say and sighed. "That's okay. Make sure they don't find anything. Keep me updated. Thank you for the call. Bye," he said, placing the phone back down. My uncle looked at me and motioned for me to sit back down. I did when he started to talk. "Well, it seems like your father has grown a coincidence since you've been here," he said, sounding surprised. "He has been crying because his daughter is dead." I looked back, startled. Gwen must have been mistaken. That man would never act like that about me. "What do you mean, like I am dead?" I asked him, looking confused. Luna Sadie looks at both of us, but her attention goes to Alpha Sam. "You need to tell her," she murmured, looking back at me with a smile. "She needs to know." My uncle looked at me and sighed. "There is something I didn't tell you first," he said, and looks back at his mate before looking back at me again. "You see, Shadow Creek has been having some rogues come onto the land without anyone noticing." I stared at him, confused. How could that be? Someone would have noticed a rogue there, surely? My uncle continued. "But someone did start to notice due to the smell and told Alpha Robert in confidence. The person spoke away from pack ears. Alpha. Robert reached out to me and asked to send a representative to the pack to be his and my ears for the time being." I gasped. "How long has the person been there?" I asked, wondering why no one has commented on there being a someone new there. My uncle smiled. "She has only been there for a few days," he said. "She was the one who got you to safety. She found you. She also been in contact with your mother at the time. Her name is Gwen, she is Sasha's auntie, and she is the representative looking into the rogues." My eyes widened, but I said nothing. "Did she find anything?" Luna Sadie asked, looking at Alpha Sam. He nodded, looking between us. I was trying to wrap my head around it all, but I carried on listening to him. "It seems the two people that we were talking about earlier, Josephine and Cole, have been meeting up with rogues on the other side of the Broader," he said with a scowl. "Gwen secretly followed Josephine first, thinking it might just be her, but her daughter went with her. Gwen had a potion that could mask her scent. She stayed as far back, but close enough to see what was happening. She saw them talking about the fire that happened at the cabin, the one you stayed in. It seems that they wanted to know if they had anything to do with it," he said, but his face went blank while he spoke. "But both Alpha Robert and I knew that it wasn't any rogue who set the fire. It was Gwen. When Alpha Robert was on his own, she explained everything she found at the cabin, and let's just say he was not too thrilled with what he heard, what his beta had done to his daughter." Alpha Sam sighed and looked at me before he continued. "Alpha Robert is a good man and needed to learn the truth about what was going on with you," he said, his face softening. He couldn't believe how blind he had been to what his Luna and Beta were doing behind his back. He said he will never come looking for you, Mia, or your mother. I looked back at him. My mind raced over all the information. It was too much to process now. Alpha Robert knew about my mother being here, so why not send me to her? You see, little one, my uncle said, pulling me from my thoughts and looking at him. Alpha Robert is my dearest friend. We always have a drink at the Alpha meetings. Gwen told him about the meeting of Josephine and Chloe with the rogues, he said. But she had to leave as there were guards patrolling around, which meant everyone couldn't stay and dispersed away. Josephine and Chloe left with Gwen going a different way to them, so it didn't look like she had followed them. What about the rogues? I asked. Did she see where they went? Alpha Sam shook his head. No, he said. She followed their scent away but lost them near the human town close by. There were too many scents for her to locate them. I looked back at them with a frown. What happens now? I asked. My uncle sighed and looked at me. Well, Gwen is staying there for 2 weeks just to keep up the appearances, he said. She wants to do some digging around about some other bits and about the rogues, but she will be home soon for you to meet her. I gave him a nod while he continued. Alpha Robert will allow her to stay and to inform both of us about anything suspicious that is going on, he said. In the meantime, I will ring him later with all the information that you and my lovely mate have given me. He needs to know what he is dealing with. While Gwen is there, she will make sure your father doesn't do anything or try to locate you, he said firmly, which made my heart spike. I didn't want to see my father again, not as long as I lived. Gwen has been careful around everyone, he said, moving his head to the side. He looked like he wanted to say something else. While all this was being said, I felt my head getting heavy. I looked back to see Lila letting out a yawn. I think we are better off staying here, she murmured, placing her head back on her front paws. We can train. We don't need to hear any more about our old pack. They don't deserve to know us. I said nothing. I knew she was right. As much as I wanted to know about the pack, they were never there for me, especially with everything I went through with my father and the bullies. A yawn slipped past my lips, which I tried to stop, which didn't end well. Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie smiled. I think we should leave it here, he said with a smile. I have had your mother mind linking me every so often to see if we have been okay. I gave him a smile. I think I better go and see her, I said when another yawn escaped. Luna Sadie giggled. Of course, dear. I'm still surprised that you are still standing after everything you went through over the last few days, she said, but she looked at my leg. I looked down to where the bandage was. It was filthy due to shifting back and forth. There was also a slight bloodstain sweeping through. You need to change that, dear, she said softly. I watched her move and hold her hand to me, which I took. Come, dear, let's get you to your room, she said. I will send the pack doctor to you to sort that out. I nodded and moved out of my chair. Your mum will be waiting for you there, my uncle said, which made me look over my shoulder at him with a smile. Also, Mia, he said, grinning loud, it is so nice to finally have you back with us. I smiled, but said nothing since the tiredness was already sweeping in. Have a good rest now, he called out when I turned around. Luna Sadie and I walked through the office door and headed toward my room. We walked in silence for a moment when my mind was going over everything that was said, but there was thing I didn't know, and that was how my uncle met his Luna. How did you meet my uncle? I asked, making Luna Sadie look at me with a small smile. When your uncle found me, I was placed in a house full of lost women who lost their families due to the ruthless of the Beta, she said quietly, while we walked further but slowly. Many men would take a pick out of us. They would either wanted us for the night or to kill us, she says with a hint of sadness. I felt bad for asking. I didn't mean to, I said, sensing that it's really hard for her to tell me, but she shook her head. It's not as bad as you think, she said, placing her hand in mine and giving me a squeeze. My mother was there. She protected me as long as she could. Charlie came in and took her with him. She hid me behind her friend, who made sure I didn't say a word by placing her hand over my mouth. I could feel her pain. Clearly it was horrible. That was the last time I ever saw my mother again, she whispered. I don't know what happened to her. But when it came to the night, word got out that your uncle was coming and the beta wanted no prisoners. He sentenced us all to death. Many of the women were dragged, some escaped, I believe. A guard was dragging me towards the woods to kill me when your uncle shouted mate, then killed the guard. He kept me with him all night till he brought me back here with him. Luna Sadie stopped and looked at me. It was a horrific, she said. But the women who escaped came here with us and even found their mates. It was destined that your uncle and I were, and he was the one who saved us. Thinking about what she said, she was right. My uncle saved who he could. It is hard to believe that the pack didn't stand a chance with a bad alpha and beta ruling them. Luna Sadie looked to the side and smiled, making me look to see what she was staring at. We were on my mum's floor and the door opened with my mother standing in it. She was smiling. Luna Sadie looked at me and smiles. I am so happy that you are back with your family, Mia, she said. I will see you later. Luna Sadie and Mum spoke some brief words before she turned around. But before I could let her go, I couldn't help myself. I hugged her. You're our family too, I said softly to her. I felt her relax in my arms and moved away. Luna Sadie looked at me with a hint of tears there. I know, my dear. Now you must rest, she says, and gives both my mother and me a nod. I watched Luna Sadie walk away. When I turned around, I looked at my mother, who was staring at her sister-in-law. She went through hell, like us, and she is now happy, she said with a hint of sadness, but then hope and happiness swept in her eyes. But now we have you back with us. I felt my heart beat harder in my chest. I have never felt like this in a long time, not since my mother was back in the pack. Come on, she said, shaking away her own thoughts. Let's get you inside. The pack doctor will be here soon to check out your leg. I nodded and followed her inside. Also, she said, with a hint of a grin, can you tell me why my brother informed me that we are going to be training? I let out a laugh and smiled. I will tell you everything, I said, but a yawn escaped me again. Yeah, she said with a sigh. After you rest up and then we can talk. I didn't have it in me to argue with her. I looked back to check on Lila, but she was snoring in my head. That's what I was planning on doing for the next few hours until the pack doctor came to see me, Adian. Over the next few days, I kept myself busy and avoided everyone, especially Chloe. Every time she was near, my wolf Jake wanted to rip her apart. When I asked why, he would huff or get annoyed as if I knew why. I have been standing by the window in my father's office for the last few hours, wondering whether I should tell him what I had found. When Jake and I came back from the cabin's wreckage, I stayed in my room, wondering what the hell to do next. We both went back and got a sample of the blood that we found and got it analyzed, which was what we did. But when we went back, we weren't the only ones who were looking through all the rubble of the cabin. Well, 2 people were there. Chloe was one, which was even more surprising since she had a dislike for Mia, so why would she be there? Jake thought it was to make sure that she was dead, which seemed to make him angrier. I didn't confront her, mainly because she would have even denied being there or something. Every time I was with her, she seemed to be more stubborn and withdrawn. When our friends were around, she would pretend, but then she would leave me alone. There was also the fact that she was with her mother, Josephine, a lot, which was even more out of the ordinary. They were taking little walks around the area, which would be fine if they weren't too far from the borderlines. Some guards had seen them, but when they had got closer to inspect what they were doing, they were gone. I overheard some conversations with my father and them when I passed by his office. Everything seemed off, and I wanted to know more now. The second person who was in the cabin was the representative from the Dark Forest pack, Gwen. I stumbled up here being there when Jake wanted to go for a run. Ever since the fire, his runs would always lead us back to the cabin site. On one of those runs, we found Gwen staring at something. She didn't see us, but it was strange to see a completely strange person take an interest in what happened, especially since she didn't know Mia. My mind was racing wildly about everything. If anyone ever found out how I was feeling, they would question it, especially about how I treated Mia in school. We were once friends when we were little, but it feels like it changed overnight, and I don't even recognize either of us anymore. Jake was quiet in my head and asleep. He knew why we were here. I wanted to know some things, and I had to ask my father about them. The door to the office opened, which brought me back to the present, and I turned around to see my father walking in, wearing an odd look on his face. "Dad," I said, making him stop and look at me. His eyes met mine, which seemed to be far away. This is what it was like when I saw him, ever since Mum passed away. He has been the shell of himself ever since. It was like talking to a robot. You were lucky if you got anything out of him, and over the last few weeks, before what happened to Mia happened, we were like strangers to each other. He would only ask me questions if I asked him anything. It was like he had forgotten how to be a father. "Aiden," he murmured, walking toward his desk. I watched his every move until he sat at his desk. His eyes never left mine. "What are you doing here?" I stared at him and let out a sigh. "I have to ask something," I said, moving toward the chair before him and sitting down. "Do you know what caused the fire?" My father looked at me for a moment before he spoke to me. "Why do you want to know?" he asked. "As I remember and heard, you didn't even bother with Mia for a while." I kept my face neutral, but worried about how he would have known about that. As if he could read my mind, he spoke again. "I have eyes and ears," he said with a heavy sigh. "And everyone in this pack likes to gossip. And you, Adian, are sometimes at the center of the conversation, especially when it comes to that Chloe girl." My father stops, but leans forward, placing his arms on the table, and stares at me. "I have been in my world," he continued, "but I had good reason to be. I lost my mate. Do you know what it is like to be completely broken when the person who you thought—" My father paused, leaning forward and placing his arms on the table, staring at me. He stopped himself and leaned back again into the chair. My father seemed on edge, but I couldn't work out why. "I know what it is like to lose someone," I muttered. "I lost Mum. I also lost her." My father's eyes softened at the mere mention of the word Mum, but hardened slightly when he talked to me again. "Mia was the one who helped you through that, if I remember," he said, giving me a questioning look. I said nothing, knowing that it was all true. Mia would stay with me when I cried, or even when I wanted to talk about Mum. It was hard to bring her up, especially when my father was around. Even though he was in his own little world, as they put it, the mere mention of my Mum would break him completely. There were times when a doctor would have to sedate him. My father stood quiet for a little while, his eyes on me. I looked at him for a moment, but looked at my hands until he spoke again. "The gas started the fire," he said, making me look up at him. "We can't work out if it was deliberate or not." I frowned. "What about the blood?" I asked, making my father's face hardened. "Whose was it?" "Mia's," he whispered, which made my heart sink. The atmosphere in the room became thick. Knowing the blood was Mia's was hard to hear, but it still didn't help that there was nobody. My eyes stayed on my father's, who seemed to be in his head again, but I needed to ask him. "Was there a body?" I asked, which got my father's attention. His eyes held more, but there was something there I couldn't read. "We don't know," he said with sadness in his voice. I knew this was hurting him. We looked, but it was hard to find one in among the whole rubble. The entire area was reduced to ashes. I said nothing but leaned back in my chair. This has to be the most me and my father have ever spoken to one another in a few years. Well, we speak to one another, but nothing personal at least. "How are you doing?" I asked, wondering about him. "Are you sleeping?" My father's face softened. "I'm okay," he said with a faint smile playing on his lips. "And as for sleeping, I am managing." I nodded. "What about you?" he asked. "Before the fire, did you enjoy your birthday?" I smiled. "Yeah," I said. "I didn't find my mate, but Darren did. They seem to do well since they have been together every day since they found each other." My father nodded, but I could see the sadness form again. I had to change the subject, but he looked at me for a moment. "So Chloe isn't your mate?" he asked, which made me shake my head. "No." My father stared at me. "That's good to hear," he said. "I would have made you reject her otherwise." I stared at him, feeling slightly confused. "Why would you?" I said, but he spoke, which cut me off. "I found out that she has been seen with rogues," he said, which made me shocked but also angry. "Aiden, What do you mean she has been seen with rogues? I asked, my curiosity piqued as I leaned forward in my chair. I felt a movement in my head by Jake, who came closer to see what was going on. I looked back at him, but he grunted. I might have been asleep, he muttered, but I have been listening to what has been said. I said nothing and looked back at my father, who was staring at me. A guard told me, he said. He mentioned he had seen her and her mother on the borderline. When they went to see what they were doing, they were gone. Their scents lingered where they saw them, but also rogues. I stared at him. Rogues? Why would they be talking to rogues? My father must have read my mind again because he spoke again. The guard hasn't seen them out by the borderline since then, he said. Have you asked Chloe and her mum about why they were there? I asked, but my father shook his head. I didn't, he said. I didn't want them to know. I have asked the guard to monitor them ever since. When did this happen? I asked. A few nights ago, he said and sighed. I have to be careful what I do since the Dark Forest Pack representative is still here, and I can't show that I don't trust someone in my pack. That was a good point. What would the Dark Forest Pack think if they heard my father didn't trust a pack member, especially one that he brought into the pack himself? That would cause concern for them and even jeopardize any form of alliance they may want with us. What are you planning on doing? I asked. I will have the guard monitor both women and keep taps on them, he said and sighed. As for the representative, she will leave in about 2 weeks. I frowned. Why so long? I asked. My father shrugged but frowned. I don't know, he said. She has been asking questions about what happened in the cabin. I had lied to her about Mia and only given her false information. She seemed to be okay with that. She was here to help with the alliance with her alpha, but he seems to want to have more information. Why doesn't he come here to visit? I asked, which made my father arch his eyebrows at me. I mean, he can see for himself what we do here, instead of someone's word. My father's lips curled up slightly, but he remained quiet for a moment before he spoke again. What would you do? He asked. You are going to be alpha when I am ready to give up my title. How about you help me in this situation? I smiled at him, liking the opportunity to show what I could do. Jake felt happy with what my father said. He has been on about having more responsibilities. Before I turned off age, I was more into doing my thing and learning the basics, but now I am a little older. I know I need to do more. Well, I would offer the alpha an invitation here to see what he thinks, I said, which made my father nod. Then we can draw up a plan on what we can offer him. My father grinned. Sounds like a plan, he said, but looked at me for a moment. I want you to, he said, but the office door burst open, and in walked a very drunk David. My father and I stood up, watching him stumble over himself. He stumbled further through the office and fell over a chair, which made him land on the floor with a thud. My eyes stayed on him and didn't move. This wasn't the David I knew. He looked up at us. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I looked over at my father, who was moving toward his friend. I watched them while my father knelt in front of him. David, he rasped. Are you okay? David shook his head. I can't, he whispered. I did her wrong. I caused this. My heart spiked, but his words angered Jake. He moved closer and watched what was going on. You did nothing, my father said, reassuring him, but David shook his head but said nothing. David moved and placed his hand in his pocket. He pulled out a miniature bottle of vodka. I watched as he opened it and knocked it back in one gulp. I looked toward my father, who was now frowning. David's drinking has always been an issue over the years, but it seems it has gotten worse. But I don't know when. The man was like a ghost when I was around. He would leave to go home or do something my father would ask. But looking back, that might not have been the case. My father looked at me and sighed. Aiden, he said, with a hard look. I will talk to you later. I gave him a nod and stepped away, keeping my eyes on both men on the ground. My father sat next to David. His words were muffled as he spoke. Walking over to the door, I opened it and stepped into the corridor. I opened a mind link to Darren and Lee. Hey, could you both come to my room? I asked. Sure, they both said. Closing the link down, I walked back to my room and headed inside. Knowing my father and I talked, I wanted to do more for myself when it came to this pack. Part of me wanted to know more about Chloe and why she was near rogues. There was no reason for her to be anywhere near them. There was a knock on my door, and it opened, with Lee and Darren coming in. They both walked over to the couch and sat down. They looked at me, and I told them what my father and I had talked about in the office. I even told them what I had found in the cabin. After I told them everything, they sat there with their mouths open. But Darren closed it and frowned. "If Mia was bleeding," he said, looking between us. "Does that mean she—" He stopped himself from saying the last part. The pain in his eyes meant he was thinking about what everyone else was thinking. "My father said there was no sign of a body," I said. "That could mean she got out or something." Darren stared at me, but it was Lee who spoke. "I think we should let it go about Mia for now," he said. "I am more curious why Chloe and her mum were with rogues. We haven't had an attack, but why would they be talking to them? They know the pack rules." Lee was right. The pack rules about rogues stood that no one should have any contact with rogues or be associated with any. There have been some changes over the years when it came to this one, but the only way a rogue could join our pack was to come to the alphas himself, and that was a long shot. Shaking my thoughts away, I looked at my best friends. "I think we can do our own investigation," I said, making them both nod. "One of you can follow Chloe to see what she does. If she finds you, we can ask someone else we know. There is no point in following Josephine since my father's guard will be more on her back." They nodded. It was a start for us. Mia may have been gone, but I wanted to change for the better and be an alpha that everyone needs and wants. I want to learn more about what happened to her, but that will have to wait. "What now?" Lee asked, looking between us. "How about a run?" I asked, which made Jake jump up and down. "Maybe your wolves can find something Jake and I couldn't." They nodded and moved from the couch, while I turned and looked out the window. Everything was now changing. No one would know what we were doing, and we could keep this a secret. Just hope we find answers soon. MIA. 3 weeks later. 2 weeks have flown by so quickly. The first couple of days were weird, as I had to stay off my leg due to catching a new infection in the cut my father did to me. I had to have it reopened and stitched again. I was on antibiotics for a week, which meant I couldn't train with my uncle or mother till I was better. Everything here at Dark Forest Pack has been a whirlwind experience after another. I spent most of the time getting to know my mother again, and also my little brother. We learned a lot about each other. I started my training with my mother and uncle last week. It has been tough, but I feel great about it. In the next few weeks, Lila and I can work together on some training too. She has been present at my training session, which has helped. And we also trained together in human form, which resulted in my uncle being flown across the training field yesterday. It was quite amusing to see an alpha land on his ass, really hard. My mother and I tried to control our laughter, which was probably the hardest thing we had ever done. 2 days ago, we got word that Gwen would be returning back home today. Alpha Robert has said that the rogue situation has been dealt with, but when Gwen spoke to my uncle later, she told him there is more she wanted to tell us, since Alpha Robert has been keeping secrets with a few pack members, including Aiden. For the last few hours, I have been sitting in the library with Sasha. My uncle mentioned that I should look up some of my history, including about my wolf, since she is white. So, Sasha and I have been looking at some books about the white wolf and my history. Ever since my mother and I have been training with my uncle, we have been showing more signs of being more powerful, our strength being one of them. We are a lot stronger and faster than most wolves. Lila yawned in my head, which brought me back to the present. I looked at Sasha, who seemed to be getting more frustrated by the second. "Ah, there's nothing in this book," she says while slamming the book close and throwing it back on the table. It landed with a thud, which made me close my book and look at her. I sighed. "Same here." I said, looking at her, "Are you okay? You seem more on edge today. What's up?" Sasha looks back at me and sighs. "I really can't wait to see my auntie," she said, keeping her eyes on me. "It's been too long. The last time I saw her was when she dropped you off at the motel. We didn't even have a decent conversation." Lila moved in my head and got closer. The way Sasha talked about Gwen meant more, but it was hard to figure out what. Shaking my thoughts away, I smiled at her. When my uncle mentioned Gwen coming home, Sasha didn't stop talking about her, and even told me that she was the one who saved me from the cabin that evening and got me to safety. I really wanted to thank her. "When is she back?" I ask, but she has been blank for a moment, which means someone was mind-linking her. I waited till her eyes met mine, and a huge smile stretched across her lips. "Now," she said, moving up in the chair. "She just pulled up in the drive. Come on, let's go and see her." While I got up from my seat, Sasha got another mind link, which was short and sweet, telling her to take me to my uncle's office. We left the library and headed to Alpha Sam's office. When we arrived at the office and walked through the door, I walked behind Sasha, who made a run towards someone. "Auntie," squeals Sasha, running to the red-headed woman with green eyes which were wide looking at both of us. Sasha flew into a hug. "I have missed you so much," she says in a whisper, but I caught it. After a few seconds, Sasha pulled back and smiled while Gwen nodded. Her eyes moved to me in smiles. "This must be Mia," she said. "I'm so happy to see you looking so well. It is nice to finally meet you." Gwen walked towards me with her hands stretched out for me to take, which I did. I look at her and smile back. "It's nice to meet you. Sasha explained everything to me that happened, and that you got me out of the cabin. I want to thank you for saving me," I say as my cheeks flamed slightly. Everyone watched us, but I took her hand and shook it. She pulled me into a hug, which startled me at first, but soon I relaxed. Pulling back, I smiled when I heard another voice come from somewhere. "Gwen is a family friend," says my mother. I nod, but look around the office to see Alpha Sam, Luna Sadie, Sasha, and my mother all looking at me. Lila was close by, but stayed quiet. She seems to do this a lot lately when I am with my family. "I do it because this is all new to you," she murmurs, which makes me look back at her. She gave me a nod while she continued, "You deserve to know your family. Besides, they can meet me when they are ready." I said nothing, but looked back at Gwen with a smile. "I am glad to hear," she says with a smile, but looks around the room. "Well, shall I tell you what I found out?" she says, looking at Alpha Sam, who nods while motioning for everyone to sit. "Please tell us," he murmurs. Gwen takes a seat but guides me to the seat next to her. We wait for everyone else to find their seats. I look at Gwen, who starts to tell us what she has found. "Well, you all know most about Josephine and Chloe," she said. "Since I caused the fire to the precious cabin, Alpha Robert knew it was my doing. He somehow figured it out. I didn't tell him much, only that I got you to safety." Gwen looked at me and continued. I couldn't help but notice her face hardened. "Mia, he knew that you were being abused by your father," she says, which makes my stomach drop slightly. Lila growled loudly in my head, not liking what was said. The mere thought that the man who never showed any interest in the pack would know about what my father was doing to me stung a little, but he was somewhat of a friend to my father. I keep my eyes on Gwen while keeping a straight face. I didn't want anyone to know what I was feeling or thinking. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed around the room, which shook the walls. "What do you mean he knew about her abuse from her father?" my uncle growled loudly, which sent a shiver right through me. MIA. Gwen looks toward my uncle and nods. "He knew for a while," she said, while turning to face me. Her eyes softened while she continued. "It seems your father came to the office one day with blood on his hands. He told the Alpha that he was dealing with a prisoner." Gwen moved slightly in her seat, while Lila came closer to listen to what else she had to say. "Alpha Robert didn't think anything about it, but when you didn't show up to the ceremony, as it was an order by himself that everyone should show up, and you never came, he put two and two together." My stomach churned at her words. Everyone in the office were engrossed with what she said, but I still could feel everyone's pity of what happened, and even their eyes looking at me time to time. Gwen let out a sigh while she spoke again. "It also seems Alpha Robert knew about the bullying that you were going through in school," she murmured. Her eyes met mine, but all I could do was look down at my lap. "He only found out about all this the night of the fire," she said, her voice raspy. "I told him what I overheard around the pack. He told me that this confirmed his suspicions of what was going on, but that was only until I showed him your scars and the cut on your leg," she says, which made my eyes shoot up to her and widen. "How the hell would he know about my injuries? I never showed anyone. I stared at her, but she went elsewhere. They never met my gaze. How did you show my injuries to him? You got me out, I say with a shaky voice. There was an awkward silence, but it is the voice of my friend that cuts me more when she speaks. Mia, I sent my auntie the pictures, she said, which makes me look at her. Sasha stared at me while her eyes glistened with tears. I was really worried about you. I didn't know what to do. I look away and straight at my hands while she carried on. I didn't mean to, Mia, Sasha pleaded, but I said nothing. There was another awkward silence, but I couldn't take it anymore. What else did you find out? I asked, trying to hold it together. Lila sent some warmth and love but I felt completely numb. I never wanted anyone to see the scars I had, especially Alpha Robert. I always thought he was too consumed with his grief for his Luna, that he never would have noticed what was going on to me. Sasha didn't mean to send them to me, Sasha murmured, which made me look up at her. There were tears shielding my eyes, but none escaped. She was worried about you, and so was I. Gwen sighed and placed her hand in mine. Alpha Robert was asking me what my connection to you is, she said. He realized that I arrived late back to the birthday celebrations. I never told him anything at first, until he made out that he knew about you. I blurted everything out of what I knew, only giving what I wanted him to know about you, but nothing about your family. Gwen looked at me, but continued again. I found out that he lied, she said. A few days later, after the fire, Alpha Robert concerned me and mentioned that you knew parts, but never could have believed his friend could do such a heinous thing to his own flesh and blood. I stilled, but anger rippled through her while she spoke again. I nearly attacked the damn fool, she muttered. It seems that your father told him what happened while drunk, that he hurt you badly. Apparently, your father gained a conscience when he saw the cabin on fire and went on a bender. He couldn't get over what he did and blurted everything out to the man. I said nothing, but it was hard to believe that he would tell someone what he did to me, especially when he was drunk. There is more, she blurts, which makes me look at her confused. What else could there be? It seems your father was very chatty during this time, as he even mentioned being with someone who made her do things to you while you were in school, she gritted out, which only made me tense at her words. But it was hard to stomach this conversation. My eyes stay on her, but everything falls into place on who she was on about. It had to be everything she did to me. She kept attacking me, and that was not including the hatred toward me. Chloe, I whispered, which only made Gwen nod. A growl erupts again, but this time, it isn't as powerful as my uncle's. I knew who it was, my mum. I looked over at her. Her eyes were full of hate and pain. Lila moved slightly in my head but still didn't say anything. My eyes lingered on my mother for a moment until I noticed her eyes change into her wolf, but back again to hers. She was struggling to hold her wolf back. I could feel it, and so could Lila. How could he do that? She growled, anger rippling off her. Did he know what that girl put her through? Gwen tensed beside me, which made me look back at her. Her face was holding so much, but her eyes were on my mother. He knew, she murmurs. He told her to do it. He was acting out because you left him with Mia. That's what he told Alpha Robert. Gwen keeps her eyes on my mum for a moment until she looks back at me. While Alpha Robert and I were talking, she said, but there was something in her voice. 3 hours later, the young Alpha came in and said that he found his mate. I tensed. What? Aiden found his mate. That should have been good news, but why was heartbreaking slightly? Mia, Gwen whispered. The young Alpha walked in with someone and was happy to announce that Chloe was his mate. Alpha Robert said nothing, but there was something. I want to be sick. What the hell? I couldn't listen to it anymore. Without saying anything, I moved up from where I was sitting. I noticed a few people move out of their chairs and call out to me, but I ignored them. I dashed from the office and headed out of the pack house. Aiden and I may have been together before, but that was long gone after all the bullying started. But there was a huge part of me that wanted him to be a major part of my life. That was never going to happen now. Looking back toward Lila and gave her a pleading look. Please take over, I murmured, and without saying anything she did. She shifted and ran toward the forest. My mind was running wild with everything that Gwen had told me, but I knew there was more to this. but I couldn't take it anymore. Knowing that Alpha Robert knew or even had a link about what was going on, he still didn't help me. No Alpha should let a pack member feel like that, and he did. Even with a link, he should have reached out to me or, better yet, done more for my father's problem, but he never did, and no one did. All I want right now is to clear my head and try not to overthink anything, which will be hard when there is so much information to process. Emma. When Mia ran out of the door, I wasn't too far behind her. I called out to her, but she ignored every one of us. I stood rooted at the top of the steps of the pack house, while my eyes stayed on my daughter running off and straight into the forest. My wolf whines while my heart breaks for her. No child should have gone through what she had, and it was all due to her father and that damn pack. If I could, I would wrap her up in cotton wool and protect her, but I know it is a fool's errand. She is a strong, powerful wolf. It showed in her training with my brother, Alpha Sam, and me. I have never seen anyone in all my years take down his wolves like Mia and her wolf did that day. It was the proudest moment and also hilarious to watch a full-grown man being tossed by a woman, let alone by his niece. After that training session, my brother was amused even if his echo was bruised too, but he didn't show it to her. He pulled me to one side to tell me that she may be the most powerful white wolf he had ever since, which made me, the wolf, feel proud. Our family is well known for what wolf we stand for, especially since we are created in the image of the moon goddess herself. All women from my family have been white wolves, but no one has ever proven to be powerful until Mia. Why did she? Sasha asked, which made me pull from my thoughts and look over at her. I shook my head, which made her stop before she could even carry on. Placing my hand on her arm and gave her a small smile as I spoke. It is everything happening all over again for her. Her friend, who she thought she loved and believed in, has turned his back on her all over again, I said, looking back to where Mia had run off too. Nobody spoke, which made me look around until I landed on my best friend, Gwen, who was the one who brought her back to me. I think Lila is hurting too, I murmured. She knows something, but I don't know what. Lynx has tried to reach out to her through the bond, but Lila has blocked everyone up. They all stared at me, but it was Gwen who spoke. Her face softened slightly, but it comes out more tense than it should. There is more I have to tell you, she said, making everyone look back at her, but I think it is for the office and not for all to hear. My brother cleared his throat, which made us all look at him. Let us all go back into the office, he said, which made us all turn around and follow him inside while he continued. As for Mia, I think my sister is right. She has been through more than enough, and going over what has happened has set her off slightly. One of us can tell her when she is ready to listen to the rest of Gwen's conversation. My brother opened the door to his office, and we all walked inside, reclaiming the seats we had taken before Mia ran out of the office. Once we were all sat down, there was an airy silence between us as we waited for Gwen to speak. Part of me wondered what else there was to tell us. I didn't know what the pack was doing or what they had to say. I was only here for Mia. I think Chloe and Josephine are up to something, Gwen blurted out, which made me look at her. Her eyes wandered to all of us. How so? Luna Sadie asked, but her face was blank. My brother mentioned she knew these people, but never elaborated on what she knew. Maybe she would be able to tell us more, but there was part of me that didn't want to know. Gwen clears her throat, which pulls me back from my thoughts. I gave her my undivided attention when she spoke. Well, one evening, they met rogues on the border, she said, which made me tense, but I tried to keep my calm as she continued. I followed them and even told Alpha Robert, but it wasn't the first time. They both went out again, but here it got weird, and what stood out more was that as soon as Chloe and Aiden announced their mates, Josephine disappeared. No one has seen her for 5 days. She was still missing when I left. Everyone sat still, but I glanced over to my brother, who wore a frown. That is strange, he said. Wonder where she has gone. No one can disappear, can they, without a trance? My mind raced over what Gwen had said about the rogues, and I couldn't help what came out of my mouth next. No, more like to whom she has gone to, I said, which made everyone look at me, slightly confused. Gwen stayed quiet for a moment before she asked, What do you mean? I find it all strange that Josephine and Chloe meet rogues on one of the borders, I said, glancing between them all as I continued. And then finding out Aiden is Chloe's mate, but Josephine disappears makes me think that they planned something, and it has to do with Shadow Creek Pack. They have to be working with someone outside the pack. No one speaks for a moment while they take my words in, but there is one thing that has been bothering me for years, and not many know about what I have been through due to my lovely mate since I kept myself from most of the pack since I got there. But ever since we have learnt about Josephine and Chloe, I needed to know something. Gwen, has David been sleeping with someone in the pack? I asked, which made everyone's eyes widen slightly, but I stared at my friend. Gwen looks at me, shocked, as she knows we are still mated, and I would feel everything. I could see that she was wondering where I was going with this, so I carried on. I have my suspicions, I said, making out that nothing bad happened to me to my brother, knowing if he ever found out, he would hunt David down and kill him with his own bare hands if he knew the pain he put me through over the years since being here. But it all stopped when Mia came here. I thought he might have been part of it, but come to think about it, I believe no one has been near him since Mia arrived here. Gwen's face held so much, but she said nothing. I knew she wanted to know more, but that would have to wait till we were alone. She was the one who held me through the pain when he was with someone. Gwen shook her head and stared, but it was like something clicked in her about what I was getting at. She looked around the room and then back at me. I think I know what Emma is getting at, she said, giving me a small smile. Maybe Josephine has a lover or something. I opened my mouth to speak, only for my brother's mate, Luna Sadie, to say something that made us all gape at her words. Josephine only sleeps with people who she can control, she blurted out. When her mate died, she must have started to do some work herself to get what she wanted. Was it possible that David was sleeping with her all this time? The mere mention of our mate, my wolf growled. She has been staying quiet so she can take everything in. But when it comes to David, she would like nothing more than to cut his duck off and feed it to whoever he has been with. Too right, she muttered, which made the corners of my lips pull up slightly at her words. Emma! Part of me wondered who the hell David had been sleeping with then if it wasn't Josephine. Lynx grunted but said nothing. Gwen cleared her throat, which pulled me from my thoughts, and gave me a strange look when she spotted my smile. I shook my head, knowing she would find out sooner or later when we were alone. What I don't get with the whole thing, she said, looking at everyone while she spoke. Aiden and Chloe weren't even together during the party. She was with his friend, but as soon as she came back inside, she acted as if she was his, like she never did anything wrong. That's odd. Why would someone who you were supposed to be mates with act like that? There had to be more to this. Lynx agreed too, but kept quiet. There have been a lot of rumors about the new Luna, Gwen said, making us look at her. She likes to sleep around. I had even witnessed it before getting to Mia. Gwen stopped and looked at me. Something was bothering her, I could tell. When did Aiden turn 18? She asked, looking at me. 3 months before Mia. I think it was the day after. She left. Why? I asked, trying to figure out where she was going with this. Her eyes stared back while getting more confused. Well, that's funny, she said. Aiden was up early in the morning for the party and was with Chloe, but he never mentioned anything then. They were arguing about something. It was his birthday. I would have thought that being mates they would be all over each other or even say that word, but nothing came of it. There was only one couple who found out they were mates, but not them. Now that was odd. When did Adian and Chloe announce they were mates? Luna Sadie asked, looking confused like all of us. He announced that she was his mate a few days later, Gwen said, which made a few people scrunch up their noses. Something was clearly off with what was going on. When I met David, we announced it straight away, which made everyone cheer. We didn't wait for a few days. That was not even werewolf style. It sounds like magic to me, Luna Sadie blurted out, which caught us all off guard as she continued. That family is known to work with dark warlocks and witches. It wouldn't be surprising to me that they would do something like that. Could witches and warlocks do that? I have never heard of such a thing. Part of me wanted to involve Sam and my parents in the matters since they had more dealing with the pack than we did. But Sam didn't want to. Our parents have been waiting patiently to meet Mia. I know not seeing her is taking a toll on them, but we needed to go at Mia's pace. Lynx didn't mention anything, only agreeing now and then to some things. But I could tell she was thinking the same as me on what was being said. There were too many emotions running through us to even think. Especially when it came to Mia. I knew she was trying to reach out to Lyra, but there has been no word. The room is all quiet, only Sasha's movement draws my attention. I watched as she walked over to the window. Knowing her, she was wondering where my daughter was, and judging by the face she pulled, there was still no sign of Mia. "We should tell Mia all this," she said quietly, turning around, which made me give her a small smile. Mia needed to hear all this, that was for sure. But after everything that she has been through, you can't blame her for being scared and vulnerable. I hated what happened to her. I wish I could have been more of the mum she deserved. I shouldn't have left her there. "We will," my brother said softly, which brought us all back. I looked over to Gwen when he asked, "What about Alpha Robert?" Gwen's face hardened when asked about Alpha Robert. I had my own reasons to be on the edge about this man, and that was what had happened to me during the time I was there. He should have handed over the pack to someone if he couldn't have handled what he was dealing with. Sounds harsh, but there was a lot more going on within the pack that he realized and even missed out on. "Alpha Robert didn't seem to care," she muttered, which only confirmed my own suspicions. "He locked himself in his office all the time. His food was sent to him, and he even slept in the damn room too." "I only knew him to do that when Luna Maria passed away," I said, "but he may still be the same since I left. I never wanted to know what was going on within the pack, only if Mia's name was mentioned, which was very rare as time went on. The more I think about it, the more I wonder if anyone noticed the drastic change in Mia. When she came here, she was so frail and skinny. There was not much of her, just skin and bones. Surely, someone noticed. Or were they so hell-bent on following people who are not in control to help? Everything boiled down to what happened to me when I thought about the park. No one helped me either, not even my friends I met at the pack when I arrived. They all looked the other way. "Why don't you trust him?" Alpha Sam asked, which pulled me from my thoughts. I looked at my best friend, who looked like she was about to explode. "Well, a few things," she said. "Whenever I wanted to see him, he avoided me. I had to deal with someone else. That was only for a few days. When I did get a chance to speak to him, he had brushed everything off and told me that he would deal with whatever I reported to him when he could." Gwen looked like she had smoke bellowing from her ears as she continued. "He also told me that I was to report to Adian on any further matters," she murmured, as a low growl escaped. What the hell? Gwen had to go through Aiden. He wasn't the official channel that Gwen was hired for or to work with. Alpha Sam made sure that she was there, mostly to find and retrieve Mia, but also to find information about the pack that we could use. Whatever she came back with, it was going to make or break the alliance we had with them. And if we couldn't get Mia, my brother was all set on going to war for her. It was set when there was no word about her from anyone, not from Alpha Robert or whoever he placed in charge at the time. Every time Alpha Sam called, he would get the brush off from whoever it was, which angered all of us. When it happened 3 more times, he was ready to explode and kill whoever was on the phone. No one was in the room when he asked except me, since I was the one who could deal with his aura. Luna Sadie could have, but wanted to stay out of it until she really needed to calm him down. He also lied to me about knowing about Mia and her abuse, she said, which pulled me back from my thoughts. That last part got my attention and everyone else's, even Lynx, who had been close by, through the entire last part without saying anything. Emma. Gwen looked between all of us and continued with what she was going to say. "He didn't mention it till I showed him her injuries and scars," she said, pulling a face. "He went pale and sick. He didn't know about the bullying either." Gwen let out a sigh while she continued. "But I think I broke him when I mentioned his precious son and some of his friends were also involved with the bullying. He got angry and even denied his involvement. He did, though, have suspicions about Chloe and Josephine, but when I asked him what he thought, he told me that I didn't work for him, and he didn't have to tell me. We looked at her, slightly stunned. I have never heard Alpha Robert act like that, being so blunt with information. If he couldn't say anything, then put it more politely. He knew I was there to help him, Gwen continued. Why not tell me what was going on? I could have helped him. Alpha Robert is a proud man, I said, making her look at me. I think he is trying to work out who is involved in the whole thing. He doesn't know who he can trust. If Shadow Creek Pack falls, we will be next, and we may have to help them. They all looked at me, stunned. But they knew I was right. I think they were targeted due to how weak certain members are, Gwen said, making me look at her. I knew where she was going with this. Anyone who came to the pack and looked around would see many pack members, including 2 higher-ranking members not being themselves. There could be a way for someone to take over. The beta being of them, he was beating and torturing both his mate and daughter, she continued, which made me tense at her words. He also had a drink problem. Gwen frowned and sighed. And don't get me started on the Alpha and his son, she said. They only think about themselves. All that Alpha did was tell me that they have more members than us and knew what they were doing. There was tension in the air, and Gwen looked toward me. Her face was hard. Why should we help them? She said, especially after what they did to Mia and you. I said nothing. Part of me wondered if I could help that pack after everything, especially knowing what I know now. They were never there for us if they felt it would be all down to them, not us. After everything they did to you and Mia, Alpha said, but I cut him off. I had to set the record straight, even though the pack was useless. There was only one who hurt me. Only David hurt me, I blurted out, staring at my brother, who looked at me with a frown. Mia had more hurt than I did. It will all be down to what she wants, not me. No one there knows I am alive. They all believe I am dead. No one said anything for a moment until Sasha spoke. What do we do? She asked, looking between all of us. There was one thing we could do, and I didn't know what they would think about it. I think we should call Alpha Robert and invite just him here to the pack, I said, making my brother glare at me, but I held my hand up. Please, brother, listen. If he comes here, we can tell him what we know. He needs to know more about that beta family than anyone, but we don't have to decide anything. We can leave that up to Mia. We could ask him to come here on his own. We could even say we have information he may find helpful. My brother looked at me. I could tell he was considering it. How are we going to get him here without anyone coming with him? He asked, while looking around at everyone. No Alpha would come alone. They always have someone with them. I looked at my hands. There was 1 or 2 ways. Say it is an emergency Alpha meeting that is being held here about the rogue attacks, and all Alphas are to attend, I said, glancing around while giving them 1 point. Or I can talk to him. They all gasped and looked at me. No way, Emma, you can't. What about David? Gwen said, I can't let you. Alpha Robert had been lonely, but also he won't say anything to David, as you said he knows about Mia's abuse, I said, cutting her off and then pointing to the scar on my face. I could send a pic of this. That bastard tortured both of us. He either needs help or he needs to be killed for what he did to us. But Alpha Robert has a bigger problem than my of a mate, and we need to help him. I stared at everyone, and they all looked back, trying to think about whether it was a good idea. I think that might be a safer option, Luna Sadie said, which made me look at her. She smiled and continued, We let Emma talk to him and let him decide what he wants to do. I look at my sister-in-law and smile. I knew she would have my back. Shall we call him now? Gwen asked, looking around while everyone agreed. Alpha Sam looks at me first and gives me a worrying smile. I will talk to him first and then you, he said, but all I could do was nod. His face stayed on me for a moment. My mind raced over everything. Part of me was scared, even though I knew I was safe here. My family has always protected me. I am more worried that David will show up here if he learns I am alive, but I had to put all my faith in Alpha Robert. My brother grabbed his phone and dialed Alpha Robert's number on the landline. He places it on a loudspeaker for all to hear. All we could do was wait for him to answer, which seemed to take longer than it should. Emma. The phone seemed to keep ringing until it was picked up and the person on the other end grunted. Hello, Alpha Sam. Why would you be calling me for now? Alpha Robert gritted out. Did your representative not make it? A low growl erupted from my brother at his tone. Alpha Robert, my friend, Gwen arrived about 2 hours ago, Sam said through gritted teeth. You don't have to be so hostile toward me. Alpha Robert let out a sigh down the phone, but my brother continued. And I'm not calling about her, he said. We believe we have some information that will be beneficial to you. I have someone here who wants to talk to you, but I need to know that the line we are on is safe for this person to talk to you. My brother looked at me after the last sentence left his lips. I knew he would want confirmation that it was safe for me to talk. He knew the way my mind worked when it came to what happened to me. That's what older brothers do, protect the people they love. Yes, this a private line to my office, Alpha Robert murmured. I placed it in a few months ago when I needed to discuss private matters. And yes, I will talk to whoever you want me to. I need all the help I can get. Staring at my brother, who gave me a nod, I moved from where I was and moved toward the phone. My stomach was in knots as I spoke. Alpha Robert, I say, sounding calm, but the shakiness gets the best of me. His breath hit his throat. Emma, he whispered. David told me you... Why are you talking to me? There was a slight hint of anger in there in his voice, which made me wonder what my mate had said to him. The way he sounds only increases my anger more that he would even mention that bastard's name. He made my life hell, but he will never do it again. Actually, David lied to you. Everything you have been told by him is a lie, I said with a snarl. Did he tell you? He caused me to leave that night. Did he tell you what he did to me? Anger swirled every part of my being. This was all new to me, and possibly the first time I have spoken about it to anyone else who was not my family or close friend. I took a deep breath and let go and continued. Gwen showed you photos of Mia's body of what that man did to her. I grit out. Guess what? He was like that to me too. He was a brutal monster. Why didn't you? He whispered, but I snarled loudly, letting my wolf let her anger slip through to know we were not done. I was too afraid and thought no one would believe me. I never went to anyone. He hurt me over and over, still does to this day. There was no point in explaining that part to him, but I knew the people in the room tensed. He hurt my baby girl, I spat. I would have taken her with me, but he made it impossible for me to do so. He tortured her just like me. The scars you have seen on her, you haven't seen mine yet. I let out a breath while I looked at my brother, who seemed proud of me, which seemed to help me overcome what I was feeling before he rang the man. Now, before you go saying anything else, I said, there is a reason why I am on the phone talking to you. There are people here with me whom I trust. We want you to come to my brother's pack. There was silence on the other end of the line, but I continued. Tell everyone there is an alpha meeting taking place. No beta or anyone to come, only alphas. We need to tell you what we know, and I have a hunch that you don't trust many people in your pack like you should. There was a slight pause from him, but after a few moments he spoke. I will be there tomorrow. Knowing that there would be no possibility of David coming here without someone killing him, I needed him to know. Also, I said, closing my eyes, Rob, please don't tell David that I am here. He must never know. You will know everything when you get here, about me, Mia, and more. Just make sure you are alone. I open my eyes to the soft voice that comes through the speaker. No one ever calls me Rob anymore, Em, he whispered. I promise I won't tell him. I will explain more when I get there. I will leave my son in charge, he said and sighed. This whole thing with his mate, it's not real. What do you mean? My brother asked, which made us all confused, but Gwen gave us a knowing look as if she had already guessed. Well, my son Aiden noticed something and wanted to keep her near him, he said. He wants her to think that they are mates for the time being. He wants to figure out what's going on. Your son is one clever kid, my brother said, who looked at me and smiled. Does he know who his true mate is? Alpha Robert sighs again. No, he doesn't. But he is heartbroken about Mia like they were once friends before. I haven't told him about what happened to her, he says suddenly. I appreciate that, I said. There was a slight pause before he spoke, which threw us slightly. I'm sorry about Mia, he said. I looked at my brother, who shrugged. Well, I will be with you tomorrow. And Emma, he said, it's good to hear your voice again. I have missed it. I smiled. It is good to hear from you, I said. We will see you tomorrow. I can't wait. See you then, he says and clicks off. I looked at everyone and knew what had to happen next. We need to tell Mia, I said, glancing around. Everyone nods, and I start to move away and walk toward the door. I will go to find her, I said. I want to tell her before she panics. I think Lynx and I need to talk to Lila and her about other things, too. There were plenty of things that needed to be said to my daughter, things I have kept putting off for a while since she has been here. Gwen looks at me and grins. That's a good idea, she said, and looked towards Sasha, who was now smiling. I'm going to spend some time with my niece and nephew. I want to know what trouble they got up to in my absence. I chuckled and looked at Sasha, who had gone blood red in her cheeks and avoided her aunt's gaze. I know what she and her brother Rex have been up to. They have been helping Mia and me train, but there are a few tricks and pranks they have played on people too, so I bet some of it has gone back to Gwen. Without saying anything, I turn on my heel and head out of the office. I needed to find my daughter and her wolf. As I stepped outside the door, I felt a hand on my arm, which made me look up to see my brother, who was smiling. I'm coming too, he said. I think we need to discuss our parents too. I nodded, but said nothing. There was a reason why we haven't introduced them to her yet, but I think it is about time she did. Aiden. These last 2 weeks have been a whirlwind for our pack. After my run with Darren and Lee, we stayed by the cabin for a while. I stayed by the trees while they searched the grounds, but they came up with the same conclusion as I did and didn't find anything new. We headed back to the pack house. That night, I was restless, and so was Jake. We were wondering what Chloe and her mother would have with rogues. They were sly as they come and never did anything for anyone unless it benefited them. The next morning, I went back to my father's office with Darren and Lee. My father came up with a plan, which I wasn't too thrilled with, since I had to act like I was completely in love with someone who I was starting to hate, Chloe. Before, we were together, but was never exclusive of being in a relationship. If anyone showed her attention, like Lee did on my birthday, she would sneak away and meet with them. I never wanted someone to be my Luna who acted like that. After learning about Jospeheen and Chloe meeting rogues just outside the pack, my father and I wanted to find a way that we could get close and even act clueless to what they were doing, which is what we wanted them to believe. Even though it is far from it, the plan was to announce her as my mate, make her believe that I wanted her to be my Luna. I knew she would agree. She was always on about it before all this when we were in school. We needed everyone to believe that she was my mate. Only a few people would be in on it, and for now, it was going to be my father, Lee, and Darren. If Chloe or Josephine left the pack for any reason, we would have them followed. Darren was going to follow Josephine, and Lee would do the same with Chloe. My father did mention adding some guards at a later stage, but it was all on us for now. But nothing has happened as yet. When I asked Chloe to my mate, she screamed while her mother smiled. The looks on their faces, I knew this is what they wanted to hear. I told Chloe she was the only one I could see standing by the side of me when I take over. Jake grunted in my head, not liking the idea. He did eventually block me when he heard Chloe's voice. He hated the sound of her voice. It was like nails scratching a chalkboard. Shaking my thoughts, I watched as pack members walked away from the training grounds. Since I wanted to take more role of being the next alpha, my father suggested to train the pack members in the mornings while he got on with the paperwork. I agreed, and even asked Darren and Lee to help out more too, which they were more than willing to. I felt arms wrap around me and a scent taking me by surprise. It took every inch of me not to gag on. Her scent, but I kept my face blank and placed a fake smile on when Chloe came to the front of me. "Hello, my alpha," she said, placing a kiss on my lips. Jake growled but knew it was an act. Half of the time, we would have to let him run for hours just so we didn't have to have much to do with her. We knew she wasn't our mate, but it was what we knew about her that got us more angry and upset about her being with us. "Hey," I said while she pulled away. "Is it okay if I leave the pack grounds?" she blurted out, which made me stare at her. This was the moment we were waiting for, to find out where and what the hell her mother and she were up to. I said nothing for a moment, but she continued. "I wanted to go shopping to get some new outfits to wear since we will be having a few events soon," she said, which made me tense. Did she think she would be invited to those? My father told me she would be staying here while he attended them. He didn't need any other alphas to know who she was. "You don't have to get anything," I said, which made me grimace. "My father would be attending them, not me. I will have to stay here to watch over the pack. I have to show I am good enough to become the next alpha first before I attend any meetings." What the hell was I saying? I needed her to leave. Chloe's face hardened at my words, but I quickly recovered from asking her probably the most cringy thing a man could ever ask. "What about getting new lingerie?" I asked with a knowing smirk, pulling her closer to me. "Something I can rip off easily." Chloe's face softened slightly, while the corners of her lips curled up slightly into a grin. "Sure," she said, but her face changed again. "But your father should let you attend those meetings. You will need to know how they run. And I can meet the other new Luna too." I said nothing for a moment. This wasn't real, and I had to repeat it to myself. The thought of her doing that made my skin crawl. I wanted nothing more than to throw her out of the pack from the way she was acting right now. Ever since she agreed to my mate, she has been more of a to other women here, including Sarah. She has even become a new victim of bullying. My heart sank when I heard her. It made me think about the way she was towards Mia. She would never be a good Luna or Omega either. Rogue was looking more forthcoming for her. "Anyway," Chloe blurted out, pulling me from my thoughts and making me look at her. "I will be going. Mum even offered to take me to the mall, so we will see you later." I nodded while she came closer and placed a kiss on my cheek. Chloe walked off and headed away. My eyes stayed on her as I opened a mind link to Lee and my father. "Chloe and Josephine are going to the mall," I blurted out. "Lee follows them. I would ask Darren, but he is spending time with Ellie." "Sure," he said and closed his half of the link, leaving my father and me. "Hopefully, we will learn more about what they are doing," my father said. He seemed off. I could feel it through the link. "The representative is leaving today. I haven't mentioned anything about what we have planned, but she was stunned to learn about you and Chloe being mates. I could see this being an issue, but we have to see how long this plays out. Hopefully, it won't be too long and we can move on." "Once we know what they are doing with rogues," I said, "we can banish them from the pack and move forward. We can make an example of them, show the others they are not to go against us." "Yeah," my father said, liking the idea. He let out a sigh before he let out a sigh. "I'm going to show the representative to her car, and then I have to be out of the pack for a few hours." "What? Why?" But my father didn't say anything after that. Something was up with him. After a few moments of silence, my father said, "I will see you when I get back. Make sure Lee and you have a report on what they were doing." My father closed the link, leaving me pondering over what the hell was going on with him. The representative has been here for a while and seems to have gotten what she needed since she was leaving for her own pack. But even with her being here, there has been some tension, and the way she looked at me since she met me, the looks she has given me, they could make me drop dead. Shaking my head, I knew I had to shower and head to the office. I knew my father would need me to sort out other pack business. I needed to keep busy, and I started to like it this way. MIA. Lila ran for a long time. This pack has loads of land. I usually get lost as there are so many places to go, but at the moment I didn't care where we went. All I wanted to do was get away from my racing thoughts. Lila and I just needed to get out of the office. Lila blocked everyone from the office but kept the link to me open. It got too much, hearing everything that Gwen was saying about the pack. I shouldn't care too much about the goings-on, but hearing what she said about Aiden hurt me more for some strange reason. "I thought Aiden would have been our mate," Lila blurted out, which caught me off guard. I tried so hard not to think like that about him, especially when he dumped me for Chloe. It was heartbreaking to watch them. let alone have it rubbed in my face every day when they would kiss in the hallways of the school. Shaking my head, I looked at her while his eyes searched mine before she looked back to see where she was going. "What do you mean?" I asked, remembering everything that he put me through. Lila frowned and grunted. "Stop looking back at all those memories," she said, moving her head to the side. "He didn't know what Chloe was capable of, and not only that, he never hurt you. Not like the others. That has to count for something." Anger swirled inside me while I stared at her. Their being together was hurtful enough. She didn't have to bring my so-called friends into it and family. "He was the one who hurt me before I shifted," I gritted out. "He did hurt me. He never stopped it, but he made sure I hurt more by watching him with her. I loved him back then, Lila," I said with a scream, which made her come to a complete stop while I continued. "If he could have stopped everything and helped me, maybe I could have told him what was going on, like about the abuse at home, if he had come to the cabin like he used to, but he never bothered." Anger swirled in every part of me while I let her know exactly what I felt. She may be able to feel it all, but she needed to know. There may be no going back to this. "He became a man-whore with a slut attached to him," I gritted out. "If he was our mate, he would never have changed, and if he did manage to change, I wouldn't be able to forgive him. He broke me, Lila. They all did. People who were my so-called friends. But the worst is Aiden broke me completely. Not just my self-esteem, but my heart. I stopped, trying to let her catch up with everything, and also for my heart to stop racing before I began again. Don't you remember? I was with him before. We knew there was a connection between us, but we didn't act on it. We kissed, but nothing more. I wanted to keep my virginity for my mate." Making sure she knew exactly what I didn't want, I let her hear the last of my words. "Aiden isn't our mate, Lila. How can you forgive someone who never helped or worse believed you when you told them the person they were letting into the group was lying?" I said, pushing myself forward to shift back. Tears coated my cheeks, the tears that I knew needed to come. They were not for Aiden, they were for me. That was the first I had ever told Lila how I felt. "Aiden broke me into a million pieces when he took Chloe's side. He beat me up for what she did. The insane beat herself up and made me look like a bad guy. I walked into the room at the wrong time or something. Aiden knew me. Well, I thought he did. He knew I hated fighting. I was a lover, not a fighter. But after everything, I wasn't even a lover anymore. I was weak and scared." "I'm sorry, Mia," Lila said softly. I felt her love warm me through our bond as she came closer to the surface. I looked around, but still didn't more while she continued. "I didn't realize everything you've been through. That was the first time you ever opened up to me about the whole thing. I can see through all of your memories what they did." Lila stared out and let out a sigh before she spoke again. "If he is our mate, I won't let him come near you," she said. "I promise. I will let you decide on what we should do, even if it means rejecting him." There was a slight pain running through me, which meant that she wasn't too fond of the idea of rejecting her mate, but she was doing all this for me. "I don't want you to be without a mate, Lila," I said, but she shook her head, which cut me off. I looked back and watched her lay down with her paws outstretched in front of her. Her blue eye is piecing me softly with light, warmth, and love. "We will have a mate, Mia," she said, which confused me, but she continued. "But I will choose you over one if it means you are safe," she said. "We are one, remember." I looked away and looked around until I found a lake nearby. Moving toward it, I stopped at the water's edge and looked at my reflection. Lila came closer and came forward in my human form. One blue and one brown eye stared back at me. "We can do anything, Mia," she said. "We just have to keep training with our mom and uncle. We get better and more confident." I said nothing. Training was the one thing that may help me, but it wasn't often as I liked. I moved back slightly and sat down next to the log I found. I stared out over the lake. Closing my eyes, I let go of my racing thoughts and let the nature around me consume me. I could hear every living creature in the forest. But no wolves. They must have left me alone to calm down. After what felt like hours, I opened my eyes and just took in the beauty around me. But after a little while, I walked alongside the lake's edge. I am in a complete daze, trying to figure everything out till I come to the border of the south side of the land. Stopping, I take in what is around me but see nothing until there is a faint scent wafting towards me. It's not a rogue, but it is a wolf. I looked around, trying to find who it could be, and snarled when I saw a woman stepping out of the bush to the side that she had been hiding, but her head was down. She was looking at the floor. "Please, I need your help. They killed my mate," she whispered. "Please, I need help." Her scent is familiar, but when she lifts her head and her face, I recognize it is Madeline, Chloe's sister. What the hell happened to her? MIA. Madeline's eyes widen when she spots me. Her hand went over her mouth as she gasped, which made her turn away. "You're naked," she whispered. "I'm sorry, I wanted to talk to the alpha of this pack. My mate has been killed and I need protection." I didn't say anything. My eyes stayed on her while Lila stood up in my head and growled. She doesn't trust her due to Chloe. All I could do was stare, wondering what the hell happened to her. There has been no sighting of her, even though I had no clue what happened to her because of all the I went through. Madeline looked up at me and frowned. "Do you talk?" she asked, which only angered me slightly. I wondered if she ever knew what her sister was like and what she did to me. I still said nothing but looked at her, which seemed to annoy her more. Movement from the side made me look behind to see a guard running up to me but stopping when he spotted me. "Mia, your mother is," he said, but stopped when he took in Madeline. But he growled and let his wolf take over and shift. My eyes stayed on him but looked to Madeline, who had now gone completely white with fear. Turning around, I stepped in front of him and glared. He looked at me and tried to move to get to her, but I stopped him again. I glared down and shook my head. His expression went weary. Lila moved forward and showed herself to him. The guard opened a mind link to me when I declared my loyalty to my uncle and his pack. When I asked how I could do that with this pack, my mother told me it was because of family, the bond we all have. Part of me thought it was more, but no one said anything else. "Your mum is on her way, Mia," he said. But Lila takes full control of my human form, wanting answers. I knew she was only doing this because of what happened earlier and what happened in the pack. She wanted to protect me more now, after everything. Lila growled at him, closing the link to him, but turned her attention to Madeline, whose eyes widened. "What do you want here?" she asked with a snarl. Madeline stares at us in awe but composes herself quickly. "How do you do that?" she said, moving her head to the side. "How are your eyes different colors?" Lila growled, which made Madeline tense. "Don't push me. What do you want here?" she snarled. I would start explaining, or I will leave you to the guard. More are on their way. Madeline shakes in fear but tries to compose herself once more. "Like I said," she said, glancing between the guard and us, "I need to talk to the alpha of this pack. My mate was killed. I need help." "How did he die?" Lila asked. We try to sense if she is telling us the truth, but it is hard to do. Her emotions are all over the place. Madeline looked down once again and let out a breath just as a tear escaped. "My brother killed him," she whispered, her voice breaking. "He wanted his pack. I was mated to an alpha. He was the alpha of the Blood Moon Valley pack." She moves slightly and looks up at me, then behind me. "You have to help me. They want to take over all the packs." "You need to leave," a voice said from behind us, which made me look over at him. "Well, that wasn't Mum. We don't help anyone who belongs to." "I know," Madeline said, cutting him off, which only made Alpha Sam growl. But Madeline continued, "You have heard stories of my mother and siblings. Most are true, but I am not like them. They wanted to kill me too, but a guard saved me. He told me to head here. You would help. He also told me that I should tell you everything, but I need to come on the land." "Did they follow you?" my uncle said in a gruff voice. Keeping my eyes on Madeline, I felt my uncle come to my side. I closed my eyes and Lila went back. I opened my eyes to look back at her, which made her eyes widen slightly before she looked at my uncle, who knew I had let some of his alpha aura out. "No, Alpha," Madeline pleaded, which made me realize that she knew who he was now when she bore her neck to him in submission. "Please help me." Before my uncle could say anything, I took a step towards her. Something about the way her emotions were made me want to figure out what was going on with her. I sniffed, letting Lila come forward slightly to do the same. I breathed in her scent. Something hit me. I looked back at her, stunned. "You're pregnant," I said, which made Madeline look back at me in shock. "No, I'm not." I sniff again. She is pregnant. Early days. Lila is pacing. "That pup is of alpha blood," she said. "I'm worried if her family finds out, they not only will kill her, but they may harm that pup too." My heart sank. We couldn't let that happen. That baby was innocent in all this. Shaking my head, I looked at her and smiled. I held my hand for her to take. She looked at it and was reluctant to take it at first, but she took it. I could sense the baby more. I looked at her. "You're of alpha blood." Madeline looked at me with wide eyes. "How do you know that?" she murmured, looking at Alpha Sam, who said nothing. I looked at him, but he gave me a slight nod while the corners of his lips curled up into a knowing smile. I looked back at her and smiled again. "My wolf can sense the pup," I said. "I have a gift of some sort, but you do need to tell us what is going on and why the family you are running from is trying to kill people and take over packs. This is unheard of, especially since they are betas." Madeline nodded. "I will tell you what you need to know," she said, looking over at Alpha Sam but tensed. I felt more eyes on me, which meant more eyes on me, which made me look over at him again. This time he wasn't alone. Next to him were my mother and Gwen, who were both looking on, shocked. My mother looked at me and smiled, even opening a mind link to me. "I'm proud of you," she said, her warmth floating through the link. I said nothing but closed it and gave her a nod. I looked back at Madeline, who stood next to me. "They are the pack members you will have to tell," I said. Madeline nodded at me and looked back at everyone, but mainly at my uncle. "Alpha, I want to tell you everything," she said. "Can we go somewhere more private?" "Yes, the office," he said, turning around. "Come." We all head there now. We all follow my uncle. Mum and Gwen are with him while Madeline and I walk behind. We don't talk. I let her look around to take in the pack. Just a mind link opens from my uncle as pride slips past. "I'm so proud of you, Mia," my uncle said. "Now let's find out what she has to say. But what happens will be up to you." I said nothing. I didn't want to be the one to make decisions about anyone. I wasn't alpha. Closing the mind link down, Lila came closer. "He wants to make things better for us," she murmured. "He wants to punish those who hurt us, and this is a way he can help." I still said nothing. My mind was racing with everything. That was the first time I had spoken up and defended myself or anyone else in a long time. Lila hummed. "We are being more as one," she murmured. "We will be stronger, and then that pack can watch out." I felt my lips' corners curl slightly but said nothing. Walking back to the pack was silent, but this would be the icing on the cake if we knew more about this family. Hopefully we can stop them, MIA. We arrived at my uncle's office and were all seated around. My eyes went to Madeline, who looked frightened. I took a seat and she sat next to me. My uncle was sorting out some drinks for us while Luna Sadie handed me some shorts and a t-shirt to put on. As every man stared at me, I had to lend one of the guards' shirts to walk back in. I put on the clothes and sat down next to Madeline. Madeline stared at me with sympathy written all over her face. I realized that she noticed my body was covered in scars, but she looked at the big, thick one on my thigh. "How did that happen?" she asked quietly. I could feel some tension in the room from others, but I looked at her with a little smile. "An evil man tried to kill me. He used a prison tool that was laced with wolfsbane. I was lucky to be alive." She looked at me. I think she was trying to figure out what was going on, but the look on her face got to me. "I know you. You were that girl that Chloe hated so much." There was growling coming from the back, and I looked over my shoulder to see Gwen trying to hold back a pissed-looking Sasha. Knowing I had to defuse the situation, I returned to Madeline. "I will tell you whatever you want to know, but you need to tell Alpha Sam and the rest of us what it is, I say. Moving my seat slightly, I kept my eyes on her while I continued. "Most of us here have been affected by Chloe and your mother or others," I said, looking around, "until I returned to you. You said you would tell us everything that happened, so please do." Madeline looks taken back at my hardened face, but I have had enough of everyone mentioning Chloe in everything. The girl was now setting me and Lila off. There was a change in how we were. Whether it was because of what happened over the last few years with the abuse, I wanted to start standing up for myself. Now was the right time to do anything. Lila agreed with me, and the sense of pride swept in. Alpha Sam, my uncle, takes his seat and looks at her. Well, start talking, please. Madeline looked down at her hands and then back towards me. She keeps her focus on me instead of my uncle. I best start from the beginning. My father was mated to my mother, but he was ruthless. He loved her and both myself and my brother. He was the alpha to the Midnight Pack, she says. Luna Sadie walks closer to Alpha Sam, sensing her hatred for the pack. He holds her hand, but my focus is on Madeline. He loved her, but someone killed my mother and kidnapped my brother. I was left on my own. My father locked himself away and didn't want anything to do with me. He blamed me for everything, she said. I could feel her despair, but she continued. But the betas took me in when I was 10. I was just a year older than Chloe, who had 2 older brothers. They made sure I was with both brothers at all times. They kept me by their side. Josephine made me call her mother. I hated it, but I had no choice. My father was locked in his room, dealing with everything that happened. He became a frail old man, and the only person he was allowed to see was his beta. He didn't want to see his own daughter. A sob escaped her, as a lone tear escaped. It was hard to be forgotten about, she whispered, looking down at her hands for a moment before she looked back at me and continued. She's in pain, Lila whispered, but I ignored her. My eyes were solely on Madeline. My father was a ruthless man, but when it came to my mother, brother, and me, he doted on us until that day. My brother never returned, and there were no leads on where he was taken. The beta always kept me with his children, she said, just as another lone tear escaped. Madeline stayed quiet for a moment as she gathered her thoughts until her face hardened slightly, and she let out a sigh. Things started to get weird. Josephine started to act out of character. She always made sure no one talked to me. No pack members. They told the other pack members I was living with them because the alpha didn't want or trust me anymore. She thought I wouldn't have known, but I did, she said. Pack members changed and never spoke to me. The betas made sure I was on my own and only with them. They never hurt me, not badly at least. I watched her flinch at her words and look at me quickly, then turned to her hands to continue. I was kept out of everything, especially when it came to my father since he was locked up in his room, but things started going even more strange. What do you mean more strange? Alpha Sam asked. Everyone else was quiet the entire time, but I knew they wanted to know the same, just as I did at what she told us. They have been listening to Madeline, like I have. I have been looking at her the entire time. I was trying to work her out more, whether we could trust what she was saying. I said nothing and kept staring at her, not letting her know what was happening in my head. This was the first time we heard about this family, but it was more about what she went through that struck a code with me. If you believe her story, she was a victim in all this. Lila and I were still trying to figure that one out. Madeline looked at Alpha Sam, her face full of mixed emotions, making it hard to figure out what she was actually thinking or feeling at that precise time. Strange was how they would talk in secret, she said. The beta would leave in the middle of the night and wouldn't come back for hours. No one said a word while she continued. I only found out when I started to notice things, she said. Chloe was friendlier when I was close by, but she seemed to hate me more when she wasn't. It was like she knew how to flick the switch on and off. Her brothers were the same. Nice to my face and then not when my back was turned. I only found out the truth when I overheard their conversation one evening about how I was a spoiled brat, and they hated being like this with me. That night changed everything, and I knew I had to find a way to learn more, and that was what I did. I needed to figure out how to see my father, she murmured, looking over at my uncle, and then sighed. I started to ask questions about trying to reconnect with my father, trying to make sense of what he was doing to me and why I was being blamed for others' actions. Madeline looked back at me. Josephine didn't like the questions and even started to get angry with me until one day she snapped. She told me she would have my father tell me exactly what she had been telling me. Madeline looked to the side and drifted off into the distance like she was lost in her own thoughts, but she continued, I didn't believe she would. At that point, I hadn't seen my father in so long, I thought he had forgotten about me. Madeline closed her eyes briefly before she looked back at me. Her face was full of hurt. Well, he did show up to see me. MIA. The office was silent while Madeline continued her story. Well, my father came to Beta's home. No one was around, and I was shocked to see him. We didn't say anything, and all I could do was look at the man I loved more than anything. He had changed before my eyes. My father looked weak, gray, and frail when he entered the house. It was like looking at the old version of my grandfather back when he was alive. A lone tear slipped past till she wiped it with her hand. Lila said nothing, but I knew she was close and listening to what she was saying. I didn't like what I saw, Madeline said quietly. My father came to me like I said, but he didn't look or act like himself. He couldn't stay long, but said something bad would happen as he was not well. I felt the tension in the air at those words. That could mean many things, but I had a funny feeling about where this was going while she continued. He apologized for what had happened and said he had no choice. My father started to get weary and left when he heard someone approaching the house. He told me to be careful and not trust the Betas, which I already knew. Madeline looked at me, sadness forming. All I can remember back then was his scent and appearance. It was like he wasn't the same man. His scent had somehow been changed, too. He didn't smell like a wolf. He smelt like something that died. When my father left, she said, I made myself scarce. I had my father's words echoing around in my head. I stayed quiet and pretended to be okay with everything. I pretended to be obedient and listened to the Betas, which was never new. I played up to what they wanted from me until I was taken to the pack house one day, and everything changed. Also, that was when I realized all my problems would start. We were all in the office when the Beta had a few council members come and assess my father. They concluded that my father was unfit to run the pack, and that the Beta should take over. They all agreed. After the council left, everything changed again, she murmured. The Beta and Josephine moved into my father's office and room. My father was placed in a section of the pack house for the mentally disturbed wolves. I never got to see him again. I was made to go everywhere with Chloe or one of her brothers. I had to be her best friend and her sister. It was hard, especially when I didn't like the stuff she would do to people, she said, looking at me. There was a hint of guilt on her face with pity. A low growl erupted in my head. She needs to stop feeling sorry for us, Lila muttered, staying close still. I said nothing, knowing I would have to tell Madeline to stop being like that. What has been done has been done. There is no going back. Madeline's voice started back up, bringing me back from my thoughts. Over time, the Beta got greedy, she muttered, anger slicing through her. He started to spend everything he ever desired or what his mate wanted, which resulted in many pack members being made homeless. I had to watch my friends and pack members being thrown out just for not doing anything they didn't like. Josephine wanted more money, and so did the Beta. After a while, they both started arguing a lot about things, such as he needed to stop being an ass about spending. Then, one day, he came up with a plan for everyone. I wasn't there as I wasn't their daughter, but I tried to listen in on what was going on when I could. I would hide outside the office window or outside the door to listen in on what was being said. They usually made me stay in my room when the family would talk, she said, but I would always find a way around it and listen. I found out they were going to use all the men of the pack to fight in a war amongst other packs. They would lie to them about why they were running out of money, blaming everyone else. If they didn't do what was asked, they would kill them or make them rogues. Listening to that made me want to vomit, but what Chloe came up with was even worse. She wanted to use the women for all the men's needs. Most men liked the Beta, especially after my father was declared unfit to rule. He had many loyal followers. They also agreed for the women to become sex objects. A mere sob echoed through the office, making me look at Luna Sadie. I remember her telling us about her pack and what happened to them, especially the women. Madeline looked towards Alpha Sam while she continued. Word got out that one rogue went here to find someone to help him, she said. To help get his mate and family back. The Beta was mad and everything. The day you came to Mia's pack, I realized why I was being held for. She whispered, but cleared her throat to ensure everyone could hear her. Josephine told Chloe and I that we would be going on to another pack before the war comes. The boys were going somewhere else. The whole reason they had me was because of my blood. I was born from an alpha. They would use my bloodline to start a new pack somewhere else. Josephine told me that I would be mated to one of her sons, but she needed to get into Shadow Creek first as there was more potential to take over since Alpha Robert lost his mate and she wanted to make him hers. Anger swirled around inside me, but I controlled myself. How did they know what had happened to Alpha Robert since they were never by? Madeline looked at me with a knowing look. She must have guessed what I was thinking. There was a spy within the pack only the Beta family trusted. That was even worse. A spy? How did no one not realize that? Once everything they had planned was in motion, she said, making me look at her with a stern look. I was made to leave with them, which I had to. We traveled around until Josephine had word the war had started. You know it was my pack that went to your pack, my uncle blurted, which made me look at him. He was beyond annoyed, but we all knew this could happen. My eyes darted to Madeline, who gave us a nod before she continued. I overheard that, she murmured. But Josephine made sure I was out of earshot for the rest until she told me the rest of the plan with me. She told me I had to decide which brother I wanted to be with. I had to choose between them, but didn't want to. I felt an emotion coming from her, which I had never felt before come through her. I couldn't pick either of them since, over the years, they had become more ruthless than their father. They were worse than him. Josephine let the whole thing with the brothers drop. I believe she wanted to scare me, and by goddess, she did. When we arrived at Shadow Creek, Chloe had gotten word from one of the brothers that their father was dead. That was when everything changed again, like she said. And this time, Josephine was in charge of what would happen to us all, and it was even worse than her mate's plan. Madeline, saying everything that had happened for so long made me feel like the world was slowly lifting off my shoulders. I had to tell them everything. Mia had looked at me the entire time. I felt so much remorse for what the Beta family put her through, and even though I wanted to help her, I was still on a tight leash. Shaking my thoughts away, I continued. The boys went into hiding and made sure that I was never to leave their mother's side. They threatened to hurt me if I did. The room stayed silent for a while till Mia spoke, which startled me and some others. "Why did Chloe have it in for me?" she asked. My eyes lingered on her. Everything that was done was all because of Chloe and her needs. Chloe wanted Aiden for herself, I said, keeping my eyes solely on Mia. Josephine realized Alpha Robert wasn't looking for another mate since he dismissed her advances, which was funny to see. Alpha Robert made sure she never got near him. Some of the others sat there with stony faces, which I could understand. Alpha Robert had lost his mate. My wolf whined, but I had to muddle through what had happened to us and tell them everything. Josephine was pissed until Chloe had her sights set on Aiden, but soon realized that you were in the way, I said. I didn't know that she would do all the stuff she did to you. Chloe made snide comments to Sarah about you, which made her jealous of all the attention you were getting from Darren and Lee, so she followed Chloe around like a lapdog. They were making plans every night on what they were going to do with you. My heart sank, knowing this was all going to be too much for her. I was always kicked out of the room, I murmured. The thing was, Aiden didn't want anything to do with Chloe. He had been in love with you all the way through. I am sorry for what she did to you. Chloe was relentless in her ways toward Mia. She didn't care how she got rid of her, even if it was hurting her. Then she would do it. Taking my eyes from Mia for a moment, I looked around until I saw a woman not too far away from where we sat who looked like Mia. That had to be her mother or some relative, but it was hard to not stare, especially with the scar on her face. How the hell did she get that? Are you Beta David's mate? I asked the woman. She said nothing but only nodded to the question. Knowing that Josephine was with him while all the torture was going to his daughter made me question if he ever loved his child. Josephine started making advances at him, but he wasn't interested in her, I said. He kept a photo of you by his bed and would look at it every time." There was a huff at the last statement. Was there something wrong with that? "Don't read much into that," Mia's mum murmured. "He drank himself stupid all the time, and there was not 1 ounce of love in that man's body when it came to me." I said nothing but watched her move her hand over the scar on her face. My wolf came close, but not close enough to be seen. A low growl rumbled through my head as she stepped back. Her mate did that. I stared at Mia's mum, wondering if my wolf was mistaken, but she wasn't. My heart broke for the woman. How could a mate do such a thing to his mate? They were supposed to love one another and protect them from danger, not cause bodily harm or anything. "Why are you telling us that?" Mia asked with a frown, which made me look back at her. My father didn't have any good in his body and liked to cause more harm to both of us. Half of my scars are from him, too. Would you care to explain that part to me also? I felt my stomach churn at her words. Not only did Chole hurt her, but so did her father. That was sick and twisted. But something clicked in my head. Something that they may not know about. My eyes averted Mia and looked at Alpha Sam and his Luna, who seemed to be tense ever since I walked in here. There was something in the way she was looking at me that was full of distaste and disgust. "What do you know about Josephine?" I asked, which made them all stare at me blankly. "Not a lot," he murmured. "Why do you ask?" Knowing I needed to tell them everything, it was the only way I could protect my safety. They needed to know everything about these horrible people. "Josephine had a friend, Morgan," I said, looking between each one. "She's a witch, a dark witch at that. She has been known to mess with the dark magic that could make anyone feel death. She was always with Josephine and came when she contacted her. She would do her bidding or anything she asked." Without thinking, I explain everything I have witnessed while being with them and some things I learned over the years. "I know this since I caught Josephine slipping something into my father's drink or beta David." Everyone's eyes stayed on me, but I could sense the tension change as soon as I mentioned Morgan being a witch. "Do you think she had this witch do something to people in the pack?" Mia asked. I looked at her and nodded. I remember Morgan being at the pack. It was dark and no one was around. The spell they used was in a potion that only needed to be put into their drink once a day. It is a memory loss potion. They will forget all about their mates and be under their control. "I have never heard of such." Alpha Sam gritted out, not believing me, but I didn't care. "As I have mentioned before, Morgan is a dark witch and messes with dark magic," I murmured, looking at him. "There are spells for anything and everything, even stopping someone from being with their mate. Most of the ones she used were potions, but I know there has been somewhere killing someone involved. I was never around when she did some, but the brothers loved talking about it like it was some sick game." Remembering that was the worst, I felt vomit come up my throat at the mere thought of them bragging and the smiles on their faces when they mentioned the brutality of what the spell did. It was enough for everyone to become afraid. They were laughing at someone being tortured for their own happiness. Shaking my thoughts away, I looked back at Alpha Sam. "I think she used this on Beta David a lot, as he was always with her," I said. No one uttered a word until a girl, whom I had never met, spoke. "How did you escape?" she asked, which made my heart ache more, knowing I had to tell them the rest of my story, which was why I was here. "The night I met my mate," I whispered, looking at Mia. Her eyes shot up at my words. You met your mate?" she asked, which only made me nod at her. "When?" "A gala held at your pack," I said, knowing this was going to be what they needed to know. I needed their help and protection. I had no one else to turn to. That's why I bared my soul to them about what I knew. And this was just scratching the surface of what was left to come. MIA, the gala. Something in her voice caused me to ponder over what she was going to say, since the way she was acting was concerning. Her eyes darted to everyone until she came back to me with sadness forming. "The gala was held for all pack members," she said, which made my stomach churn. Now I remember, it was that night I wasn't invited. It was also the night Chloe started her mission to get me out of the way of Aiden. "The gala was held by Alpha Robert," she blurted, pulling me from my thoughts while she continued. Alpha Robert had a meeting that day with another Alpha, and even offered them to come to the party, to which they agreed. It was going well till I bumped into the Alpha in question, Alpha Tristan. That was the night we learned we were mates. My eyes widened. She was mated to an Alpha. Why wasn't there any celebration? Madeline looked nervous for some strange reason, but she continued. We danced and even made small talk, she said, her face going blank slightly. Lila moved closer to watch her. She's thinking about her mate, she whispered. Sadness laced her words. I was definitely missing something here. Madeline, my uncle called, which made her pull from whatever she was thinking. Her eyes glistened slightly as she looked at him and gave him a nod before looking back at me. I had planned to meet with Alpha Tristan after the gala, she said. I was going to tell him more about my situation and ask to leave with him. But the meeting never took place. Josephine noticed the way Alpha Tristan was with me and started having some people follow my every move. It was impossible. I looked at her. Well, something did happen. I remember the next day after the gala, no one knew where Madeline had gone. Everyone was worried about her, but Josephine and Chloe told everyone she had left to be with family. Why would they say that to the pack, unless someone was in on it with them? My mind whirled around with names, but there were too many to consider who would help Josephine, but then something hit me. He wouldn't. My face hardened, and Lila was figuring out what I thought. My eyes stayed on Madeline while she moved up in her chair, her eyes on me the entire time while she continued. She must have realized that. I knew something. I had to come up with something and fast. I knew Josephine had some sleeping draught with her, and I knew where it was, she said. I slipped some of it in their drinks and waited for them to fall asleep. Once they were asleep, I managed to pack a few things and headed out the door, she said. But I was caught by someone, Alpha Robert. He didn't say a word, only to be careful of the stairs. I walked to Alpha Tristan's room, where he was waiting for me, and explained that I needed to get away. He must have realized how desperate I was since he didn't bother asking me anything. After half an hour, we were heading out the door in the middle of the night, she said. Alpha Tristan managed to get his beta to get the car and meet us outside. We all got in the car and headed away, but we did get asked why we were leaving. I hid away from the person when they were talking to the beta. He told them there was a pack business that we needed to get back to. The wolf mind linked with someone, Alpha Robert, I assumed, and was all set on letting us go. Madeline let out a breath, which seemed to help her calm slightly before she continued. When we were further away from the pack and I knew we were safe, I asked Alpha Tristan why it was so easy to leave, since I knew there had to be a valid reason to leave. You didn't think pack business was important, Gwen blurted, which made me look over at her and then back at Madeline, who gave her a knowing look. I knew it could be true, she said with a slight frown. But Alpha Tristan never said such words to me when he spoke to me at the gala. He told me his pack had more security than any pack he had ever seen from others. That doesn't mean nothing will happen, Gwen gritted. I could feel the annoyance in her voice. Looking behind me, I noticed my mother's blank stare and Gwen. She was mind-linking with her, hopefully to calm down. I looked back to Madeline and gave her a nod to carry on. Alpha Tristan told me he had a quiet word with Alpha Robert about who we were, she said. Her eyes lowered to her lap while she continued. He explained Alpha Robert knew my family was very protective of me and that there may not be a way to help me get out of the pack. Madeline looked at me, just as a lone tear escaped. Alpha Tristan told me Alpha Robert was willing to help us to leave, and even help with me getting out, which was why the guard let out when we left. I knew I had to tell him everything that was going on and explain everything about Josephine and her web of lies. Alpha Tristan listened and got angry, telling me wanted to destroy them. I calmed him down and told him, as long as I was with him, I would be safe. There was a slight pause while Madeline wiped her stray tears with the back of her hand. Her eyes went to mine. Something was there which I couldn't place. What did they say to the pack when they learned I was gone? She asked. They told everyone that you left to be with family, I murmured, which made her eyes widen. I had no family left due to them, she said with slight anger slipping past. Lila moved closer and sighed. I believe Chloe slipped up and told people about her having a mate, she whispered, which made me go back to a memory I didn't want to go back to. Chloe had began her taunting on me and even slapping me across the face. After a beating I had from my father, I was sore and in pain. I slipped away into the restrooms, but before I could leave, Chloe walked in with Sarah and some other girls. They were talking, but didn't seem to realize I was there. Knowing I didn't want to get caught, I literally stood on the toilet and crouched down while holding onto the wall for support. Chloe was going on about something, but someone asked her what really happened with her sister, which annoyed her so much. Chloe was one of these people who wanted all the attention on her. I remember her telling her about her finding her mate the night of the gala, but when she was questioned about why they lied to the pack, but Chloe made some story up about them. Madeline wanted time alone with her mate before they announced it. I could tell Chloe was lying, but at the time, I didn't even bother to think about it since I had my own issues to worry about at the time. I let out a sigh and explained everything to Madeline and everyone with what I remembered, only leaving out certain things as the bullying and the beating I received that day. When I was done, Madeline looked confused and slightly distraught. Alpha Tristan said, "Alpha Robert promised not to tell anyone where I was," she said. "Why would he do such a thing?" That had me stumped too, but then the thought from earlier slipped through my head, and even Lila agreed it could have only been him. "I don't think Alpha Robert told them that you found your mate," I said suddenly. "I believe someone was following you or working for Josephine and Chloe. Maybe they got to someone in the pack to follow. I know you all weren't that long within the pack, but you never know." Madeline and everyone stared at me. No one said a word until Madeline asked, "Who do you think told them?" Without any conviction and knowing I was 100% right, I told then. "My dad," I said. MIA. The tension in the air was due to the name I mentioned. My father was a sore subject to most people, especially me and my mom. He hurt us more than anyone. Madeline stared at me, slightly shocked. "Your father?" she asked. "Why would he do such a thing?" As soon as the question slipped past her lips, I frowned. Ever since she and that family moved into the pack, my father started to act differently. His drinking was still the same, but the violence toward me got worse as time went on. "Sorry," she murmured. "I didn't mean to." I shook my head, not wanting her sympathy. There was no need for it. "How would he know about me and Alpha Tristan?" she asked, her eyes looking at me and then at others, but it was Gwen who spoke next. "Well, Beta David was always a creep," she murmured, "but maybe Alpha Robert confided in him since he is his beta. Then the man may have been lured to see Josephine, and he spilled his soul on her. As you can tell, it doesn't take much for him to lose control." My eyes darted to Gwen with a glare, but she was looking at my mother, who was now looking into her lap. She was on about the scar on her face. I looked back at Madeline, who seemed taken aback by Gwen's outburst. Someone had to change the subject and fast. We all looked at each other briefly until my uncle cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "What happened to Alpha Tristan?" Alpha Sam asked, looking at Madeline. "Where is he now?" Madeline's face went completely white at the questions. Something happened, but what? Madeline started telling us what had happened and how she got to our pack. "Alpha Tristan kept me safe for a while," she said with a small smile like a memory had slipped into her mind. "He hid me away from everyone, including his pack members. He didn't want anyone to slip up, so no one knew about me, but they knew he had a mate. We marked and mated each other the day we arrived at his pack. That must have been weird for pack members not knowing who their Luna was." My mind raced, which made Lila growl slightly at me, which made me look back at her. "Shh, listen," she said, which made me look at her dumbfounded. I looked back and listened to Madeline again. "I was in hiding for months. Alpha Tristan wanted to make sure no one was after me. I knew the boys would someday try to find me, but nothing came," she said. "We moved on for the best part of the year. I became the Luna to the pack. We decided it was time for me to have my Luna ceremony, which only meant we would have a few other alphas. Alpha Tristan only sent invitations to some local packs close by, small packs that knew nothing about anything and who would benefit from being within another pack's presence. The whole event went without a hitch and even made more memories. There was a shift in the air when she carried on, but after my Luna ceremony, rogues started to appear, she said. Nothing more than a few here, nothing we couldn't handle. It would happen with a 10 at a time showing up, trying to get in. Every time we tried to catch one, they would kill themselves. It was weird. Alpha Tristan believed it had to be the brothers or even Josephine at work, since we hadn't had any trouble with any packs. I knew my past would catch up to me. The rogues kept coming, thus more every time they showed up. There was no warning on some, but there was more to attend to when there were. Madeline looked at me when another tear escaped. That was my life for a few months, until a few days ago when there was an army of rogues, she murmured. They were being led by the brothers, but to my shock, Josephine was there too. Madeline's voice started to tremble, and heartbreak plastered over her face. She was broken. She never left Chloe's side, never. She muttered. They were always together. But Chloe was nowhere to be found. Lila started to get tense in my head. Something about all this started getting to her, but I focused on Madeline while she continued. The war began, she said, letting out a breath. Alpha Tristan sent a guard to take me away from the pack. I didn't want to leave, but he said he wanted me to be safe and away from here. He sent me out of the back entrance. The guard and I ran until we reached halfway, leading us to your pack. Madeline's tears came more, but they didn't stop her from talking. The guard told me to stay down and hide. There were 2 packs closer to us. We had to decide where to go next. The guard was meant to return and even told me to head in the opposite direction. I had no clue where I was and knew I couldn't return to Alpha Robert since that is where Josephine would be. The guard left, and I was all alone, she said. Madeline looked around at all of us before continuing. It seemed she was trying to compose herself for what would come next. I don't know if my pack has survived or not, she started to say, but I know my mate is dead. I felt him die an hour after the guard left me. I felt the sharp pain in my heart of my mate leaving me, and I knew I had to leave. I headed to where I knew this pack was. My father always mentioned that being wiser and more powerful than the others. I thought you could help me. When I got outside the border, I saw Mia, and that is it, she said. That is my story. Madeline broke down and cried. I heard movement from the side and spotted my mother walking over to her and placing her arm around her shoulder while drawing her in for a hug. You are safe here, she said, looking at me with a soft stare. I think we should leave it here for now. Let Madeline have some rest. This stress isn't good for the baby. My mother's eyes darted to my uncle, who seemed to be nodding in agreement. We will leave it here, he said. Take Madeline to the hall to get her some food, and we can set her up somewhere to rest. I will have an Omega has made a room for, he said, but an idea formed in my head that made me cut my uncle off with my words. Why don't Madeline stay with me in my room? I asked, which took everyone by surprise, but I knew I had to keep it on the low key, why I was thinking of doing this. I can keep an eye on her and the baby. Mum is even close by to help, too. My uncle seemed stunned by my idea, but my mother seemed to buy into it. I glanced around until my eyes landed on Sasha, who was giving me an odd look. Lila knew what I was thinking and doing, but I needed my friend to be on board with the whole thing. I will need her help. Opening a mind link to Sasha, she was the first to speak. What the hell are you thinking? She asked, not allowing me to explain. You can't trust her. Not after everything with that family. I don't trust her, I said. Then why? She asked, but I let out a low growl which cut her off. I will explain everything later, I said calmly. Just do as I ask and I will tell you everything when we are alone. Sasha was quiet for a moment before she asked me something that was playing on my mind. Do you believe the story she just spun? It feels all too far-fetched to me. I don't know, I said, telling her the truth. Lila is having difficulty figuring that out, since it is hard with her pregnancy hormones everywhere. Lila couldn't read her. She was emotional, but having her close by, we could work out if she was lying, which is one of many reasons I wanted her near me. It wasn't for being friendly, but you never know. It could end in friendship if I knew she's telling me the truth. MIA. After closing the mind link and shaking the thoughts looming over me, I looked at Sasha meaningfully. "Sasha, can you show Madeline where my room is, and can you stay with her until I come up?" I said with a small smile. Sasha nodded, but didn't look too happy with the arrangement. I knew I had to tell her more when I saw her later. Sasha stood and motioned for Madeline to follow her to the door. I watched Madeline give her a small smile, but she looked relieved to be taking a break. Being pregnant and going through everything she had been through must have taken a toll on her. But the real question was, did I believe what she said? The room was silent until the door closed behind them when my mother spoke. "Why would you want to share your room?" She gave me a confused look, and so did the rest of the room. I sighed and glanced around at everyone before I spoke. Lila was close by but didn't say anything. Like me, she wanted to know if everyone believed everything she said. "I don't trust her," I exclaimed. "Everything she has said about her father being manipulated by the Beta family, or what happened with her mate, but I am having a hard time believing she didn't know everything about Josephine or Chloe." "Why do you think that?" Gwen asked while everyone else seemed to listen to what I was talking about. I continued, keeping my eyes on Gwen. "Mainly because I can tell when people are lying, and with her, it's weird," I said. "Her hormones are all over the place due to the baby, which is understandable, but we don't know if she was followed here." Before I could continue, my uncle spoke. "No one did. I had guards look from where she came while we were here." I gave him a nod. "There is a reason why he is the alpha, after all." Letting out a sigh, I continued again. "Her scent is overpowering, and I know that because the guard who was here mind-linked you to tell me," I said, turning back to Alpha Sam again, who nodded when his mind recalled what I was on about. "I want to keep her close," I said, but quickly added, "mainly because I know she lied about something." "What's that?" Alpha Sam and my mother said together. They let out a little laugh but recovered quickly. I smiled at that but changed my expression. "She said she didn't know anything about the bullying with Chloe," I said while my anger swirled inside me. Lila wanted to come forward, but I stopped her. "I know she did, even if it was only once. She was standing there while watching with Aiden. Also, I know she was lying about Sarah, since Sarah was never jealous of the boy's attention I had." "You never know, my dear. She might have." My mother interrupted me, but I slightly annoyed her. "I wish people would stop making me feel like I don't know anything, or that I am too weak to do anything. That stops now." "No, I know something no one else knows," I said, staring at my mother. "I know a few nights before they arrived, Sarah came out as lesbian to me." Mum's eyes widened at what I said, but I knew I had to continue. "She was never into the boys," I said, but a memory returned as I told them. "I found out before the last beating I had from them that she had found her mate, Amber. I saw them kissing, but Amber and Sarah wanted to keep it quiet until they were ready to come out. Sarah didn't tell anyone, only me. She trusted me with it, and I have kept her secret." "And she still beat you up?" my mother asked, which all I could do was nod. "Yeah," I murmured. "She told me no one would believe me if I came out about her sexuality. Her beatings were to keep me in check." My eyes left my mother's and I looked at my hands. I knew why she was doing it, but I would never do that to her. I had been friends with her since I was little. I thought maybe she would change if she saw I kept her secret, but that never came. Everyone said nothing until my uncle cleared his throat, which made me look up to look at him. He gave me a reassuring smile while he spoke. "I think we all have had enough information for one evening. I believe we all should go and rest." Alpha Sam stopped and looked around before he spoke again, and his eyes landed on me. "Oh, Mia, just to let you know, Alpha Robert is coming to see us tomorrow." My eyes widened. Alpha Robert was coming here. When? Why? So many questions were rolling around in my head that I blurted them out. "How? Why?" I asked, looking at everyone. Each looked blankly and concerned, but my mother moved toward me and grabbed my hand. She made me turn to look at her, her eyes searching mine, while she spoke. "I spoke to him," she said. My eyes rounded around while trying to wrap my head around her words. She didn't have to do that. Alpha Robert didn't even know she was alive. There was no reason for her to do it. "I had to, honey," she said, cupping my chin while she spoke. "I knew him very well back in the day. If I spoke to him, he might react better and want to come here to see me. He doesn't trust many pack members, So we devised a plan to say he was coming here for an alpha. He will be here late tomorrow evening. No one will know he is here, not even our pack members. We are keeping this a secret for now. What the hell? Were they all for real? Lila? I murmured. Are they telling me the truth? Lila had been quiet throughout the whole conversation with them, but her energy was giving off something that I never felt before, which was concerning. Worry. She was worried, but she wasn't saying anything. My wolf stayed mute while I tried to grasp what was going on with the information they gave me. Why bring someone who had no clue what was going on? Having Alpha Robert here was one thing, but for what? He didn't do anything for me, not protect me from what was happening, not from his son. I was alone. He was all about himself, and no one else. Keeping my eyes on my mother, I looked back at her in shock. Taking a few deep breaths, I composed myself, but something clicked inside me and came out with what I had thought. "What about Madeline?" I said, glancing around at everyone and landing back on my mother while I continued. "She can't be here when he comes. We don't know if she can be trusted." Looking at everyone, no one said anything for a second until Gwen spoke up. "What if I get my nephew Adrian to take her somewhere in the packed village? She's going to need some clothes," she said, looking around. "Maybe we can look into some things for the baby, too?" I said nothing, while it looked like everyone was on board with the plan. "Yeah, that would be perfect. We will make sure she leaves, but you need to make sure Adrian knows to inform us if they are on their way back. Or better yet, tell him that we will let him know when to come back," Alpha Sam said. Everyone agreed, even me, but it was more for the sake of getting out of this office sooner. Lila moved closer, which made me look back at her. Her eyes were full of concern. "We can't shift in front of him," she said, which made me look back at her confused, which only made her look at me more sternly. "We are white wolves, remember. No one should know we exist, especially an alpha who never bothers to look after a member of his pack when they are suffering." She was right. We needed to be extra careful. Looking back, I went straight to my mother, who was looking at me with concern. "We shouldn't shift either," I said to my mum, not bothering to address anyone else. "Alpha Robert doesn't know I have my wolf, and you never shifted in front of him either. I think we should be careful around Madeline, too, till we know where we stand with her." Mum nodded, but there was a slight smile on her lips. "You're right," she said, looking over at my uncle. It was just then I realized that they were both mind-linking. My mind was racing. I needed to leave this office. I had been in here for too long. Clearing my throat, I looked toward Gwen. "I think I will go to my room," I said, turning on my heel to leave, but stopped when my stomach made a loud growl. I needed food, and knowing Sasha, she would too. That was also to believe that Madeline would be hungry too. I stopped and looked over at her. "Oh, can you send plates of food up for Sasha, me and Madeline?" Gwen nodded. I looked at my uncle and mum, who were now looking at me, and I continued. "I think we also need to make sure no one knows Madeline is here, only a select few." "Why, honey?" Alpha Sam asked, looking a little confused. "If she is being honest, we don't want word getting out that she was here," I said, which made my uncle's face soften when he realized where I was getting at. "We don't want them coming sooner or later. We don't want a war on our hands. Also, I think it will be important to make sure that she has no access to anything," I said. "Make sure she has a guard with her at times. Maybe the one who was there when I found her by the border. Maybe he could go with Adrian and Madeline shopping tomorrow. Also tell him what you tell Adrian too, so he can keep an eye out too." There was silence in the office, but my eyes stayed on my uncle, who gave me a smirk. "I believe you have found yourself once again, my dear niece." I looked at him and smiled. "I'm trying to come back, but it is a slow process and trying to work everything out." It was all I could do. Work on myself and show who I am meant to be. MIA. Turning back to the door, I walked and headed to my room. Letting my thoughts linger for a moment until I got to my room, when an Omega was there with 3 bowls of soup on a tray. I gave her a smile and take the tray from her. She opened the door for me and I walked in, but looked up to see Madeline sitting on the couch and Sasha on the bed, not talking to one another. Looking away while the door closed behind me, I spoke. "I brought some soup for everyone," I said, looking over to them. They both nodded and headed to me. both grab a bowl and pull out a chair by the table. We all took our seats and sat while we began to eat. The silence in the room was deafening, which was making Lila a little on edge. "This room is amazing," Madeline exclaimed, which pulled me from my thoughts, and looked at her with a small smile while I looked around. "Yeah, it is. I never had a room before," I said, realizing I exposed more of myself, and not to just Madeline but to Sasha. Both look at me in shock. "What do you mean? You never had a bedroom?" Madeline asked, which made me look at her but then looked at my friend, who seemed to be quieter than normal. "I lived in a cabin on the outskirts of the border with my father," I murmured. "He would make me sleep on the floor. The cabin only had a couch which he either slept on or it was full of vomit from him being so drunk." Madeline's face hardened. "No one knew where you lived, not even Sarah," she said. "Another lie." "I know, my father made sure no one knew. My father was abusing me too," I said, taking note of what she was saying to me. Madeline stilled at the statement. I watched her for a moment until Lila looked at her and growled. "She knew," she mumbled, stepping back into my head. "You knew about it, didn't you?" I said, which makes Sasha look at her and growl. Madeline looked at her with wide eyes and held her hands up in defense. "I'm sorry," she said, looking at Sasha, and then back at me when she continued. "I thought something was up. I knew Chloe was being ruthless because that was in her nature, but when I noticed the way you were with your father when I saw you around, you were afraid of him," she said, her eyes softening. "I never told anyone what I thought I saw. I wanted to find help for you. I did, but I had to think about myself." "You do realize," Sasha spatted, which made Madeline and me look at her, "if you didn't think about herself, you could have thought about taking her with you, and then she wouldn't have the thick scar on her leg." My eyes widened at her sudden outburst, while Sasha snarled. She grabbed her bowl and spoon while moving back on her chair, which landed on the floor with a thud, which made me and Madeline jump, but we didn't say anything, while Sasha headed through the door and slammed it shut. The room was tense between us, but Madeline cleared her throat while my eyes stayed on the door that Sasha left. "I would have helped you, Mia," she said. "I just needed to." Lila was growling in my head, annoyed someone noticed it but put themselves first. Lila wanted out, but I managed to control her slightly. Deciding to speak about what Sasha said, I clearly thought it would help her understand what I went through. "The scar on my leg is from my father," I explained, looking at her. Her eyes widened, but she sat there waiting for me to continue. "My father brought a new weapon home from the cells. He told me he wanted to try out. He laced it with wolfsbane." A low growl rumbled through me, but I continued. "I have scars from him. He hurt me ever since my mother left. He took it out on me. Chloe told everyone that it was my fault my mother left, but it was my father's." I looked at Madeline with anger. "You noticed the scar along my mother's face, right?" I said, which made her nod. "That was from my father. He gave it to her the night she escaped." "I know you had to help yourself, but also, Madeline, I wish you could have helped me more," I murmured, looking away. The thought of eating now was making me feel sick. I needed her to know what I actually thought, so I let it all out. "I can sense that you are lying about most stuff, you know?" I said, her eyes widen again. "So here's what I suggest. You either start telling the truth about everything, or I will tell Alpha Sam to put you in the cells." The atmosphere in the room tenses while Madeline starts to shake. "Everyone knew what was going on," she whispered. "Someone could have helped you. What about Adian?" I growled loudly but let out a bitter laugh. "He wouldn't have helped. He was all in with Chloe," I said with a bit of spit coming from my mouth. "He deserves whatever happens to him and more. I don't give a if he is Chloe's mate." Madeline looked shocked at me. "What do you mean Aiden's Chloe's mate? That can't be," she said and looked at me. Madeline stares at me for a moment but places her hand on mine. "There is something I am missing." Lila is close by looking at her. "She knows something," Lila grunted. "I know she knows something. I can feel it too." "Chloe can't be Aiden's mate, Mia," she said, and closed her eyes briefly until she opened them suddenly, her eyes glowing yellow. I was surprised. Her wolf had taken over. "I am Leah, Maddie's wolf," she said, her head to the side. I was too afraid to move my hand from Madeline's grasp, while Leah continued. I know you don't trust us, but our pup and my human is all I protect. I knew that would be the case since that is how Lila is with me. Maddie has been part of that family against her will, she said with a growl. Lila was close, listening to everything that her wolf was saying to us. They never hurt her like your father hurt you, but they mentally tortured her. She only found out recently that the boys killed her father. They killed him, not put him in the mental hospital for the unfit wolves. Your wolf is special, and she knows she can trust me. You can feel it too. I can, Lila whispered, but I said nothing. I could feel the truth coming from her, but there has to be more to this. What were they hiding? But Maddie is right. Chloe is not Aiden's mate. Leah explained. She got a mate. He is a rogue and is the best friend of the brothers. Please let Madeline explain more. You can trust her. I promise, Leah said, and like that, Madeline's eyes closed and Madeline's eyes opened just as a tear slipped past. I found out about my father when I was in the next town over, she whispered, just as another tear escaped. There was news in the paper from a while back when I was kept out of sight. Tristan didn't know it was my father. I had to find that out when I was running and hiding. Madeline looked at me. Leah is right, you can trust us, she whispered. Chloe does have a mate. He is the same as the brothers. The mate bond between them is weird. He makes her do everything but the mate thing with them is weird as he screws every she-wolf, and she does the same. But they always come back to one another. It is like a game. I remember catching her with Darren one evening, then going to Aiden's room. This, she said with a shudder. I think they were sharing her. The feel of disgust fills my stomach, but she continued to look at me. Leah said, Your wolf and you are special. You will help in the fight. I looked taken back. What fight? Lila. My wolf is, I said, but I can feel Lila getting more confused than I am. I don't know what to believe, Lila mumbles, which made me look back at her. Her eyes were full of something, but it was hard to figure out what. I looked back at Madeline and wanted to know what she knew. Do you know why we are special? I asked. What fight? Madeline looked on blankly as she talks to her wolf, but when she comes back, she is stunned. My wolf knows something, but she won't tell me, but she says we have to stay with you and help you as much as we can, she said, and grabs my hand into hers. Mia, I am sorry for everything that has happened to you, and I want to help you all the way. You are willing to protect me, even after everything. Let me help you in whatever way I can. I stared at her, but she gave me a small smile. As for the fight you asked, she said, looking at our joined hands, I believe the Beta family will fight whoever stands in their way, and it may come down to 2 packs, Alpha Sams or Alpha Roberts. It will depend on what happens next. I said nothing and let out a sigh. This was too much to take in. As much as I want to believe her, my head is spinning after everything that has been said. I needed time to clear my racing thoughts. Clearing my thoughts, I gave her hand a squeeze and let go while looking at her. I think we should rest, I said. You can take the bed, I will take the sofa bed. Madeline looks at me and gave me a nod. She moved from the table and heads over to the bed, but stopped. Mia, I will gain your trust, she said, which makes me look at her with a small smile. I will help in any way I can, I mean it. I smiled, not knowing whether to believe her or not. You best get some sleep. Sasha's brother Adrian and his friend are going to take you into the village tomorrow to get some stuff, I said, which makes Madeline pull a face. I don't have any money, she mumbled, looking lost. Alpha Sam puts money aside for new members when they arrive, I said, remembering my uncle telling me why he does it when I spent some time with him. He knows whenever someone new comes into the pack, they might not have much coming into the pack with, I said. You will get some to help you get by for now. Madeline smiled. Alpha Sam is a better alpha than my father, she said, then shudder rippled through her. More like the Beta, they made sure they were rich and never helped the people of the pack. They took everything. Madeline climbs into bed and looked at me while she settled herself down. Alpha Tristan was the same as Alpha Sam. He always put his pack first and always helped them when he could. He sounds like a good man too, I said, while I watched a yawn escape her lips. Now sleep, you need to rest for the little one. Madeline smiles and placed her hand on her stomach. Alpha Tristan didn't know we were pregnant. How could you tell? Her eyes meeting mine. Your scent, I said softly. It changed from the last time I saw you. Also, my wolf can hear a faint heartbeat, too. Now sleep. Good night, I murmured, watching her till her eyes closed. Good night, Mia, she says and turns over. It was long before she fell asleep straight away. She must have been exhausted. When I knew she was asleep, I looked back at the bowls of soup and began mine, even though it was cold. I didn't care. I knew I had to eat, or someone would be worried about me. Looking over to Madeline's bowl, she had ate it all. Once I was done, I placed the bowls in the middle of the table and moved from where I was sitting. I walked over to the couch and started to get it ready for bed. Lila was settling in my head to try and sleep, but I could feel her emotions. It had been an evening full of everything and too much information to let it all settle. I needed time to think about. Pulling the couch into the sofa bed and pull out more blankets that the Omega must have left for me. I got on it and made sure I was comfy. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I let my mind clear and fell into a deep sleep too, letting the darkness take over me. Even knowing there may be more information tomorrow when I see Alpha Robert, Aiden. After my father showed the representative to the door and Chloe left with her mum to go to the mall, I wandered around the pack house before heading back to the office. Everyone was either training or having food. It was peaceful for once, but my mind wouldn't stop racing over every little detail. Jake was settled, but even he felt uneasy. Looking back at him a few times, he rested his head on his paws. His eyes were open, but they never looked back at me. He seemed to be far away. I walked aimlessly into my father's office. The door was closed. I knew I had to knock, but it would only be him there since most of the pack members would soon be retiring to their rooms. Opening the door, I pushed it open and looked around until my eyes landed on his desk, where I saw him placing the phone down and looking deep in thought. I didn't even realize he was on the phone. There was a sudden movement in my head, which made me realize Jake had moved to see what was going on. I heard a huff slip out, but I didn't pay attention. Keeping my eyes on my father, it didn't take long for my father's eyes to meet mine and hardened. The look he gave me was one that I was slowly and eventually would get used to by the look on it. I knew I wasn't being the alpha or son he needed me to be, and that would have to change. There was a plan in process with my friends about keeping the whole Chloe thing in check, and there was no point in worrying about my father and what he thought. "Dad, what do you need me to do?" I asked, shaking my crazy thoughts away. I needed to stop overthinking everything, and being busy was what I needed. My father stared at me momentarily before leaning back in his chair. "I suppose we could do some paperwork," he said, looking at a pile of papers to the side of the desk. "There are a few things I need to review with you, and you can do them yourself." I nodded and walked toward the desk. Taking a seat in front of the desk, I leaned forward when my father handed me a pile. I listened to what he had to tell me on what to do. Most of it was reading what people wanted or requested. Most were normal things for household or even training purposes, too. I agreed with most of them, but some were even too far-fetched for us to get. After doing those, we went through some of the accounting and even filed some of the documents away. It was a lot of information to take in, but I managed. After what felt like hours, I moved my neck side by side till I felt a click. Groaning, I looked at my father, who seemed to be back far away again. He had been doing that quite a lot lately. Jake yawned while he came closer to see. "Something is up," he mumbled, which made me look at my father. Not saying anything to Jake, I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "Is that it?" I asked, making my father shake his head and look at me. "Yeah," he said, looking at me. "I will need you to do more paperwork in the morning and then train. I have somewhere I have to be tomorrow, and I can't let anyone know where." I frowned. Where the hell would he be going? "Where are?" I asked, but a low growl cut me off, sending a shiver right through me. My father wasn't someone who would growl, only when he was pissed. Looking at him now was the look that I would use to get when I was in trouble. Was I in trouble? "Dad, have I done something?" I asked, but he cut me off with another growl. Another shiver rippled through me again. Jake was up on all fours and growled. Something was up with my father and Wolf, but it was hard to figure out what. "Don't ask questions, Aiden," my father murmured. I don't have to tell you anything. Something was eating at him. I hated that we didn't have the relationship we once had when I was a child. We would do everything together. Talking and laughing was the main thing since he always wanted to hear me laugh. It was his go-to when I was feeling sad. But it all stopped when my mother passed away. Everything changed at the flip of a switch. My father became someone I didn't know anymore. He was so withdrawn and even left me to defend myself. Even though I had my friends and some adults around, nothing compares to being alone. Shaking my thoughts away, I knew trying to ask anything else was useless. Moving from my seat while I kept my eyes on him, I murmured good night and walked away. I felt his eyes on me until I left the office room. Closing the door behind me, I let out a breath, which I didn't even notice I was holding, and decided to go to my room. It was getting late, and I knew I had to be up early. Heading to my room, a mind link came through from Lee. "Aid," he said. "Chloe and her mum disappeared." "Fuck. What do you mean you lost them?" I asked, walking into my bedroom. I felt Jake up in my head, listening to what Lee had to tell us. "We kept a distance and even followed them to the mall," he murmured. It was a normal, boring shopping trip until there was a commotion near where they were standing. By the time we got close to them, they were gone. "Sounds like they knew they were being followed," Jake grumbled, making me wonder. Knowing there was no point in Lee hanging around, he returned to the pack house. "Let's come back," I muttered. "They will show up soon. We need to come up with more of a solid plan to keep an eye on them." "We will hold a meeting tomorrow," he said. "Your dad's office?" "Sure," I said. "Tell the others, even get Sarah involved." "No problems," he said, closing the mind link. My eyes darted around my room, and I sighed. I quickly decided to jump into the shower to freshen up. After the world's fastest shower, I climbed into bed but was not asleep. My eyes stared at the ceiling. The whole pack house was silent, which was normal for the time. Turning onto my side, I looked out the window, and a light appeared. What the hell? After getting out of bed, I walked over to the window to see what was going on. My father was climbing into his car. Where the hell was he going? A mind link opened from him. "Aiden, I'm leaving for the 2 nights and a day," he muttered. "You have full control of the pack. There is more paperwork and even training to do. I want you to take all the training sessions, too." Before I could say anything, he closed the mind link. What the hell was that all about? Where the hell was he going? My father has never left me alone, not even for an hour. This had to be something serious. MIA. Warmth rested on my face, which made me open my eyes. I blinked a few times before I opened them. The sun came through the curtains, while I stretched out my arms and looked back at Lila, who was waking up. Without saying a word to her, I looked back and down at the sofa bed I was on. I was sitting up on the sofa, which meant I must have been that tired not to get the thing changed into a bed. It was even surprising how comfy the thing was. I didn't feel any aches or pain. Taking my eyes off the sofa, I looked around the room until I landed Madeline. She was sitting up in bed, staring at me. Her eyes widened when she looked back, just like she was shocked to see me sitting here. "I am sorry. Did I wake you?" she asked, recovering slightly from being startled by me. I shook my head and smiled. "No," I said, moving to the edge of the sofa. "I was coming around." My eyes darted to the window while I continued. "It looks like a lovely day. Maybe we could take a walk later." My eyes darted to Madeline, who seemed to be deep in thought, but nodded. This must be strange for her. Lila moved in my head, which made me look back at her. "She's confused," she murmured. "She doesn't believe we are going to keep our word to her about being safe here." I said nothing, but I knew how that felt. I felt like that in my old pack. Lila let out a sigh, which made me look back at her. "We will be seeing Alpha Robert sometime soon today," she muttered, which only made my stomach twist at her words. I didn't know how to feel about him coming here. He never made me feel safe. Would he believe everything I will have to say about what happened to me while in his pack? Madeline cleared her throat, which brought me back from my racing thoughts. I looked back at her. She smiled. "I know this is all too weird for us," she said, her cheeks slightly blushing at her own words. "We will have to trust each other, even if it is hard." I said nothing, not knowing what to say to her. She did have a point, though. We did have to learn to trust each other. We were both wronged by the same people. Maybe we can find a common ground with that, especially since we can take them down together. But only time can factor that, and that part is limited since we had no clue what to expect next. My eyes stayed on her for a moment until I spoke. "I think I will have a shower," I said, changing the subject. "You can have one after me, and then we can have some breakfast. Hopefully we will have some idea of what will be happening today." Madeline nodded. "Sounds like a plan," she said, leaning back in the bed and resting her head on the headboard. "I will need some fresh clothes." I gave her a small smile. "There are some clothes in the closet," I murmured, moving from the sofa and standing up. "There are plenty of different sizes. You may find something in there." When I got here, my mother had no clue what size clothes to get me, so she ordered a few sizes of most. There may be some in there that Madeline could use for now. I wasn't going to wear them, so they were going to be put to good use. Madeline smiled, but I didn't give her a chance to speak as I walked toward the bathroom to have a quick shower. Stepping inside, I closed the door and leaned on it for support. I felt her eyes on me the entire time. Lila hummed in my head while I pushed off the door and started to get undressed. I needed to freshen up. I needed to be ready for when Alpha Robert came. Once I was finished, I got out and wrapped a towel around myself. I forgot to bring anything in here with me, so I decided to make my way back into my room where I found Madeline still sitting on my bed, but on the edge. She must have moved from the bed at some point, since there were some clothes in a pile beside her. Madeline looked at me and smiled. Clearing my throat, I walked over to the closet and spoke to her. "You can have a shower, and then we can go down for food," I said, looking over at her while I opened the closet door. Madeline nodded and moved from the bed. She quickly grabs the clothes and walks over to the bathroom. I watch her every move until she closes the bathroom door behind her. Keeping my eyes on the door but listening in till I hear the shower run, I open a mind link to Sasha. "Hey," I said, "when will your brother be ready to take Madeline?" Sasha sighed. "Morning. My brother will be ready soon," she said. "He said he would meet you both for breakfast and then they could leave. How was last night with Madeline?" "She was okay," I said and started to explain what happened when she left. Once I finished telling her, I explained what I thought. "I think we can trust her," I said with a sigh. "But that was only because I nearly killed her last night for lying." Sasha let out a gasp. "What happened?" "I could tell she was lying about some things," I said. "But her wolf came to the surface to talk to me. Her wolf wanted us to believe them and that they are here to help us." "Do you believe them?" she asked. I didn't know that part. Lila may have believed her, but I was still on the fence for now. Well, until I can trust her. As Madeline stated not too long ago, we needed to trust each other. Maybe I can find out when she has spent time with me. "I don't know what to believe," I muttered. "I need time to—" Before I could finish the sentence, Sasha cut me off. "Alpha Sam is trying to get through to us," Sasha said and opened the mind link for him to join in. I knew I had to be careful with what I had to say or feel next, or he may call me out on it. Alpha Sam came through and said good morning to us, but got straight to the point. "As much as I know we all need to rest more," he said, which I believed was aimed at me more than Sasha. "Breakfast will be on the go. Alpha Robert is already here and will be waiting for you to come to us. I have him in a room alone with my beta. He will join us when we are all there." The mere mention of the man sent my stomach into knots. I thought I had time before I saw him, but I knew I had to confront him and tell him everything that had happened. "Mia," Alpha Sam said, making me pull back from what was racing in my head. "With what I have heard from the Omega, Alpha Robert seems not in the right headspace and seems to have the whole weight on his shoulders." I didn't know what to say to that. "What about Madeline?" I asked. I told her we would go to breakfast. "I will send Adrian to take her shopping and even suggest taking her for food too," he said. "Both of you will be in the office soon." With that, Alpha Sam left the mind link, leaving me and Sasha alone. "Well," she said, "we may have to deal with the next problem sooner. At least we can learn more about the truth about what is going on, and even give that old man something to think about." That part was true. Alpha Robert was going to get what was coming and some harsh truths. I am going to turn his life upside down by the time I'm finished with him. He was going to learn what a true alpha his son would become and would end up like. There are some things I have held back and not even told my family about since I never thought I would get the chance to tell, and now that time has come. I was unleashing everything onto the one person who was supposed to be there for me. I just hope Alpha Robert had the stomach to hear it all because I wasn't going to be kind with my words. Lila hummed at my thoughts and pride swept through. I knew I had to stick up for myself, and what better way than to do it with the man who abandoned all his pack members? Mia. Shaking my thoughts away, I let out a sigh while Sasha continued. I will ask Adrian to take Madeline as soon as she is dressed. They can get food in the village. Lila and I agreed. Knowing that Alpha Robert was here was one thing, but we needed to keep it between people we could trust, and Madeline wasn't someone on the list. Fine, I said. I will make sure she is ready. You mind link Adrian to tell him what is going on? Okay. Sasha closed the mind link, and I looked around the room. I listened in and could hear the shower running, which meant Madeline was still in there. I knew I had to get ready for the day. I walked over to the closet and grabbed some clothes. I put on shorts and a t-shirt, pairing it with some flip-flops. I walked over to my vanity and sat down. I quickly brushed my hair, which took longer since it's really long. I haven't had my hair cut in 7 years. I put my hair in a high ponytail. A mind link from Sasha. Adrian is all for breakfast outside the pack house, she said, which made me feel grateful. I was planning on being nice to Madeline, but with Alpha Robert being here, I can only be nice to one person and I would rather be her than him. He wants to give her the village special in the foods department. Tim, the guard is ready too. They will meet us at the bottom of the stairs. Perfect. I will head to the office, I said. Sasha and I didn't talk for long and agreed to meet by the stairs. She wanted to introduce Adrian to Madeline before we got to the office. After that, she closed the mind link. Lila let out a sigh. It will be time to deal with what happened, she said. How are you feeling about seeing the Alpha? My stomach churned at her words. I know it needs to happen, I muttered, but there are so many questions, and I just hope we find out the answers. We need them. There are some home truths for him to hear, she said with a stern tone. That part is true. He was going to know what he had missed, things that were right under his nose, and it was going to be the ugly truth for him. I was about to speak when I heard the water shut off. Looking through the mirror, I watched and waited for Madeline to come back into the bedroom. After a few moments, Madeline opened the door and made her way out of the bathroom fully dressed and her hair in a ponytail. She placed her dirty clothes in the laundry hamper and looked at me with a smile. There is a change of plan for breakfast. I have to be with my uncle today, some family stuff, I said. Sasha's brother, Adrian, is going to treat you to breakfast in the village. He wants to show you what our pack village is like and what good foods there are, even some shopping too. Madeline looked a little taken back by what I said, but her smile grew. That would be amazing, she said. When do we leave? I'm starving. I smiled. Now, if you are ready, we are meeting them at the bottom of the stairs. Madeline nodded. I moved from the vanity and walked to her. Madeline walked to the door and opened it, but waited for me to leave first. We headed out of my room and walked along the corridors till we went down the stairs. Tim and Adrian were waiting for Madeline with Sasha. Both men looked handsome. As we got to the bottom of the stairs, I introduced Madeline to them. They greeted each other and headed toward the front door. I watched them till the pack house door closed behind them. While I introduced Tim and Adrian to Madeline, Sasha stood by the side. I knew she wouldn't introduce them to her. I could tell by the look on her face. Someone was mind-linking her. Let's go to the office, Sasha said with a smile. I brought you something to eat. You must be hungry. I looked at her hands, toast and an apple. She had a bottle of water under her arm. Eat, she said, thrusting the toast into my hand. The thought of food had gone the minute my uncle told me Alpha Robert was here. You can eat here, Sasha murmured. There is no need to rush. Alpha Sam wants to make sure you have something to eat. We don't know how long. I gave her a look, which made her stop talking. Sorry. I said nothing and walked over to the chairs that were near the front door. I began to eat the food and while Sasha hoovered by. She said nothing, just a close eye on me. After we ate, I drank some water and let out a sigh while I stood up. "Shall we go to the office?" I asked, looking in the direction we had to go in and looked back at Sasha, who nodded. We walked away and headed to the second floor where the office was located. In my old pack, the office was located on the first floor, which made sense. I had to ask my uncle why he had his office on the second floor, and he commented on the view he had. It was over the looking parts of the training grounds. He always wanted to make sure the pack members were trying, since the pack is one of the biggest in the world. We approached the door and knocked on the door. There was a movement, but no one said anything until the door opened, and there stood my mother smiling. "Come on in, girls," she said softly. Her eyes were on me, and they held me there. She looked slightly concerned. "Mum is nervous," Lila mumbled, which made sense. This wasn't just about me anymore. This included her, too. This was our story about what we suffered and what happened to us. I gave my mum a reassuring smile. Mum moved to the side and let us in. We headed inside. I looked around the room, not looking for the man in question. The room was in darkness with a few lamps darting around the place. All the curtains were drawn. They clearly were going above and beyond to make sure no one saw him. Alpha Robert. Looking over at the desk, I noticed Alpha Sam with Luna Sadie sitting together. I let my eyes move to each person. Gwen is sitting in the middle of the couch. Sasha moved past me and went to sit on one side and my mother on the other. Movement from the side made me look over to it, and there stood Alpha Robert. He looked rough. He looked like he had aged in the last 3 weeks since I last saw him. His eyes bore back at mine when realization set. The corners of his lips curled up into a small smile. "Mia," he whispered. "MIA." His voice sounded gruff while he spoke. "It is so nice to see you. We all thought you were dead from the fire." I stared at him, not knowing whether to speak. His words echoed in my head, but I realized my conversation with everyone when I arrived. Gwen had started a fire to help me escape. Shaking my thoughts away, I kept my eyes on him while he continued. "You look healthier since you came to the pack." I said nothing. Alpha Robert was standing by the desk, but I noticed 2 chairs next to one another. They faced everyone. Letting out a breath, I walked over to the chair while he sat. His eyes watched me the entire time until I grabbed the chair, moved it away from it slightly, and sat down. The tension in the room was thick. No one said anything until Alpha Robert spoke. "I have to say," he said, his eyes briefly wandering over to the couch and then back at me. "It was weird to hear your mother's voice on the phone. Seeing her now is all so real." "I am happy to know she is alive," he said, looking back at her with a smile. My eyes darted to my mother, who gave him a nod. Her face was blank. Lila moved close and stared through my eyes but said nothing. I could feel her curiosity about what had happened. I looked over to my uncle, whose eyes were on me, but he moved them to Alpha Robert. "Shall we get down to business?" I looked at Alpha Robert, who gave him a slight nod. "Yes, please. I want to know what you know." Why would he want to know what we want to know? Shouldn't he start by filling in on what has happened? Lila huffed, not liking the first question. I looked over to my uncle, whose expression changed from friendly to like he wanted to rip Alpha Robert's throat out. My uncle gave Alpha Robert a stern look and spoke. "Please start, as we can fill in more for you." Alpha Robert stared at my uncle and said nothing momentarily before he let out a breath and began to tell us. "Okay," he muttered, and looked at my uncle. "We have a rogue problem. Really, rogues are his problem. How delusional can one man be? There were bigger issues within his pack. Not just rogues. The problem I have noticed is that they don't seem to terrorize the pack or even threaten anyone. They just sit on the borders and look in. Guards notified me about the whole thing. I know I can't attack them without cause. One guard even thought they looked like they were snooping the pack out or waiting for someone. My anger erupted and I snapped, knowing precisely what was happening. "They are waiting for someone." I gritted and stared at him. His face goes into shock at my voice, but he recovers quickly. "What do you mean?" I sighed. "You have a few people who are not what they say they are." His eyebrows furrow in the middle while he lets my words in. Does he believe me? I don't think he even knows what to believe, Lila muttered, which added more anger to the fuel inside me. I looked at him. Can you tell me? Alpha Roberts began to ask, but my mother stopped him. Robert, she said sternly, we believe a few people within your pack are in with the rogues. We cannot confirm this with you for definite till we know more. There is more you are hiding from us. My eyes wandered to my mum, who was now staring at Alpha Robert with so much emotion it was hard to pick which one she was using to navigate this conversation. She continued, This came to light when Mia and Gwen came back from the pack, she said and looked at me. I believe you need to say a few things to my daughter first, don't you? Mama wants answers like us, Lila said with pride. Mum was standing up for us, making her stand to show that this pack wasn't messing around regarding abuse or bullies. I smiled at my mum but looked back at Alpha Robert. His face had become tight, as if he were trying to hold back. Alpha Robert must have sensed me looking back at him and looked at me. His eyes softened quickly. Mia, your mother is right, he murmured. I want to apologize for my ignorance of the abuse towards you by your father. I never knew he was doing anything to you. I swear, I only found out because your father was a mess when he came to the cabin. Someone set it on fire, and now he thinks you are dead. I looked at him, trying to let his words sink in about what he said about my father. Did my ears mistake what he said? He was upset to know I was dead. That can't be true. The man tortured me for most of my life. He made me suffer at his hands, leaving scars in his wake. Anger fueled every part of me, which was setting Lila off. Calm down, sweetheart, Mum's voice echoed in a mind link. Breathe. I did as she said, but I had to close my eyes. Lila looked back at me and gave me a reassuring nod. You got this, she whispered. I'm here. Hearing her words, I slowed my breathing down slightly. Once I knew I was calm enough to handle whatever else was said, I opened my eyes. My eyes landed on my mum, and I gave her a nod. I looked back at Alpha Robert, who looked concerned. Are you okay? He asked. I said nothing, but knew I couldn't bring Lila into this since no one in his pack knew I had a wolf. I had to hold off on saying her name to him, only for now. His words echoed in my head when I realized something. He never mentioned the bullying I went through from the pack members, Chloe, Adian, and his friends. What about the bullying? I asked. Alpha Robert stilled, but his face went into complete confusion. Lila moved closer and stared at him. I don't think he knew about the bullying. I said nothing and continued to watch him. The confusion on his face is funny. What bullying? He asked, looking at everyone. I didn't know there was any bullying. Anger swirled inside me. Oh, there was, I said. Like you said, I suffered at the hands of my father, but there were others. Others within your pack that caused me harm and made my life hell. Lila growled, feeling proud of the way I was handling it, but also pissed at the way our old Alpha was acting. Was he that blind? I never knew others were bullying you, Mia, he said, sounding off. He was blind. It was showing right here in front of everyone. Anger fueled the air of the office. It was intense, but it wasn't mine that was at play. It was everyone else in the room. They didn't like what they were hearing. Mum and my uncle looked like they were about to lose their I didn't acknowledge anyone, only Alpha Robert. The Alpha would discover what kind of monsters he has in his pack, and what his son is like. I'm not the same girl from the pack. I won't let this all go. He needed to know the truth, and now I will tell him everything, what everyone put me through. MIA. Alpha Robert looked at me as I told him what exactly happened when he wasn't around, and I wouldn't sugarcoat it for him. I was abused by my father, Alpha Robert, I said, his face hardening. He was brutal. He tortured me all the time. I am quite surprised you never smelt my blood on him since it was more frequent. Alpha Robert tensed. Do you know what his favorite thing is to do? He shook his head as I explained to him. His favorite thing was to bring home a device from the cells and use it on me. I pulled my shorts up my leg on the left side and showed my scar for him to see. I kept my eyes on him while I spoke. This was his last parting gift. He laced it with wolfsbane and repeatedly stabbed me, not in any other place. 3 times in the same place. The tension in the office was tense, but no one uttered a word. The look of sympathy came, which I did not want from him. His eyes were on my scar, but I was not done. I told him more than anyone in this room knew, but this man left me with a monster. He has scarred me all over my body. Alpha Robert didn't move or even react. My anger rose. My father didn't just torture me, Alpha, I gritted. He started to spread rumors. Rumors he wouldn't, I growled, which made me cut him off. Lila was ready to come out and shake him. Damn fool. He needs... Ignoring her words, I stepped toward him. Rumors, I said. Rumors that caused people to look at me differently. Rumors that made everyone believe. Do you know what they were? Alpha Robert's eyes stayed on me, his eyes holding so much, but I didn't care. He needed to hear it all, which had to be from my voice. There were too many, I said. I was always disobedient to him, a horrible child, a nightmare. But the one that hit me more, and the one that caused more issues, was the fact I was the one who made my mum leave me since I had no wolf. Alpha Robert tensed, but I stepped closer. The last one, I was the reason she was dead. Everyone hated me in the pack, I gritted. You were never around to notice anything. When he started this, I started to get bullied by pack members. Alpha Robert looked down, but I wanted his eyes on me. Look at me, Alpha. He didn't. He moved and turned away from me. Coward. I was bullied in school and the pack house when I was there, I said, willing for him to look at me, but I continued. My father spread the rumors. I was supposed to be the one who chased his mate away. You know what? Everyone believed it and started to spread it around. And guess what? Because he was the beta, everyone believed him. Everything changed in one night, and they all turned their backs on me. They all distanced themselves from me. No one knew what that man did to me. The rumor spread through the adults and the children. They all changed and looked at me differently. Pack members who were once friends of my mother's distanced themselves from me. People who I thought were friends. Loud growls erupted through the room, but I ignored them. Lila was on the verge of showing herself, but she kept calm but growled. Keeping my eyes on Alpha Robert, I let my anger take over. Do you know who my bullies were, Alpha? Alpha Robert's eyes moved from the ground and looked at me. There was something there, but I didn't let him speak. Your son, that's who, I shouted. His eyes widened. Aiden was one. Oh, and let's not forget my own family member, Darren, turned against me and the two people I used to call friends, Lee and Sarah. A snarl escapes my lips. I glared at his shocked expression at the mention of his son's name. Aiden won't do that to you, Mia. He loved you. An evil laugh slipped through. Aiden loved me, I spat. That's a joke. He caused my shift. But this part was the one thing no one in the office knew about. I had kept it to myself. Only Lila knew. Ignoring everyone in the office and keeping my eyes on Alpha Robert. Do you know how he did that? Huh, Alpha, do you? He shakes his head but doesn't say a word. I know Lila is close by, but not enough for him to see her. I glared at him, knowing it was not him who should get my backup. He beat because of a pack member, I snarled loudly. Everyone let a growl but I ignored everyone. Your son beat me to an inch of my lip while Darren, Lee, and Sarah held me there. He kicked and punched me till I was knocked out. You must have deserved it if Aiden did that to you, Alpha Robert muttered. I glared at him and let out a growl. Lila wanted to come closer, but I pushed her back. This is my fight. Lila, this is my fight. Let me do it. Lila stood down but was there. I could sense her power. She was happy that I was taking a stand for myself. Getting back to the old fool in front of me, I stared at him. He doesn't even know who he nearly left me dead for. Do you know who he was protecting? I gritted. His face said it all, but he didn't budge. I was supposed to have attacked Chloe, I said. I was supposed to have punched her. It was the other way around, but ever since the rumors started, no one helped me. She was the one who punched me. I did manage to push her back, only for her to fall into the locker behind her and bang her head. That was when he came in. Alpha Robert was going through all kinds of emotions, but I didn't care. This man had no clue what was happening under his nose and behind his back. How dare you, my mother roared, making me look over my shoulder at her. She stood up and moved toward me, placing my hand up to stop her. Her face was full of rage. She wanted his head, but I didn't need her to do that for me. I shook my head and placed my hand in hers, making her stop. But my mother's rage consumed her, like mine does. My daughter didn't deserve anything she had, she gritted. Her eyes started to turn dark. I could feel her wolf coming forward. She was furious, and so was Lila. No one deserves to be treated the way Mia has. You call yourself an alpha. You don't deserve to be one. Call yourself my friend. You are not. Clearly, I misjudged who my true friends were. I squeezed her hand I was holding. Mum. My voice was barely a whisper. Her eyes moved from him to me. Her eyes were nearly black, but they soon disappeared. Her eyes came back to mine and softened. Turning around, I knew I had to say more to the man before me. He still needed to know more, and I knew everyone in the office would not like what I said. Alpha Robert stared at my mum, but his eyes went to mine. Listen here, Alpha, I said, moving closer to him. I didn't deserve not the abuse from my father, and definitely not the bullying from my so-called friends and that son of yours. What comes next will be hard, even for me. MIA. I moved closer and stood over him. He might be an alpha, but this man will know that a white wolf is no one to mess with. I lean over him and can sense my uncle and other members standing up and looking on. Chloe started it all. Who made me the pack's punching bag? I took another step back and lifted my t-shirt to reveal the scars on my body. Some have faded away since Lila has gained stronger since we stayed with her. She healed me once she had recovered herself. Some are going to be there, but there is one scar on my body that is there. My father didn't do it. No one knows this story. I never thought I would have to tell it, but since he was here and was defending the man who did it, it is only fitting to tell him exactly what his son is like. It was after the rumors came out that it all started, and this was when I soon realized Aiden was no longer the one I knew. Alpha Robert's eyes were on me, but lowered to my exposed stomach. They widened while he paled. See this scar here, I said, pointing to the deep scar on my stomach, which was 5 centimeters deep. This is what your son did to me, Alpha, I said. He looked at the scar with wide eyes. Some growling was behind me, but I ignored them and focused on Alpha Robert. He did this because I wouldn't let his precious Chloe have my seat, which was pathetic. He stabbed me with some scissors anyway. It never healed because I had no wolf. I stepped back and lowered my t-shirt. Moving back toward my seat, I sat down, not daring to look away from him. He was trying to put it all together, or even control his emotions. That was one of many scars that happened at the hands of Chloe, I muttered. I know you want to know how he made me cause my shift, I said. So here it is. It all began when Chloe hurt herself in front of me on that day, I said, moving my head to the side, watching Alpha Robert. She beat me up so badly that day, I couldn't even move. After she was done, she took it a step further. She hurt herself. I watched in horror. She made herself bleed. I only became aware when I woke up and saw her blood all over me. The office buzzed with silence and anger reverberated within its walls. Everyone has been learning more since I came here. I had only learned to trust people and even learned to become stronger. Lila willingly told me to continue. She needed Alpha Robert to hear what happened. She wanted him to know everything. She was close by, but still not for him to see or even sense her. Aiden came into the room when Chloe cried and threw herself at him. I didn't realize what was happening until I glanced down and saw that I was covered in blood. Her blood. She put on a show for him. Aiden believed her, I said, sighing as if bored, but continued. He grabbed me and forced me out of the school by my hair. He dragged me into the forest, calling his friends to follow. When we were out of sight, he threw me like a ragged doll till I landed on the ground. He punched and kicked me while Darren and Lee stood by. Chloe had a lovely grin on her face. Alpha Robert gave me a sympathetic look, but I didn't want it. I don't want your sympathy, Alpha Robert. I want you to understand the extent of the torment I experienced in your pack, not just from my father, but also from other pack members. I bet you had food every damn day, didn't you? Well, I didn't. I was lucky if I had 1 meal a week, I snapped. I want nothing from you. You let me down. You let the pack down by locking yourself away from us. I know it was hard for you to lose your mate, but we all lost someone and had to move on. You let your grief take over. I may be the only one who suffered, but I thought you would have at least had my back if you knew. The Alpha stared at me, wearing nothing but a blank expression. His wolf is talking to him, Lila said, coming closer to look. He's not impressed by what you have said. My eyes lingered on him for a moment, but I looked toward my uncle, who was staring at me. A mind link opened between us. Well done, he murmured. You are one brave lady. I said nothing. There was no pride or anything. I felt mentally drained. I was about to feel the consequences of every little thing I had experienced, which was available for everyone to hear. There was a part of me who wanted to run and cry, but I would not give him the satisfaction. I had done that after every beating from my father or being left to defend myself in some sort of way. "Mia," Alpha Robert gruffly said. My uncles had closed the link, which I didn't even notice. He must have felt my emotions. I looked at Alpha Robert but said nothing. His face held so much. Everything depended on what came out of his mouth. "I'm sorry for what you went through," he said, which squeezed my heart slightly in my chest. How could a fragile thing like a heart feel so heavy at words I had longed to hear? "You're right. I wasn't an alpha the pack deserved," he muttered, looking down at his hand on his lap. "I never truly thought anyone would cause such violent acts against a child. I knew who he was on about, but I didn't want to know anything about the monster. He didn't need my energy." "There are some things I don't know," he said, looking back up at me but looking toward someone. "I would like to know what you know." Glancing over to see who he was looking at, "Gwen." She gave him a nod, but her eyes went to me and softened. All eyes were on me. I see the pity in their eyes, which breaks me. "They don't," Lila murmured, but Alpha Robert interrupted her by speaking. "I don't know what to make of my son," he said, which drew Lila and me back to him. I looked back, his eyes on me. "He had done nothing like that, and not to you. He never laid a figure on you when you were together." "Being young never had to do with it," I said when childhood memories flooded back like a tidal wave. I felt sick, and tears welled in my eyes, but I kept my calm. Lila, being close by, helped. "Your son did what he did, and even made it clear he wanted someone else to have. I learned the hard way why. He kissed Chloe in front of me. As soon as he did, I knew there was no way he saw me as a pack member who he could bully and make her pay for what your beta had spread." Wetness coated my cheeks, which made me wipe the tears with my hand. It took remembering when I knew Aiden would never have anything to do with me to break me like a dam. "I can't do this anymore," I whispered, moving from the chair and standing. "There is more to this. Everyone here will tell you what you need to know. I can't." Tears flow more, and I can't stay in the room anymore. I may have spoken up about what happened to me for the first time and made people aware of what happened. My mom and uncle knew what I wanted to tell them initially, but that was it. Moving quickly, I walked out of the office and walked away. Someone had followed right behind me. I could hear their footsteps, but I didn't bother looking back. Lila stood quiet and said nothing. She knew what I was feeling. I was breaking. I felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. People who needed to know knew, but it was still hard to relive all that again. Just as I got to my room, a hand wrapped around my wrist made me stop. I closed my eyes to show her how broken I was. She turned around and wrapped her arms around me without saying a word. A friend. The person who helped me leave. Sasha. Sasha followed me from the office and said nothing while she kept up with me. She was now holding on to me tight while I let everything out I had to hold on to for so long. All the tears I shed many times overflowed. Her arms held me tight. I couldn't move, and I didn't want to. "Emma." The room was silent after my daughter left. I could feel and sense her pain. Everyone in the office could feel my daughter's heartbreak a little, but also relief as the whole abuse that she dealt with came to the surface. It was raw and painful, but it all needed to come out. My eyes lingered on the door but moved toward the man I thought was my friend. He was pale and had many emotions, which we all could feel rolling off him. Alpha Robert looks torn after Mia's outburst. "That happened all under my nose, Alpha Robert," Gwen blurted, making me look at my friend. She was furious, just like all of us in the office. "I told you something was happening under your nose, but you never listened to me when I told you about it in the office before I left." Looking back at Alpha Robert, whose face seemed to tighten at her words. Did he not even listen to my friend when she said something was happening? "I didn't. I should," he muttered, trying to justify everything. That was not going to happen. I let a growl slip, making him look at me in disbelief. "Emma, I didn't know." "You should have known," I gritted. I know what it is like to be abused by that man. I only had to deal with him, but Mia not only had to suffer at his hands, but also people who were supposed to be her friends. My anger swept through me like a hurricane. Lynx was on the verge of coming out because of the pain she felt coming from our pup and what she had heard. You didn't know what was happening to me either, I said, raising my voice. That monster tortured me, I said. But he loved another. He never wanted me. He wanted her. You know who that was. Maria. Your beloved mate. His eyes widened and tears formed at the mention of his dead mate. He blamed me for not saving her that night, I continued, telling me I should have died instead and not her. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself down. I had no clue what I wanted to do. Alpha Robert was learning more about what was happening behind his back. He needed to know the truth about his best friend and Beta. He needed to realize what kind of monster David indeed was. If he didn't believe Mia, he would believe me. That pack caused not only my suffering but also my daughter's, I said. A hand went on mine. I knew it was Gwen. Gwen saved me back then, and Mia too. Alpha Robert, your ignorance caused problems for your pack, my brother growled. I could sense his anger slipping through, and I knew he had been having trouble controlling his wolf ever since Mia spoke. We all did. I suggest we talk about other things, he said, glaring. The way this is going, I will be more than happy to let your pack suffer, especially knowing my family has suffered enough at the hands of your pack. Alpha Robert stared at him but looked back at me. I am sorry for everything that has happened, he muttered. I was heartbroken because of Maria's death. I knew something was happening between David and her, but I never got proof. At first, I thought it was a friendship they had built by working together. I never thought my best friend and mate would betray me. I felt hurt when my Luna hurt me, and then someone took her away from me before I could deal with it. He was full of sadness. I never knew about his torture on both of you, Emma. I would have stopped it. I mean it. Same with Mia. Part of me wants to believe him. There was no way he knew what was happening between Maria and David. Love blinded him to her, since she wrapped him around her finger whenever we were around. When I reflect on my memories of our friendships with all four of us, I realize that Robert and I ended up alone. David and Maria worked together on a project. As a Luna, she dealt with some of the pack issues, especially regarding the children. Our pack needed a new park for them. Maria wanted to do something special for all the children. She and David worked together. They planned everything and even overlooked the project together. They worked on it for a few weeks. Nothing changed. They would both come home to us. After that project, Maria asked David to help her out more, and that's when the mental abuse started. David would say one thing and he would do another. It would be like being on a roller coaster of emotions, wondering why he would act like this toward me and differ from the next. Nothing happened between them, since I felt nothing. That all started when she was gone. That was when everything changed instantly for us. Not just as mates, but also as a family. It all went downhill after that. What has happened to my sister's mate? My brother said, pulling me back from my thoughts. The mere mention of my mate had my stomach twisted in knots. I looked at him and frowned. Mate was not David, not anymore. Alpha Robert looked at him and stared before he spoke. I won't discuss that. His eyes moved from my brother's to mine. You don't need to know what he... A low growl rumbled throughout the office. Talk to me, Alpha. My brother's voice echoed off the walls, making them shake slightly. I had seen it be worse than this, especially when I came here and he had to see what that man did to his sister. That was the hardest day of my life, telling my family what he had done and why I had to leave my child behind. Alpha Robert looked at him and glared. I am at your request, he said, his face hardened. I wouldn't have come here if it wasn't because of Emma. My brother said nothing. This topic needs to change from me to a more pressing matter. Do you know you have traitors in your pack? I asked, making Alpha Robert look at me. This was why he was here. Not only for me, but also for Mia. We have something he wants, and he needs to know. We needed to work together to stop what was happening. These people were after packs. What is better than teaming up? But everything needed to be out in the open. Alpha Robert needed to know what had happened between Mia and me, and now he did. He needed to know about the people he had let into his pack. I wonder if he will believe us. Probably not, Lynx mumbled, but I ignored her. She lost his respect after he thought Mia deserved what she got. If it wasn't for Mia stopping us, I thought Lynx would have gutted Robert immediately. There was no telling what she would have done to protect her pup. "Could you tell me what is going on, please?" Alpha Rubber asked while I shook my thoughts away and looked back at him. "I want to know everything." "And what traitors are you on about?" "Emma," Alpha Sam glared at him. I knew I had to defuse whatever was going on with my brother. There was time and place for this. We had to work together to take out the Beta family. "Tell him, Sam," I said through the mind link. "We will need his help when we fight them, but we also need to know what he knows." I could feel my brother's anger. "That bastard blamed Mia," he gritted. "He knew something was wrong. You can tell by the look on his face." "I am trying to keep calm, but Bo has other ideas," he said. Knowing his wolf, Bo, he wanted to kill the man. His wolf hates it when he hears bullies or any harm to children, and there is no expectation when it comes to his niece. Ever since Mia came here, he had been more protective. All people have, even some pack members. I said nothing and looked at him. "We need to do this for Mia," I said, keeping my eyes on him. "You need to be the alpha, not uncle here." Sam looked at me, his eyes darkened. He knew I was right. Right now, I bet he wanted our parents here, since they would have more pull with Alpha Robert since being part of the council. But he knew it couldn't happen since Mia hadn't met them yet. She was supposed to, but ever since, we learned more about the pack's involvement with Mia's treatment there. That didn't include what we learned about the Beta family and their involvement. Sam let out a sigh. "You're right." He closed the mind link and looked toward Alpha Robert. Sam closed the mind link and looked at Alpha Robert, giving him a hard look, a look I knew all too well. He wasn't going to be subtle in the slightest. The man needed to know it all, even if it meant him realizing that he had not only let Mia and me down, but also the fall of his pack. "We came to learn that a family from the Midnight Pack has been terrorizing through packs," Sam said, which made Alpha Robert tense. There was something in there, but I couldn't place what. "They killed their alpha after killing his Luna, their child. They took over and made that pack suffer, taking all their money, prisoning pack members who went against them." Sam looked at him with a stern look. I knew the rest of this story would take more control of him and Bo, but Alpha Robert needed to know it all. "The council enlisted me to deal with the matter with Alpha Marcus. We thought we had killed them all, but when my niece got here, she explained they had gained 3 new pack members, one of them being that hideous girl, Chloe." My eyes went to Alpha Robert. He looked blankly at my brother. Part of me wanted to move and shake the man to hear what was being said when my brother spoke again. "You also took her mother and sister in," he said with a hard look. "Didn't you think it was strange to take 3 women in like you did, or was you—" "They told me they needed protection," Alpha Robert blurted out, cutting off my brother. The look on my brother's face was something I also knew all too well. He was pissed, but someone else spoke, which made me look at her. Sam's mate, Sadie. She has become my sister since he came back with her. I knew there was more to her story, and she mentioned she would bring it up when it was right, and it seemed today was the time. "Alpha Robert, the 3 of them are from my old pack, the Midnight Pack," Luna Sadie said. Alpha Robert looked at her with wide eyes and turned to look at Alpha Sam, who glared at him. Sam knew he wanted to ask more, but he shook his head and looked toward his mate, giving her hand a reassurance squeeze for her to continue. "Sam wants Luna Sadie to tell him what she knows. There was more I didn't know, which we all needed to know. The Beta who killed the Alpha and took over the pack mated with Josephine," she said, keeping her eyes on Alpha Robert. "All of their children are as evil as their parents. There are 3 altogether, 2 boys and 1 girl, Chloe." My eyes went to Alpha Robert, who seemed to question something, but Sadie beat him. "Madeline, the Alpha's daughter, was kept away from us. We didn't know where they were keeping her. We only knew they wanted one of their sons to mate with her. Madeline cleared up that part when she was in the office yesterday. I was a pack member who was kept in one place most of the time," she gritted. "It was surprising to see followers who believed their words of power, but most of the pack were prisoners for wanting out. No one was safe there. Men wanted women, even if they had mates. I was lucky to find my mate, she said, looking at my brother. Sam gave her a reassuring smile. When the council came, Josephine escaped with her children while I killed the beta, Sam said. We even burned his body to make sure he was dead. Sam looked at him and realized something. It looks like Josephine and Chloe made their way to your pack for a new start, he said and frowned. But with everything that has happened to my niece, I think they are after the alpha position and pack to take over. Try to claim what they lost from someone else. Back to what they did to my back, Sadie murmured. They will do anything to get what they can and make it all about them. Make them be a powerful family, like back in the pack. Alpha Robert stares back at my brother and Sadie, but sighs. When Josephine, Madeline, and Chloe came to the pack, they told Beta David and me that when we spotted them on the border, they were being hunted by rogues. They wanted to become pack members and would help us in any shape or form. They were the only ones who spoke, he said. Madeline was quiet the entire time. She looked scared and didn't even look at us. You didn't think it was weird? I asked, making him look at me and shake his head. His eyes lingered on me momentarily before returning to look at my brother and Sadie. What did you say when they mentioned they were being hunted by rogues? My brother asked. I agree, since David told me they might help us with the rogue problem we had, he said. There was something clearly bothering him. The thing is, rogues never followed them to the parkland after they arrived. They caught them near the border, but they never made any entry of coming in. Whenever a warrior or guard spotted one and notified us, they disappeared by the time they looked back again. Emma. Alpha Robert stopped for a moment and let out a frustrated sigh. The rogues never came onto the packlands, he said, which made me tense. That part was weird. No rogues would leave a packland unless someone were behind it. Alpha Robert continued, pulling me from my thoughts. They only came to the territory, looking or waiting for someone. There was some tension, but even confusion in the air. Why would they? Alpha Sam muttered, but Alpha Robert stopped him. I reached out to you for help, since I knew there was more to it. The guards came to me and mentioned what had been happening. I had someone on the outside to help. That's what I asked for, a representative from your pack to investigate. His eyes went to the person sitting next to me, Gwen, and he gave her a small smile. I thought one had gotten into the pack when I wasn't in the best frame of mind. I needed someone on the outside to figure out whether it was a pack member or something else and to see if it was my imagination. Alpha Robert stared for a moment and then looked toward Alpha Sam. I didn't want my pack members to think I was losing my mind. I needed help, and I was grateful for your assistance. He looked at Gwen again and gave her a nod. Thank you again for looking into it. You found more out when you were there than I ever could. Playing devil's advocate was hard as an alpha, especially when something was happening within the pack. I looked toward Gwen, whose face hardened. Can I ask why you are always in your office or room? He gave her a nod, keeping his eyes on her. This was something that needed to be addressed. I only stayed in the office because I knew no one would come in unless it were important. Over the years, I let my grief for Maria consume me until something clicked inside. I needed to be more of an alpha. After Josephine and her family came, I knew I couldn't hide anymore, not with new pack members coming to live. So I slowly made more effort to come out. It was only for food, showing my face and sitting at the table. Adian slowly appreciated what I was doing, even asking for us to go for a run. There was a slight smile pulling his lips, something of a memory that formed. I did more with him, only small amounts. When days were hard, I stayed in the office and made known I was working, which was not even a lie to them. I kept busy with paperwork and learning more, but something strange happened. The atmosphere in the room became stale, and his face hardened. During my time in the office and when Josephine came to the pack, she would appear out of nowhere, trying to give me tender care, either by placing her hand on mine or even staying with me to comfort me. I ignored her attempts. I had no interest in her, not in any romantic form. Anger radiated from him as he continued, I have never taken another woman to my bed after Maria except once after a few drinks, but I felt guilty afterward. I stopped it before it could even start. but with Josephine she was slowly giving subtle hints about betting me. I never liked her like that. She is not my type, and honestly, I would return to my office more toward the end to get away from her. Her scent was off. It would make me sick, something I never thought about until Gwen came to stay for a few days. Alpha Robert stopped momentarily, trying to control his anger, but nothing seemed to work. There was something else I noticed. I loved walking around the pack house at night, especially when I couldn't sleep, since sleep was rare. He looked at me with a hint of worry, but he continued. I walked toward the beta's floor and was about to move when I saw David's open and Chloe leave his room one night. My stomach dropped while my wolf growled. Alpha Robert continued, not noticing the mental toll this was taking on me. She looked like she stayed with him. I have only seen her leave, not much to the imagination on clothes either. That prick slept with someone Mia's age, and the one who had caused all this torment to her in the first place. Closing my eyes, I tried to push everything I was feeling. Over the years, I felt pain even when I was in the pack. I wasn't stupid. I knew what he was doing and what he was doing with others. I felt every pain of him sleeping with women. Anger swipes in, making my eyes fly open and look at him. I am sorry, Emma, he murmured, then looked at Alpha Sam with something else in place. Now that is my son's mate. He let a low growl slip past his lips. Chloe is not his mate, a voice came from the door. We all looked to see Madeline standing there, looking between us. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Her face contorted slightly like a naughty girl entering the principal's office when they were in trouble. Her eyes locked on with my brother's as her bottom lip trembled. I am sorry, Alpha Sam, she said, while playing with her hands in front of her. I knocked, but no one answered. I thought I would come to tell you. We came back early and were looking for Mia. My brother's face was blank, probably wondering if she was telling the truth. Did she knock on the door? In her defense, we were all into discovering the truth about what was happening. Madeline, Alpha Robert whispered, which made me look at him. His face had gotten whiter, but his eyes were glued to hers. We forgot this wasn't meant to happen, Alpha Robert and Madeline meeting. We wanted to find out first and decide what would happen next when we knew the truth. I looked at my brother, who gave me a knowing look, just like we did as kids when we knew something was up or even agreed with something. Madeline, is that really you? Alpha Robert whispered, glancing around at us in the room to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Where is Alpha Tristan? His words echoed around the office, but my focus went to Madeline, who was on the verge of crying. He's dead. Josephine and her sons killed his pack and him. I escaped with a guard, but he went to lead them onto another trail, away from me. Her words failed her as her tears escaped. My heart sank for her. Losing a mate was one thing no wolf would ever want, not in her condition. I am so sorry about that. He was a good man. My brother cleared his throat, causing Alpha Robert and Madeline to look at him. When you came here, you mentioned Adian's not Chloe's mate. What do you mean by that? Madeline stared at us while more tears flowed. Something was clearly amiss with what she had told us yesterday with Mia. She cleared her throat, but it barely came out in a whisper when she spoke. Chloe already has a mate. The entire office fell silent by her words. Emma, did she say Chloe had a mate? Then why was she seducing men, knowing you have the one the moon goddess chose for you? This was so unhinged, even for my wolf to hear. What do you mean, Madeline? My brother asked, confusion clearly written on his face, just like most of us. Madeline looked to the floor and then back at him. She has a mate. She and her mate have some weird mate bond, though. They like to sleep around and hurt one another. It is like a game to them to see who can cause more harm, she said with a hint of disgust. The worst part is they always end up together after tormenting and torturing each other. That is so wrong on so many levels, Gwen muttered. Why play such heinous games like that with their wolves? It's unheard of. Madeline said nothing. She looked more annoyed than anything. My wolf came close and stared at her. She's scared. I said nothing, knowing she had left that part of our conversation. That was one vital thing we needed to know, even if it was disturbing. Gwen was right. No wolf would act like that. It had to be their human side, being like that. Many wolves can be as deranged as their humans, my wolf murmured, making me look back at her with wide eyes. You knew this, and you never told me, I muttered, which only made my wolf roll her eyes at me before she continued. Moon Goddess always states there are always a few bad eggs, and we must be wary of them. Clearly, this girl and her mate were the ones we needed to watch, even her mother too. That part was true. Josephine seemed to not care about any of this, even trying to go after Alpha Robert. I looked back and noticed a few were talking to their wolves. My eyes went to Madeline, who seemed to stare at Alpha Robert, who seemed to be in his little world. I wonder if she knew he was coming here. No one would have slipped up, but we still didn't know if she was to be trusted. Did you know Alpha Robert was coming here? I asked, suddenly causing a few people to look between us. Madeline looked back at me but shook her head. I didn't know until I came to the door. I could smell his scent by the door. I think pregnancy has heightened my senses, she said. Ah, I remember them. It used to cause problems when someone didn't have a bath around here, and a few of the pack members and their wolves enjoyed doing it on time. They thought they didn't have to, since they were wolves. My wolf groaned while agreeing with me. Don't remind me. Keeping my eyes on her, I knew she needed a gentle touch. I smiled at her, moved to the side, away from Gwen, and patted the seat between us. Come sit. Madeline walked over to me and smiled. I looked over at my friend, who seemed to smile at her. Madeline sat while looking around the room until she came to me again. Where is Mia? She left, Alpha Sam said, making us look at him. She wanted answers to what happened to her in her old pack and to clear up some things that Alpha Robert didn't know about. My brother's eyes went to Alpha Robert and then back to us again. He leaned back in his seat and sighed. I think we need to devise a plan for what to do about Josephine and Chloe. We must discover their endgame and what they want from us all. Everyone nodded, but no one said a word. When Gwen spoke, we all thought, I know how we can lure them into a trap. Like what? I asked, wondering where she was going with all this. Gwen moved forward, gaining everyone's attention, and told us what she thought. Well, they seem to want to either be looking for something or trying to take over Alpha Robert's pack. We all nodded, knowing that part was true, until she continued. Why not set up a trap there? They wouldn't expect another pack to be helping him, especially not our pack. There was silence while her eyes moved between us. They believe taking out Alpha Robert's pack will make them powerful, or you could lure us to them instead, I said, knowing where she was going with this. Gwen frowned and shook their head. No, they won't, she said, looking hopeful. They don't know Alpha Robert is here, right? She looked at him while he gave her a nod of agreement. Gwen looked at me, then at my brother. No one knows about this meeting. We could plan to visit the pack with a few wolves and see what happens. Maybe state you are offering training or something. We do it unexpectedly, not letting anyone know until it's too late. Gwen, that sounds stupid, I said, but Alpha Sam cut me off before I could finish my sentence. Sis, I think she is onto something. My brother turned to Alpha Robert. Were Chloe and Josephine there when you left? Alpha Robert thought for a moment and shrugged. Only Chloe, I believe. We haven't seen Josephine for a while. She told me a few days ago that she needed to look for something in town and would be back in a few days. She was also meeting a friend. That was convenient. She must have been seeing some rogues, especially with what we know now. We could set a trap at Alpha Roberts' pack when she comes back, Alpha Sam said, making me arch my eyebrows at him. Knowing that look he had, it was something my father would use when he was about to take someone down, and Sam wore that same look. What do you have in mind, brother? I asked. His face was blank, and I knew he was forming his plan. After a moment, his lips curled up into a stupid smirk, like he did when he was a kid, when he would prank me or if he had something evil in mind. I think I got a plan that will eliminate them, but we will wait for Josephine to return to the pack, he said, looking toward Alpha Robert. Alpha RP Bert can let us know when she is back, and once she is back, Alpha Robert will notify me, and we can send some members of ours to him to help him train his pack. That's what I want her to believe. She would have no control over what happens, and Chloe must be too busy to realize what is happening. Alpha Robert stared at him before the corners of his lips twitched. He seemed on board with my brother's idea, while my brother continued, "I'm not going to discuss it anymore, but we have a baseline for what we can plan. We will meet in a few days." My brother looked at Alpha Robert. "You need a secure phone line in place for us to communicate with you. Once we establish who is dependable, we will decide who will be part of your group." Alpha Robert nodded and looked at us before he spoke again. "As much as I need to hear the plan, I should be getting back to my pack and don't want them to have any inkling I was here." My brother nodded. "That's true. We can make the plan better when Mia is involved too." The mere mention of my daughter's name causes Alpha Robert to wince. He quickly recovered and looked at my brother. "She might not want to help," Alpha Robert mentioned, but my brother shook his head and stopped him. "She will. She will want to face her bullies." I knew where my brother was going with this, but Mia might want nothing to do with this pack after everything that had happened to her, and I wouldn't blame her. There was another problem that neither Alpha had thought about. "What happened with David?" I asked, looking between them both. He was the one who caused both Mia and my injuries. Alpha Robert's body tensed but relaxed when he looked at me. "He's in rehab in the nearby village since the fire. He had drunk himself stupid and needed help with his drinking." Alpha Robert stopped and looked at me momentarily before he stunned me with his next words. "He mainly wanted help with his violent ways." That was weird even to hear. He wants to get better. There was no more hope on my end. He ruined me and tortured me, and there was no going back. Suddenly, I felt Madeline tense, which made me look back at her with concern. "What's wrong?" Her face goes pale, and she looks back at me. I didn't know about the abuse, but I think Chloe did. "What do you mean?" I asked her, but then something clicked. She slept with David. If he were drunk, he would have told her. "Why would she know?" Gwen asked, making me realize she was looking at me. Before I could tell her, a light bulb went off in her head. What?" Madeline spluttered, looking between us. "What did she do?" "That little slept with David. Knowing what he was like, he probably blabbed to her about what he did to Mia, which would explain the meetings she was getting. She could have made something up to him, making her out to be the victim or something, and he, being the Argonaut ass, he would think he was her knight in shining armor, beating his daughter for what she did." My stomach flips more while my mind goes over her words again. "I think Chloe wanted David to hurt Mia more," Alpha Robert muttered, taking everything Gwen said. "He would turn up to the pack after he had been home for a while. Seeing Mia as weak, Chloe must have thought she would stay hidden, but she didn't, which would fuel her rage more." "I hate her," Madeline murmured under her breath, "for what she and Josephine have done, but also for Mia's torment. No one should go through all that." The room was silent until my brother cleared his throat, making us all look at him. "As long as that man is in rehab and locked up, we can still advance our plans." His eyes went to Alpha Robert. "I will see you out the back way. No packs will be around since it's training." Alpha Robert nodded, but my heart felt heavy with everything we learned today. "Sis, why don't you and Madeline find Mia?" he said, making me look at him. With the sudden urge to see my daughter, I exited my seat and held my hand to Madeline, who happily took it. "Let's find Mia." My wolf howled, wanting to see our pup. Everything was a mess, but we needed to get back to the bottom of it quickly. I was more about my daughter than anything now, and knowing people would make her suffer to get close to someone was even more disheartening. Alpha Robert. Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie were the only ones left when everyone departed. My thoughts spun, trying to make sense of everything said and seen. The presence of Emma and Madeline among the pack directly resulted from my actions, a fact that weighed heavily on my conscience. Emma was a dear friend of mine. Even when she was mated to David, we still hung out until my Maria was killed. I had lost myself entirely and failed to be the alpha everyone deserved. Guilt consumed me, especially after hearing what Mia and Emma had gone through. Today's conversation revealed to me that cruel people lived in my pack. Coming here was an eye-opener, especially hearing about the involvement of my son and his part in Mia's abuse. That's what it was, abuse. Rage was all I could feel toward my only son. How could he do such a thing? When they were young, Mia and Adian were inseparable. They did everything together. Even when Maria was killed, Mia looked after him. Despite the mess I was in, Aiden and Mia would be huddled in the corner. Alpha Robert, Alpha Sam said, pulling me back. My eyes met his. Luna Sadie pressed a kiss to his head and walked away, heading out through the door. Why would she leave now? I kept my eyes on Alpha Sam, who had a dark demeanor now. There is one thing I want to talk to you about alone. I stared at him, wondering what he wanted to talk about. Alpha Sam leaned in his chair and spoke. You, son, what are you going to do about him? That was the million-dollar question that was running through my mind. My wolf was pacing, angry at everything he had heard. Everything was due to two women who were causing problems with my pack. Alpha. I have no clue, I gritted, cutting him off. Staring at him, I let out a breath and continued. One thing is for certain, I need to talk to him. Get to the point of why he has been acting like this. Alpha Sam stared at him, his face hardened. He needs to realize what he has done, he said, moving from his chair and standing while pinning me with a glare. You need to. I know what I need to do, I growled, standing. Our auras were let out, clashing with one another. I knew I had to deal with Aiden and do it my way. Closing my eyes, I stared back at my wolf, willing for him to calm down. After a few moments, I opened my eyes and stared back at Alpha Sam, who seemed to be doing the same. Aiden will be punished for what he did, I assure you. My voice echoed around the office like a ticking time bomb. Keeping my eyes focused away and toward the window, realizing I needed to leave soon before my pack wondered where I was. I had blocked all pack members from contacting me through MindLink. Don't tell him Mia is alive. His words hung heavy in the air while he continued. He doesn't deserve to know. No one in your pack needs to either, not after what she has been through. I gave a nod, knowing he was right. Everyone in my pack had it in for Mia. I know I did nothing about it then, but I can now. Letting out a sigh and moved away from the chair but stopped. Looking over my shoulder, I looked back at Alpha Sam. I know I messed up as an alpha. I lost my Luna, which is hard, but it was no excuse not to know what was happening with my pack. Alpha Sam stared at me, but I continued. Leaving here now, I will deal with Aiden and all Mia's bullies. I promise you, they will never find out Mia is alive. There will be major changes within my pack, you can guarantee. I know it is a little too late to do this, I said, but Alpha Sam shook his head and stopped me. No one here knows what it is like to lose a mate, he said, which makes me tense. It must have been hard, especially on your wolf. I am sorry, Robert, for what you went through. Tears appeared behind my eyes. I have not once had another alpha say such words to me. Knowing my voice would show emotion, I kept my mouth zipped until I looked away. I had lost my wolf due to what happened, I whispered, knowing this would come as a shock to him. The books have never written about such a thing happening, but it occurred to me. No one knew, not even my pack doctors. It was a main reason why I kept out of sight and not letting pack members know. If it got out that I was weak and without a wolf, anyone could challenge me for my title, whether I had Aiden or not. My wolf came back the night Mia left. That explains why you hid, he murmured, making me look back at him. His face softened. My wolf came back the night of the fire, I said, turning slightly. No one in my pack knows this. I had to keep my title safe, but also grieving was harder on me. Alpha Sam stared but moved his head to the side. Did you wolf explain why he left? I gave him a nod. Grieve of losing our mate, but I stopped myself. If I told him the rest, Emma's words about our mates were valid, and I still didn't want to admit they were true. Enough said. Alpha Sam mumbled, making my thoughts race. I knew I needed to leave, since I had to return to my pack before Aiden sent someone to look for me. I will take my leave, I said, placing my hand on the door, but looked over at him. Please don't bring up what we spoke here just now. I will deny it if you do. Alpha Sam gave a nod while his lips twitched at the corners. You have my word. We have a common enemy that needs to be dealt with. Working together is all we need to do. After this, we will go our separate ways. I said nothing, knowing there was no point in establishing anything with him about our future, since what happened to his sister and niece were still raw. All this was still raw after this meeting. Pulling open the door, I headed out and through the back way, Alpha Sam came and got me before everyone arrived for the meeting. Walking and climbing into the car, I drove away without looking back. My mind raced over everything that had happened this morning. Movement in my head indicated my wolf was close, but I said nothing to him. We were still trying to get back into the groove of being back together. The big part of him leaving was hard to hear when he told me. I thought he was lying, but it was all confirmed by Emma. My wolf could sense a change in Maria when she was with David. He couldn't figure out what, but she seemed happier. I never considered it since David was my best friend and always talked about Emma. The projects were stuff to do with her Luna duties. It started out helping with putting decorations up or something small. Over a few weeks, things changed when she seemed to be happier seeing David than being with me. My wolf wanted to confront her, but I was against it. When she passed, we were too far gone to even talk to one another, and then he disappeared on me. Returning to how we were before will take time, but we can salvage it. The only thing that was on my mind was dealing with my son. The son I raised never to harm a woman who should have respect for his mate. Then there were the issues surrounding Josephine and Chloe. I could not tell Aiden about any of this. I needed to prioritize my thoughts, and the first thing was to make sure I punished everyone involved in Mia's torment, including my son. I may have been an absent alpha and father, but now I will show him what it is like to be both. He won't like what I will have in store for them. MIA. After a few hours, I cried in Sasha's arms when we got to my room, and eventually, after crying so much, I fell asleep. My eyes were heavy from being swollen, but as I looked ahead and stared at Sasha, I realized she must have been lying with me on the bed when I fell asleep. I could tell she never left my side. Looking back in my head, I see Lyra sleeping soundly. She tried to soothe me, but even she was overthinking and upset. She was primarily angry about what had happened and what she learned. I looked back at my friend to see her eyes were closed. I slowly sat up in bed, which caused Sasha to stir next to me. Her eyes flew open, and she looked at me. A small smile appeared on her lips. "How are you feeling now?" That was a loaded question, even to me. How was I feeling? There were too many things going on in my head. I'm okay. I never thought I could cry so much. That part was genuine. Only when the pain was so bad that it would make me pass out. Shaking my head, I looked at her again. As for what was said, I don't know, but expressing everything openly felt good. To make Alpha Robert hear what was going on and even put him in his place. Sasha nodded and moved up. We both leaned against my headboard when she spoke. "I am happy, though," she said, which raised my eyebrows while I felt slightly confused. She let out a laugh and shook her head. "Nothing bad. For years, you have held everything in and suffered because of what happened. It must have been good to get it off your chest like you did, telling him what happened, making him realize his mistakes." I stared at her, knowing she was right. I felt like some weight had come off my shoulders from telling Alpha Robert all that. There was nothing else to be said. But I do have to admit, I hated hearing everything that you spewed out to that Alpha. Sometimes I thought Alpha Sam would have jumped over his desk to hit the man for letting it all unfold like he did. Even your mother wanted his head, which was scary since she is so calm. The thought of my mother losing her crap made me wonder if she would have done something. "Mama Wolf would have," Lyra said, making me look back at her as she yawned. Once she was done, she looked at me. She wanted his head, but she had to control her wolf and her anger too. "It was hard for everyone to listen to," she said, her head to the side. "Even for me. I didn't realize how bad it was. You blocked me from some of it and even lied to me." "I'm sorry," I whispered, looking away. "I didn't want you to suffer because of Mia. Look at me." I did as she asked and looked back at her. Her eyes met mine and softened. "You shouldn't have had to block me. I could have helped or even taken some of the pain for you." A lone tear slides down my cheek. Her love ripples through me and helps me calm slightly when I feel an arm on mine. Looking away from Lyra, I glanced back at Sasha, who seemed concerned. "Mia, are you okay? Is something wrong with Lyra?" I shook my head and leaned back on the headboard, darting my eyes from her. I stared ahead. "We're okay." Lyra was telling me her thoughts. I used to block her in some parts, at least when it happened. She was stunned to know most of it. Sasha said nothing, letting my words linger around us until she sighed. It must have been hard for her to hear all that. I gave her a nod, but she wasn't. Don't. Our wolves are truly magnificent creatures, especially to us. They're humans. That was true. I bet it also felt good to tell someone in that pack what truly happened to you. I knew where she was going with this, and it felt amazing to get it all out of my system, even if Alpha Robert should have had some clue what was happening. I think the Alpha had some other thing going, Lyra muttered, making me look back at her as she continued. His wolf. He felt unhinged, as though he had been locked away for ages. I could always feel him close by, but getting a read on him was hard. That was weird. Why would his wolf act like that? You never told me Aiden did one of those scars, Sasha asked, making her body tense at her words. I told her many were from my father, which was true, but some were from Chloe and others. That one was Aiden's finest piece, which I will never forget. I let out a sigh, knowing she needed answers. I didn't tell her initially, since I was learning to trust her. It was the first thing he ever did to me, I said, leaning back and turning to look at her. I remember it like it was yesterday. It happened one afternoon after a beating. When he did that, he caused Lyra to come forward slightly, but I pushed her back and blocked her so she wouldn't feel anything else. Sasha's eyes widened, which made me look away from her. I kept my eyes on the door, trying to keep my emotions in check as I continued. Chloe started it, but Aiden finished it. All our so-called friends were near to them. I think Chloe wanted to make sure she had Aiden where she wanted him and the others. What do you mean? It was like she wanted to keep him for herself and the other. She never let him hurt me after that, but only just made him watch. She always made sure Darren and Lee were always around too. Sarah only showed up when bothered to be in school. Anger swirled around me. Talking about all this wasn't helping. I needed to change the subject or do something. Right on cue, my stomach growls, and Sasha and I look at one another. The corners of our lips curled up, and we both laughed. "You're hungry, I take it," she said once she calmed down. I gave her a nod and let out a breath, but let my eyes wander over to the clock. We had been in the room for 3 hours. Did anyone come up to see me? "Your mum and Madeline came up," Sasha murmured, making me look at her. She gave me a knowing look. "They were worried about you. I let your mum in to see you, but when she realized you were asleep, she told me to let her know." Sasha looked at the clock and smiled. "It's dinner. Maybe we could go down and see everyone in the hall, grab some food, and then train afterward." I liked that idea. Even training seemed better than nothing. We could get all this anger out on that. There was silence, which made me look at Sasha, who was wearing a blank expression. She was mind-linking with someone. After a few moments, Sasha looked back and smiled. "Everyone is finished in the office, and Alpha Robert has even left. They made a plan, which Auntie Gwen says took 3 hours to create." My eyes widened. A plan? What plan? "They will tell us later," Sasha said, acting like a mind reader again. "Shall we head to the hall to have some food?" My stomach growled in agreement with her before words could even agree, making us laugh again. Once we both calm down, we get out of bed and feel refreshed by straightening our clothes in the mirror before heading back downstairs. We arrived at the Grand Hall and found everyone having food. Luna Sadie and Alpha Sam talked with Adrain and Tim, while my mother and Gwen sat with Madeline. "Come on," Sasha murmured, walking over to the opposite side of them. We both sat just when an Omega placed a plate of food before me. The smell was amazing. I was starving and started to eat when I felt someone's eyes on me. I looked up to see my mother and Madeline staring at me. "What?" I asked, taking a bite out of the burger on my plate. "Damn, that tastes nice." Lately, I have eaten more than I did back in my old pack since it was up to me alone to eat, since Dad was away a lot. I only knew how to make mac and cheese or tuna bake, but it was never fancy. "How are you feeling now, honey?" Mum asked, making me look at her. She looked concerned. "I came to check on you with Madeline, but Sasha told us you were sleeping, so we thought we would leave and set you a plate when you came down." I kept my eyes on her for a moment, knowing she wanted to know the truth. Lila sighed. "Just tell her something. She needs us to be okay." "I'm okay," I said with a small smile. "I just needed to get out of there. It got too overwhelming and I said, but stopped when I realized the hall was silent. They were listening to me. My cheeks burned, and I looked at my uncle. His eyes were full of something, but it was hard to tell. I'm fine, honestly. My uncle looked at me. Why didn't you tell us all that in there before, especially about the scar that Aiden did to you? Why would he ask me this in front of everyone? Anger rippled through me while I stared at him. What scar? Madeline asked, making me look at her. She looked tense at the question, which was weird. I stared at her for a moment, but let out a sigh. Aiden stabbed me with a pair of scissors when I wouldn't do something for Chloe. Madeline's eyes widened, but I looked back at my uncle with a glare. As for not telling you about everything beforehand, I said, my head to the side as Lyra came closer to the surface to let herself be known. Some eyes widen, but I don't care, and continue. Most of my scars are from my father. A few pack members have only hurt me, and Aiden isn't the only one. I let my words linger momentarily before something registered with me, and I spoke out. Thinking about it, every time another pack member injured me, Chloe was always there, I said, furrowing my brows. It was like her fun. Everyone stared at me. Most of them looked bewildered. I glanced around until my eyes met Madeline, who looked at me somewhat out of sorts. I am so sorry. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting from her. I stared at her, confused. It's not your fault, and you weren't there, and besides, they aren't your family. The corners of my lips curl up, trying to give her a reassuring smile. I knew I had to say something. Everyone seemed worried about me, and they didn't need to be. Seriously, I am fine. My eyes went to each person as I spoke. I must let it all come out, as I feel much better. Frowning, I looked at everyone. I can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I think I need to have it out with Aiden and the others. Everyone looked at one another, but there was some understanding between my words, especially from my uncle. Confronting Aiden and all my so-called friends who helped with what happened to me, they needed to know that actions have consequences, and I wasn't going to let it slip by. I knew I had a long way to go in feeling more confident about seeing them all again, especially Aiden. Every part of me wanted them to think I was dead and move on, but there was a massive part of me that wanted to do this for myself. I could never move past what they did unless they saw me, and I didn't know when that would happen. Well, that's good to know, my uncle said, pulling me from my thoughts, and I looked back at him while he grinned. When you left the office, we talked and devised a plan, and you will be part of it. That sounded ominous. What plan? What plan? Sasha and I said together, which made us look at each other and let out a little laugh. My uncle explained what they came up with. Alpha Robert played a major role in coming up with most of it, but my mum and he also brainstormed another side that was more tailored to me. The one part I heard was that we would help the Shadow Creek train, which is laughable. We would only go when Josephine returns to the pack since she has been gone for the last few weeks. That's weird. Where could she have gone? Lyra's words hung in the air while my uncle continued telling me the plan. No one will know we are coming until the last minute, since they haven't heard from her or whoever they are working with. While my uncle spoke, I continued eating until he told me I would help them with the training. I had to admit, I never thought you could choke on a burger until then. I still need more training, so I don't know how that will work. I was going with a few warriors, my mother, Gwen, and Sasha, while some other pack members stayed in the motel halfway from the pack house, which I assume is Troy's motel. We are to wait and see if rogues come to attack, and hopefully Chloe's brothers will turn up too. Despite my plans, worry consumed me. There was no way I could pull anything off. Mia, I think you should have it out with the young Alpha too, my uncle said, pulling me from my thoughts. You need to show and tell him everything, also the rest of that stupid pack. Even leave that pack, and then we can make you an honorable pack member here. I sighed, but said nothing. The mere thought of talking to Aiden scared me, but to leave that pack, before all this happened, loved ones filled that pack with memories. We won't be going until you are ready, Lyra said, chiming into the conversation. I knew she had my back. Honey, are you okay? My mother asked, reaching her hand over and placing it on mine. I stared at her momentarily before giving her a small smile. I'm okay. But what will happen to the rest of the pack, and Madeline too? I asked, looking at my uncle. Surely he wasn't going to send her back there, not with what had happened. My uncle's eyes softened. Madeline won't be coming with us. I am sending her away. Well, Cousin Adam will watch over Luna, Sadie, Ryland, and Madeline in Spain until this all blows over. He smiled. They will leave at the end of the week. I turned to Madeline, who seemed shocked. I have never been to Spain before, and I have never been on an airplane. I smiled. Neither have I. You will have to tell me when you get back. Madeline nodded and smiled. My eyes moved to my uncle, who grinned while he continued. At least that is all sorted. As for me, I will join you. He what? Coming with us? Who would look after the pack? The questions that had formed in my head brought Lyra closer, as my uncle sensed where my head was going and explained more to me. I will only come for a few days or even a week after you and the rest leave. Your grandfather will look after the pack in my absence. What the hell? What did he mean by grandfather? I had no other relative other than Ryland, my little brother. I looked at my mother, bewildered. Grandfather? I have a grandfather. When were you? I'm sorry, Mia, she said, her eyes glistening. With everything that has been happening, we forgot to mention then. They know you are here and have stayed until you were ready to meet them. My eyes stayed on her while she looked over at my uncle and then back at me. You already met them before you came here, she said. I racked my mind about what she was on about, knowing I hadn't met anyone else, no one, symbolizing family. The cafe when we came here, Sasha said, making me look at her while my eyes widened. The two old people, they were my grandparents. Why didn't they say anything? After food, I'm taking you down to the cafe to meet your grandparents, Mum exclaimed. But she turned to Sasha. You are going to help Madeline pack for her trip. Sasha looked a little glum. Okay, she said, looking toward Madeline, who I could sense tense. Sorry for being... Madeline shook her head and smiled. There is no need to apologize, but I appreciate the help. Thank you. Everyone resumed talking, but my mind raced over everything that had been said. My mind was overloaded with the plan and finding out about my grandparents. Lyra seemed to like the idea of having grandparents, and so did I. I had some understanding of why they didn't come and introduce themselves since I was recovering and even started training. Despite the excitement, fear, and nervousness also overwhelmed me. But a slight part of me wondered if they would like me. Aiden, nothing was going right. I had just returned from training, which went well until one of the pack members got injured. I helped and even got the medical attention. I made everyone else carry on until it was time to finish. Afterward, I went into the office to do some work my father had shown me, only I was left trying to make sense of the work my father had entrusted me with over the last few months. He had shown me what to do, but there were some parts that we never covered. Sighing, I got back to work only to jump slightly at the door slammed outside. Looking up, I knew it had to be my father since he was the only one who had left. Keeping my eyes focused down at the paperwork I had in front of me, I heard his footsteps till the office door swung open. I looked up to see my father walking in, but stopped when he saw me. His eyes were blank, but there was a tense feeling that came in through the door. A shiver rippled through me. The look he gave me was the one he gave me as a child when I did something wrong. What the hell did I do now? I had done nothing untoward to any pack members. I have done what I thought was right. Unless someone said something to him about what happened at training, then I have no clue why he was looking at me like that. I watched my father for a moment till he moved away from the door and headed toward the couch at the side. He looked away and sat down, staring ahead until he let out a low growl. Aiden, I want some answers from you. His voice was thick with coldness. The hairs on my arms rose, but I said nothing. My father turned to face me with a glare. Did you ever harm Mia? Hearing her name coming from my father's mouth was foreign, but it was also laced with something that I couldn't put my finger on. Keeping my eyes on him, I didn't know what he meant. After a few moments, his eyes glazed over to mind link someone and came back to me with the same icy glare. Clearing my throat, I moved uncomfortably in the chair. What do you mean? I start to say, but a low growl rumbled through him. Don't answer the question with another. Answer it. Did you harm Maya? Or better yet, do you know who did? I stared at him, trying to figure out what to say to him. I didn't want to tell him who was involved. They are my friends. I don't know what you are on about. I lied, keeping my eyes on him. His face turned stony. I watched him move up on the couch. Why are you asking about Mia? And who would have hurt her? My father stared for a moment before he spoke. It has come to light when I was away that Mia was treated badly by pack members. I wanted to know who did it so I could deal with the matter. Who would have told him? I said nothing. Chloe was the main one and my friend. I may have acted out at the beginning, at some things she did, but that was in the past, not for this year at least. A low growl rumbled in my head from my wolf, which made me look back at him. He was not giving me the same look as my father. I go to open my mouth, but the damn mutt places a block up. What the hell was that all about? Why was he acting like this now? When everything went down around Mia, my wolf was never around. He went nuts when he saw firsthand what Chloe did and wanted to come out to protect Mia, but I held him back. I told him she deserved what was happening since she was mean to Chloe. There was also gossip floating around about David, his best friend, but there was no proof that he ever did anything to her. The only thing that was stopping me from telling the truth was everything coming to light with Chloe and her mum, mainly the rogue situation. I was now wondering if what she was told about Mia in the past was true. Everything was up in the air surrounding her, and I needed to figure out what was going on, but I didn't want to tell my father what I had found out. Are you going to tell me? My father's voice interrupted my thoughts, making me look back at him. Staring at him, I knew I had to say something. I heard rumors. My father tensed, but it was clear he didn't like what he was hearing. Did he want me to confess to something? What rumors? Well, there have been rumors about a few pack members, but there were no names. My father said nothing, only glared. I have never lied to him before. The silence in the room was deafening, but my father let out a sigh and moved from the couch. Well, since you don't know the names of the people who did it, then I will have to investigate myself. Keeping my mouth shut, I watched my father move toward me and stop close to the desk. My eyes never left his. You can leave now, and I will finish up here. I gave him a nod and moved out of the chair. His eyes stayed on me till I got to the door. Aiden, he said, making me stop and look up at him. Words of others will be enough for me to take action. I nodded, but he wasn't done. If I find out if you or any of your friends were involved, you will be in the cells for a month and will not become an alpha until I see fit, which could be till you turn 29. My stomach churned at his words while anger filled me. He couldn't do this to me. I was his son. It was my right to take over. I said nothing to his words, only looked at him. Everything in the past will come back to bite me on my ass, but I needed to step up as his son or lose everything I have worked all my life for. Turning back to the door, I heard movements that indicated that my father was moving, which I bet was to his desk. And Aiden, leave that girl Chloe alone. If I find you and her together, I will make your life more unbearable. Do you understand? I didn't bother looking back. I knew if I did, he would see right through me. I needed to leave and talk to Lee and Darren. I needed to tell them what just happened. Opening the door, I walked out and opened a mind link to my friends. Meet me in my room in the next half hour. I didn't give them a chance to respond as I headed to my room. A plan was forming, something that would help me and my friends, but I needed them involved. I needed to have them help me. Alpha Robert. Once the door closed, I let out a growl. I knew Aiden was lying. He could never lie to me, but he did today. I knew why he wouldn't tell me who it was. He was protecting his friends. Part of me was stunned he mentioned a few pack members, but not Chloe. Everything in me was telling me to have it out with him, but during the drive back, even though I was going to have it out with him, I knew I would have to find proof about all the abuse Mia received here. Gwen, Alpha Sam's pack member who had been here, may have some, but I wanted to wait for a little while before asking her for what she had. Sinking into my chair, I felt my wolf come closer and growl. Our pup lied to us. We need to punish him for what he did. I know, but we need to wait, my wolf huffed. Why? He should be... I have an idea. The force cut my wolf off and made me look back at him. His eyes bore back into mine, trying to search what I was going to say next. Letting out a sigh, I started to tell him what I had in mind. I will punish him soon, just not right now. Keeping my eyes on him, I started to explain more. First thing I am going to do is gather more evidence about the matter, even asking the woman who came here for her proof. I believe Aiden and his friends were the only culprits involved, but I want to make sure. That will intel looking into cameras for more information. My wolf didn't say anything or even batter an eyelid, only stared. I could tell he wanted to know more, so I continued. We will gather what we can and even back off with Aiden doing more of the role of alpha till we know the truth. My wolf nodded. What the others? They can't go without punishment. That was true, and then an idea came to mind. We can make them do jobs around the pack house. That got my wolf howling with laughter and even mentioned placing Aiden too in with them. He needed to learn responsibility of his actions, and what better way than to clean the gym after everyone has used it. What else? I stared at my wolf. We can think about more as the time goes on, but at the moment we need to find out about Josephine and where she is. My wolf nodded. Looking back, I opened a mind link to Josephine, but nothing went through. I was being blocked, which wasn't at all surprising after what we learned at Alpha Sam. I opened another mind link to a guard and asked him to send Chloe to see me. The mere thought of her being here with me was making my anger boil. What she had done to Mia was never tolerable here, but due to my behavior, I let everything slip past. I wasn't the alpha Mia had needed me to be, but I could sure as hell make it up to her. After a few moments of getting myself ready, a knock came at the door and it opened. Chloe. She walked into my office like she owned it. Alpha, she said, walking further in. Anger rippled through me due to the disrespect and the nerve of this she-wolf. Chloe, I didn't ask you to come in. You never come into my office without an invitation, do you understand? My voice sounded firm and loud. What I told her clearly shocked her as she stopped and stared at me. But after a few seconds, she cleared her throat and spoke. I am so sorry, Alpha. I wasn't thinking. I was told to come to the office because the Alpha wanted to see me and I was expecting Aiden. I stared at her and said nothing. That was something to keep an eye on. She was clearly misinformed. Well, Aiden is not the Alpha yet. I still am, so show respect when you are around me. Chloe gave a nod and looked at her hands, which were held together in front of her. Knowing I had to get this over with, I spoke again. Chloe, I was wondering where your mother was. I have been looking for her all morning. My wolf huffed, but I ignored him. He knew I was trying to get information out of her. You were looking for my mother, Alpha? She asked, sounding surprised. Yes, I am. There was no need to say anything else. Chloe stared at me for a moment before she spoke again. Could I ask why, Alpha? A low growl rumbled, making her tense. No, you may not. Chloe's eyes widened while I continued. I wanted to know why she hasn't been located in the pack grounds. Where has she gone? Chloe said nothing, so I thought I'd throw her a bone to see if it would work. When I was told she was gone, I was getting concerned. Chloe bit her lip and her face changed, giving me a look I hadn't known. You were concerned about my mum. She would be so happy to hear that. Her words echoed in my head when something registers. The countless times her mother tried to comfort me in my grieving. I never paid any note to it, but now, maybe I could use it to my advantage. Well, please tell her to come and see me when she is back. I would like to have a word with her. The corners of my lips curled up slightly, indicating a smile, but it wasn't the smile she would think. I needed her to believe in it since I needed her to get her mother back. Chloe nodded. Is there anything else, Alpha? I shook my head. No. You may leave now. Chloe smiled and went to leave, but stopped just by the door. Alpha, do you know where Aiden is? I haven't seen him for a few days. He told me he would be here, but clearly he is not. I shrugged. He left before I came here. Lying was now coming a natural thing to me, but it was only the beginning when it comes to her and her mother. I need to know what the hell is going on and why the hell rogues are close by. Chloe left the room, while I opened a mind link to one of the guards I knew I could trust. We had been friends since we were children, and our mates were friends too. Sadness loomed over the mere thought of that about our mates, but I pushed it further down. I couldn't think of her, not now, not after what Emma had told me. Gavin, can you do me a favor? Sure thing, old friend. Anything. I need you to follow Chloe for a few days. I need to find out if she is in touch with her mother. Sure, he said, sounding concerned. But why, may I ask? I let out a sigh. There has been some developments lately, and I need answers. It is regarding the fire, he said, cutting me off, which usually would infuriate me if it was someone else. But when it came to Gavin, he knew me too damn well. Yeah, I said, knowing I was lying to him. I needed to know if I could trust him. I wanted to see what he would come back with and see if he finds out what Alpha Sam's pack knew. If he did, I would tell him what I know, and then at least I would have someone who will help me. Okay, I will follow her now. She just left the pack house. Follow her, but make sure she doesn't see you. Sure thing, he said, and closed the mind link. Hopefully I can find something out and where the hell these two women go. Looking around the office, I knew I had to do one thing, and that was to find private and direct line to Alpha Sam. I knew I had a spare phone with a new number that would work perfectly. We only need to talk about the upcoming plans to find out what the hell is going on around here. MIA. After eating and helping Madeline pack, I changed into a summer dress and flats to look good when I met my grandparents. I felt so out of place when it came to all of this. The dress I chose covered most of my scars, which was a blessing. While packing, I kept quiet while Madeline and Sasha talked about things. They were doing it just to keep me from the quietness that would have invaded the room. I was thankful for that. Lila was quiet too, even though I could sense she wanted to talk. She knew me too well not to, especially when I needed to come to terms with everything. Once we were all done, we headed back down the stairs. As I got to the bottom, I found my mother and Ryland waiting. They both looked at me and smiled. You look beautiful, Mia, Ryland said, running up to me. He stretched his arm out and wrapped me in a hug. Warmth spread through me. I still haven't spent much time with him since we have been dealing with things with the pack, but I wanted to change all that soon. Ryland moves back and lets go of me while still smiling. Today, you get to meet our grandparents, he said excitedly. Something about his excitement made me want to know them more, which was scary in itself. I looked up to see Mum smiling and tears forming. I frowned, wondering what was making her act like this. Mum shook her head. These are happy tears. Do you know how long I have wanted to see my children like this? I said nothing but smiled at her. Knowing what she meant, I guess I wouldn't know. She left before we could meet. We all move away and head out of the pack house where a car awaits us. We all jump in where a driver starts the car and drives away slowly. I can't help but look outside the window and realize there is so much more I need to see of the pack. I have been staying where my uncle can see me or Mum will take me, nowhere further than the pack house. After a while, we pulled up to the cafe that Sasha and I had gone to before coming to the pack house. The car stops and I get out, only to be greeted by the lady I saw the first time, Sarah. I said nothing while Mum went up to her and hugged her. Her eyes met mine, and the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. Well, I can't believe it. We get to finally meet you, Mia. Mia? Her voice sounded soft and full of emotion, but Ryland ran around the car and wrapped his arms around her. Hello, Granny, he said, which makes her laugh. He lets go, and while my grandmother holds out her hand to him, he takes it with a happy smile. Ryland opened the door, but my grandmother looked at me before they headed in. Come, you will have to meet your grandfather. I watched them walk inside while my eyes darted inside the cafe where an older man was waiting. His eyes were on me, but he soon turned his attention to Ryland and Sarah. They have waited for 17 years to see you, Mia, Mum said, stepping outside. I looked at her for a moment. Lila moved closer to see everything. They are happy to meet you, Mia. I said nothing. I wish they could have met you sooner, Mum whispered, which caught me off guard. I stared back at her. Part of me wanted to blame my father for all this. If he hadn't hurt her, maybe we would have been a happy family. Taking a breath, I walked toward my mum, and we headed inside. Once inside the cafe, I stopped far from the door and looked around. Since I was keeping my head down, I never saw what the cafe was like when I was there before. It looked homey for a place where everyone came to eat. My eyes darted until it landed on the door I entered. which had the sign turned over to closed. Part of me wondered if they did this for me. Looking around, I found my grandmother and Ryland behind the counter, grabbing a plate full of cookies and other cakes. I couldn't help but smile. Ryland took the plate and placed it on a table that was already laid out. Ryland looked up and smiled at me. "Come and sit, Mum and Mia. We can have cakes and tea." He sounded excited. My eyes darted to Sarah, who was still behind the counter with a smile. But then I spotted someone else, the older man. He was behind her. His eyes were trained on me. Something about him made me know he was my grandfather. Uncle Sam looks just like him, just from his eyes. But the older man had gray hair and the exact color of his eyes. He gave me a warm smile. I watched as Sarah walked away from the counter and over to the table, where my mum and brother were now sitting. I heard movements and looked back to see the man standing not too far from me with his hand held out to me. "It is finally nice to meet you, Mia," he said with a smile. "I'm your grandfather, Gerald." I smiled and shook his hand. "It is nice to meet you both finally. I am sorry I haven't been down here. I didn't know who you were till earlier." My grandfather laughed. "It's okay, dear. We're just happy to meet you finally." He moved slightly and motioned to the table where everyone was sitting. Ryland was already eating cake while Mum and Sarah looked at us. "Let's have some food before Ryland eats it all." "Hey!" Ryland exclaimed, which only made us all laugh. "I'm a growing boy." I laughed and walked over to where my mother had left the empty seat. I sat down opposite my grandfather. My eyes moved to my mum and Sarah. Looking at them, they looked just like my grandfather and Uncle Sam. My mother was the spit of her. They both look gorgeous. Her hair is also gray but long, but her brown eyes show her true features more, which are bright, especially when she smiles. We all started to eat when my grandfather asked me a question. "So, how are you finding Dark Forest Pack? I hope all members are treating you well." I nodded. I haven't met many of the pack members, but the ones I have met have been nice to me, and I love it here. "Can I get some milk?" Ryland asked loudly before my grandfather could say anything else. "Sure, be careful, young man," Sarah said, smiling at me. "I am so happy to hear you are settling in." I smiled. I was about to open my mouth when a loud smash came from where Ryland was. We all looked over and found Ryland covered in milk and tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I wanted a drink." My mother moved from the table just as his tears fell. "I will sort him out. Do you have any clothes that he could change into?" Mum looked at Sarah, who nodded. They both got up and left to deal with Ryland while leaving me with my grandfather. When they left, my grandfather looked at me and smiled. "I bet you find this all too weird. I mean, you didn't know you had another family around." I looked at him and shook my head. "No, I didn't. Honestly, I'm freaked out by it all, as I don't know what to say." I stared at him for a moment before I spoke again. I was trying to control myself. "I'm happy I got more family, but I always thought it was just my parents and me. But when Mum left, it was just my father and me. Then it—" At the mention of my father, a growl slipped through my grandfather's lips. "That man should never be mentioned in front of me. I hate him for what he did to both you and your mother. He tore my family apart, and that will never be forgiven in my eyes." MIA. Tension in the air was thick after what he said, which made Lila come closer to the surface. "He hates our dad for everything." I said nothing but kept my eyes on him until I heard someone coming closer to the table. "We don't need to talk about him," my grandmother said, which made me look at her and then at my grandfather, who shook his head. "I know he did some horrible things to you. I don't know the extent of it all, but I would like to know when you can trust me." I looked back at him. I never had anyone be direct towards me, especially about my past with the abuse from my father. "I don't like talking about it," I said, slightly irritated about this whole thing. The way he said those words made me wonder if he did the same to my mum. I was starting to feel pissed at the mere thought of going through it all, especially with a man I had only just learned about and just met. I was starting to hate how people were beginning to treat me like a weakling. Lyra growled in my head. "You are no weakling." I said nothing, but stared. My grandfather took a breath while my grandmother comforted him. His eyes were softened when he recovered. "I know, but," he said, but I shook my head and cut him off. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about him or anything in the past. I have enough scars on my body to remind me of what happened, and I don't want to relive them by going through them all the time when someone wants to know what happened to me. I stood up and looked at him until I heard another noise. I looked to see my mother staring back at me, her face full of pity and guilt. This is the problem. Everyone thinks I need it, but I don't. I need people to treat me like a human or werewolf, but if they are going to bring up my past just to feel pity for me, then they are surely mistaken. Lyra growled, wanting to get out. Anger was taking over me, and I knew I needed to leave before I said something I would regret later on. I went to leave, but a hand grabbed my wrist. I looked down at my grandfather, who now fully stood beside me. "Mia, please, I'm sorry." I said nothing while he continued. "Mia, I didn't mean to be like that. I know your mother, and you went through a lot due to him. I hate that a man who is supposed to love a child and his mate would do such a thing. No one should go through that." My grandfather lets go of my wrist. "I want to make him pay for what he did to you both, but I also want you to feel like you can open up about it to anyone, including us." He let out a sigh. "I forget that we only just met, and we don't know each other well enough to be like that. But since you walked in here, it feels like we have known you all our life." His words meant more, but how I felt was getting to me. I needed to get out of here and fast. Without thinking, I move away from him and closer to the door. I don't look back until I step closer to the door. I look back and all four of them are looking at me. This is all too much. I sighed and looked through the glass door towards the forest. I never had anyone to talk about what happened to me. All my friends abandoned me for their stupid alpha friend. I had no one. A tear escaped while I tried to hold it together. Not once did someone make sure I was okay. I knew if I died, no one would ever miss me. I was alone and learned over the last 7 years I was on my own, and whatever happened, I had to protect my wolf. My eyes darted to the reflection of the people behind me. They were all looking on concerned, but I wouldn't let them see me cry for people who didn't deserve my tears. "I heard all the stories that came to light about white wolves," I said, which made the whole room tense at the mere words of white wolves. I wondered if they knew more about what I was, but I continued my rant, not wanting to pry about it. Not one person knew what it was like for me at Shadow Creek. I had to protect my wolf and myself to ensure no one knew. I would have told a few people about it, but when everyone started to believe what my father and Chloe were saying, I soon realized I had no one to trust. I turned to look at them. My words all saddened them, but something else was written on their face, and I ignored it. I had no one to talk to, and even if I did talk, I was beaten by whoever was dishing it all out, whether it was my father or even the bullies at school. So it wasn't just my father who tormented me, grandfather. It was everyone else. Turning back to the door, I pushed it open and ran off. Lila was close by, wanting to take over, so I let her in. As soon as we got to the forest edge, she shifted. She shook out her fur and took off running. No words were said between us since she knew I needed time to think. I went back further into her head, not wanting to talk about how I felt. It must have been a first for me. Talking again about what I had endured was one thing, but no one should ask those questions or even want to know what happened unless the person was ready to talk. I had my fair share of talking today, and I was done. Between Alpha Robert and now my grandfather, I was at a loss. I knew I needed answers to everything, and everyone had a plan to take down the Beta family, but at what cost? They took so much from many. Now they took away from the pack I once called home. But the word home for that place felt foreign to me. It hasn't been my home since my mum left. My mind was racing with every scenario, now giving me a headache. "Me too," Lila mumbled and let out a sigh. "Rest and stop overthinking." She never had to say that to me, but she was right. I needed a clear head, and thinking about what was or should be wasn't helping me. Taking some time, I soon rested as Lila picked up more speed and ran as far as she could until she stopped. Panting hard, I moved closer to see where she had ended up, which was by an opening in the middle of nowhere. Only grass and trees surrounded us. "Why did you stop?" I murmured, which only caused her to push me back until her eyes were on me. "I have been running for a while and tired. I need to rest." I smiled at her. "Sorry, I didn't realize. Lila said nothing, saking, only moved toward a small opening where two trees looked like they were leaning on one another. She lay down and breathed while looking around and taking in the surroundings. "This is more like it," she whispered after a while. Peace. I couldn't agree more. There was nothing to disturb us, not even my racing mind. I knew the only true thing. Lila was the only person I ever had behind me. She was the one who stood by me when I felt alone. "And I will do it 10s over," she murmured with a yawn. "Now please, let me sleep for a little." I said nothing while Lila fell asleep, and I could feel my eyes drift off too. Josephine. Having my daughter's mind link me to tell me Alpha Robert had been asking about me only made me smile. I had been working on that man for years, trying to get him to open up or date me. I tried every trick in the book, even slipping something into his tea, but that never seemed to work. The man was a walking idiot. I have never had to work so hard to win a man. He lost his mate. So what? He had delayed our plans to take over the pack, and now we were scrambling to get everything ready. This pack was to be taken over months ago, but everyone got greedy along the way, and now it was my turn to get everyone back on track. I needed to forget about Alpha Robert and focus on what was next. Leaving the pack was part of the plan. I needed to be elsewhere for a while Chloe worked her magic on Aiden. We need her as the Luna, and soon, which should all be on the up since that pathetic little beta brat is now gone. Who would have thought an alpha's son would be so obsessed with a little runt like her? The bustling of conversation hovered over me while I looked around and shook away thoughts that had surfaced. I was waiting to meet my friend, Morgan, a witch. She has been helping us since we got to the pack with spells and even potions. Where the hell is that girl? Heaving a sigh, I pushed through the crowds of humans. Meeting her in a few towns over from the pack was her idea. She didn't want any wolves following me. We still needed to keep her under wraps until we were ready to fight. Oh, how would my mate have loved seeing all this? The man was a dreamer but also a fool. He never saw the bigger picture, and because of that, he got himself killed. I was sad about his loss, but I never went off the tracks and made sure my children knew what was next. Someone had to take over. My sons are known for being relentless, just like their father, but they prefer to engage actively, while Chloe focuses solely on herself. Stepping up as a mother and mate was at least I could do. Being in charge of a pack was always the dream goal for our family. Killing our alpha was one step, but we had to overcome other hurdles to get to this point. And working alongside rogues was one thing no one would see coming. Rogues hate working together. When we found some, we mentioned we would take them all on as pack members for whatever their crimes for help. When I mentioned what pack we were willing to take down, they were all for it. The pack we are at now is only a stepping stone to the largest one. No one will see it coming, but if everything has worked out right, it will all happen soon. Alpha Robert slipped out of the alpha role, kept himself closed inside his damn room, and wouldn't let anyone in, not even his pathetic friend and beta, David. The beta was a broken man, riddled with guilt. He never told me why or what he did. The man was a walking disaster. He loved his booze like a sailor, but getting him on some hard stuff was easy. The man had a violent temper, but who would have thought he would take it out on that brat so violently, too? Looking around, I spotted the store Morgan wanted to meet at and headed toward it. I walked inside and spotted her straight away, and she wasn't alone. Charlie, my eldest son, was with her. A smile pulled the corners of my lips up as I stepped toward them. "There you are," Charlie muttered, leaning back in his chair. His eyes searched mine and then went to Morgan. "You're late." I rolled my eyes, knowing he was in a mood about something, but it didn't bother me. He was a grump at the best of times, but being here with his mother and unable to do what he wanted made him act like a child. Pulling out a chair, I sat down and looked at Morgan, who seemed irritated. "What's got your panties in a bunch?" I asked while she let out a sigh. If you must know, everything is not in place. Knowing she was right was one thing, but admitting it was not what I would do. "We need more rogues to be around," she said, glancing between Charlie and me. "We need more than what we got if the news I heard is right." "What news was that?" Charlie heaved, not interested. Well, word got out that Alpha Robert had a meeting with Alphas, I exclaimed, cutting her off. Chloe told me earlier. He also mentioned about me. Not what I meant, she gritted. Even if it was an alpha meeting, she said, glancing up and around before she got back to me. She seemed on edge. If the alphas are meeting, it is to something big. I knew she was right about what she was saying, but it was something we would deal with when it came. My wolf yawned and said, She is worried that someone followed us. Stupid witch think we don't know how to get rid of people who follow us. My eyes stayed on Morgan momentarily, and I moved closer to her, gripping her hand hard. You think I don't know that? I said, making her tense. My wolf moved closer to the surface to show how pissed she was at her. Morgan said nothing, but stilled while I continued. But the alphas are not a bother to us. We stay on course with what we have planned for the pack. No one will stop us. And what about? A low growl escaped my lips just as my claws came out and dug into the flesh of her wrist, which made her grit her teeth in pain. No need to think like that. You keep making your potions and creating those spells, and leave all the other work to the wolves. Don't think so lowly of me, I said, letting go of her wrist. I leaned back with a smile while she placed a napkin on her wrist to soak up the blood. The other pack won't be an issue. There hasn't been any word from them in years. Morgan stared at me with a glare. Don't look like that, or Charlie can do what he did to your family. Morgan said nothing, but I knew what I was doing. Charlie killed her family and is now stuck babysitting her until she has done what we need her to do. Once we are done here, I will hunt for more rogues to join our cause, I said with conviction. I won't return to the pack until we have the needed numbers for what we will do. What we planned will be epic, since everyone will look at what we have done. Both kept their eyes on me while I continued. Chloe will stay in the pack to get Aiden on board. Charlie and you will keep in contact with her on time to make sure she has everything she needs. I will contact her when I can. They both nodded. Now, before I leave, I said with a grin, tell me what Brandon is up to. Is it messy? Charlie chuckled while Morgan went a few shades paler than usual. Brandon and Charlie have their father's taste in conflicting pain. Brandon has been in another pack and has done a better job since he took his friend Easton with him. They both have a fondness for blood. Well, Charlie began. Only listening to the words he tells me has shivers running up my spine. All three know we can't stay here long, but spending some time with my son is good. Maybe next time it will be with my other one. MIA. I didn't know how long I was in the forest. Lila had laid down and had fallen asleep. I stared ahead, letting my thoughts cloud my every being. Everything that happened when meeting my grandparents came flooding back. I know I didn't need to run from them, but it was all too much. The feeling of feeling weak hounded me. No wonder no one wanted anything to do with me. They do, Lila said, which was followed by a yawn. Her eyes flickered open, which let in some sunlight. I moved slightly closer till she let me have full control. I shifted back. Looking around, I realized we were close by the lake. Not caring to be naked, I stood up and walked over to the water's edge, just when Lila spoke. There is no need for a pity party, she murmured, which made me stop and look back at her with a confused look. Her eyes met mine, and her face softened. You are good enough. You are my human, and I am honored to have you as my one. Warmth spread through me, which meant she was sending her love through our bond. You shouldn't care what anyone thinks. Yeah, you went through torture at the hands of your father and some friends, but you will come out fighting the other side. Her words sent a shiver through me, making me know she had my back. I always have your back, Mia, she murmured, moving back slightly till she was laying down in my head. All we need to do is train. You are not doing this alone, not ever again. And I believe I won't be the only one who will defend you till your dying breath. Not liking what she said, I looked back and decided to go for a little swim in the lake. It was cold, but it was refreshing. I swam a little into the middle and looked around. Silence was all I could hear. There was not one bird in the sky or deer running. Nothing. Just peace and quiet. Something I took for granted when I was back home. But with everything that I went through, I welcomed the silence with open arms. My mind raced over the words Lila had said. I wouldn't let anyone die for me. Lila said nothing. Lila, I want to be stronger, I said, like it was some sort of decoration of what I wanted and taking a stand on my feelings. I don't want to be the girl who everyone can torture. Keeping my head above water, I looked back at Lila, who gave me a nod, but before I could say anything, there was a of branch, which made me look back out to see who was there. Lila moved forward to look. I scanned around until I saw my grandfather and mother standing there, staring back at me. Moving forward and out of the water, my grandfather turned around when I got out of the water. I brought you clothes, Mum said with a smile. Her eyes on me. I looked at her, and then to my grandfather's head. A mind link came through from Mum. He wanted to give you privacy when you change. I said nothing, but quickly grabbed the clothes from my mother and put them on. There was no towel to dry with, but no one thought I would go in the water. Once dressed, I stepped back. You can turn around now. My grandfather turned around and gave me a smile. Mia, I wanted to apologize for what happened back at the cafe. I didn't mean to come across. I shook my head. You don't need to apologize. I overreacted to what was being said. I didn't mean to come across like, you had a perfect reason to, he murmured with a small smile. You are also right. We don't know what it was like in that pack for you. My grandfather looked at me and then to my mum. As your mother and grandmother mentioned to me, he said, turning to face me, you had no one to look after you, no one to defend you from what you went through. I said nothing, knowing he wasn't finished. You are not alone now, Mia, he said. You have a family who are willing to fight alongside you. We are here. We are here to protect, keep you safe and your wolf. My grandfather takes a breath and takes a step toward me while he places his hands on my arms. He looks at me full of love. You have a beautiful wolf, and her power is precious. I could feel Lila's warmth spread through me again, but it was aimed at my grandfather. I think we should show Shadow Creek what they are missing, and also Lila is not to be messed with, he said. My grandfather comes closer to me. Both Lila and I look at him, just when he pulls us into a hug. His scent wraps around us like a soft blanket. I moved my arms around him and held him in place. This was what it was like to be loved by a family member. Mum always showed me that side of it, but my father wasn't like that. He was the one who used his fist instead of being the role model a child needed. Pulling back, I looked at him with a smile while he continued. His eyes glistened as he spoke. You don't have to show Lila to me, not until you are ready. I said nothing. My eyes went to my mother, who seemed to be wiping her tears. You don't know how long I have waited to see this. Stepping away from my grandfather, I moved toward her and pulled her toward me. I hugged her like my life depended on it, which it did at that moment. Both were what I needed. I knew I had to be braver with them, and why not start now? Stepping out of my mother's arms, I looked between them both. Shall we head back home? My grandfather let out a laugh. Whatever you want, Mia. I smiled and turned around, walking in step with my mother and grandfather, MIA. Walking back to the cafe, I felt slightly better. The conversation flowed freely between the three of us. Mainly my grandfather, telling me all about when he was alpha of the pack and what he would have done differently. There are not many things I would change, he murmured, looking ahead with a smile. Your uncle has taken this pack somewhere better than I ever could. More like followed the century, Mum blurted, which was quite quick for her to come back with. I let out a laugh while my grandfather pulled a face. You may be older, but you still have a smack behind the head, he grumbled, which made me look at Mum, who smirked. I loved watching the way they were together. It brought me closer to remembering what it was to have a family. They were waiting for us. They looked at us and smiled. We continued our way until the cafe came to the place where Ryland and my grandmother were. Ryland ran towards us but wrapped his arms around me. Lila was close and even purred by the contact from my little brother. He looked at me and grinned. You came back, he said happily. Those 3 words ached my heart. Did he really think I wouldn't have come back? The corners of my lips curled up into a smile. I would always come back. I just needed some time to collect my thoughts. That's what some people need to do, Rai, my grandmother said, coming closer to us. She looked at me and smiled. I'm sorry for the line of questioning. Sometimes your grandfather forgets he's not an alpha anymore." Her eyes darted at my grandfather, and he gave him a stern look. Looking between them and the rest of my family, I felt at peace. "Mia, I want to show myself," Lila said, pulling me back from my thoughts and back at her. Her eyes were full of something which was hard to figure out. "Are you sure?" I asked. "We can do it when we are." Lila shook her head, which cut me off. "I want to. Our family needs to see us. We shouldn't be afraid to show who we are with them. They will love us as we are." There was so much certainty in her voice, which put me at ease. I looked back and soon realized everyone was looking at me. "Everything all right?" Mum asked, which made me look at her. I gave her a nod and a smile, but looked between them all before I spoke. "Lila wants to show herself," I said. "Mia, Lila, you don't have to show her." "Not because I asked," my grandfather said, making me wonder why he was acting this way. "He thinks we are doing this because he asked." Reaching my hand to his, I grabbed it. I shook my head. "Lila wants to, and so do I." He gave me a smile. Looking at everyone, I let out a breath. "I don't want to be afraid anymore. Lila and I want to become stronger and learn to fight." Everyone grinned. I let go of my grandfather's hand and stepped back slightly to give myself more room. Closing my eyes, I looked back at Lila, who gave me a nod. I let her take over and shift. Once we were in her form, Lila shook out her fur and looked toward everyone. Everyone stood in awe. "Mia, Lila," Ryland said, stepping closer with his hand reached to touch her. "Let him touch you," I whispered to her, and she moved closer and nudged his hand with her snout. Ryland giggled, which made Lila move closer and lick his cheek. The warmth and love that came from Ryland made Lila act like a puppy, which was nice to see. "Mia, Lila and you are special, I can sense it. You are more powerful than your mother and your grandmother was. I can sense it with your aura," my grandfather said, stepping into view of Lila, who decided to move toward him and nudge his hand with her snout too. My grandfather smiled and rubbed her head, which Lila loved while he continued. "Both are amazing, and no one will ever change that, but my dear, what we all want is for you to be open with us. We are here for you, and don't forget that. You are not on your own anymore, Mia." I let his words sink in while tears came. I have never felt like this in a long time, not since I came here. No one has ever told me they were there for me. I knew after meeting my mother, brother, and everyone here, I knew I wasn't on my own anymore. There would be someone to have back, not like back in my pack. I had no one to have my back there, and no protection from all the horrors that I faced. The words that my grandfather had said, and even Lila's words, were now sinking. I can see it now. Everyone hasn't made me feel any less since I got here, since I came here. They were here to save me from what I had been through. I knew there was something that needed to be done, and I knew it would take time for me to take on my fears, which would be facing everyone back home, Aiden, Chloe, or even my father. All I knew was I needed to get stronger and be able to be strong to do all that. Lila could sense I needed to come forward and pulled back from my grandfather. She pushed me forward, letting me shift back. I stood rooted to the spot, looking at them. My grandparents' eyes scanned over my naked flesh, which revealed everything of my torment, but neither of them showed me pity, which was a first. "Mia," my grandmother said, but my mum stepped closer with a smile. "Scars of the past can be healed, but the ones shown are the battles that make you stronger." That saying alone was something to live by, which made me smile at her. "Thank you. You don't know how much all of your words are to me," I said, which made everyone smile. My mother looked at me and smiled. "I'm glad to hear that, sweetheart." She moved toward me and gave me a side hug. "I love you. I love you," I said, leaning my head on her shoulder. Ryland came up to me and handed me a t-shirt. Then he looked back at our grandmother and smiled. "Can we have some more food?" Everyone laughed while I placed the t-shirt on and looked at everyone. "Come on," my grandmother said, turning around. "I can whip up something for us all." Without saying anything, we all followed her back into the cafe since I was hungry. MIA. After a few hours of having good food, the conversation flowed like I had been at the pack for years. Lila was content, even coming closer to listen to all the stories that were mentioned. Hearing them made us feel somewhat connected to the pack and even to the family I had never thought I had. The rest of the evening was perfect, laughing at jokes and learning more about each of my family members. My grandmother loved cooking, walking, and knitting. She even often makes me some things, such as scarves and gloves for when the winter weather comes in. Ever since my grandfather retired from being the alpha of the pack, he knew he would need a hobby and took up carpentry. He mentioned he used to be good at it back in the day, and it felt like he had never been apart from it when he started back up. He has already made a few items, which he wanted to show me another time. Even though they seemed to know what went on with my old pack, I gave them a summary of what had happened to me over those years when my mother left. Speaking to them all about everything, even though they didn't know the extent of it, I could tell from the way they were looking at me. Tears flowed freely as I let the words out, but it wasn't about what I was telling them that was getting me upset. It was they told me after everything. No one was there for me when I needed them, I murmured, letting another tear fall as I glanced down at the plate. I was alone. A chair scraped the floor and someone walked over to me till I felt hands go to my shoulder. I looked up to see my grandmother with tears in her eyes. I watched her move slowly till she was sitting next to me and gave me a gentle squeeze on my shoulder. "That's not ever happening again, Mia," she said with a small smile. "You are loved here and will never be alone. That part I can guarantee since I won't let it happen." Her words meant more to me at that moment, but I was too stunned to say anything. "I know you don't believe what I am saying, and all I suggest is don't give up on us," she said, looking away. Her eyes darted around the room, which made me do the same. I met my grandfather and mother's eyes, both filled with tears but understanding. "You are loved here," my grandmother said, making me look back at her. "You and your wolf are." Knowing what she was saying made me know they were all behind me. I somehow knew after meeting my mother, brother, and everyone that I wasn't on my own. Not like I was back at my old pack. No one had my back. No one protected me from all the horrors of everything I had endured there. But since being here, I see it now. Everyone has been amazing since I came here. They have helped me come to terms with everything, letting me act out when I feel overwhelmed. I know I have a long way to go, but I know now I have more people helping me. Lila actually purred in my head. I felt her warmth wrap around me. She has always had my back, even in those dark times. "I always will," she whispered softly, which only made me close my eyes at her words. This was a new sense of peace for me. Opening my eyes, I looked back at my family and smiled, but looked toward my grandmother. "Thank you. I needed to hear that." Those words made her smile. She knew she had gotten through to me somehow, but she could see the impact of what she said. Help me. I needed to keep her words in my thoughts. I need to make sure I remember them when I start to doubt everything, even myself. The entire conversation left me feeling drained, but I would never think that cake would make it all better. My grandmother made the best apple pie I have ever tasted. She even offered to make more when I came to see them again. Mum mentioned we had to leave, which was unfortunate since I wanted to spend more time with them. But Mum promised we would be seeing more of our grandparents now that I have met them. "You can't get rid of us that easily," my grandfather said with a smile. Grinning, I walked over to him just when he pulled me into a hug and whispered, "Before you leave for that pack, you and I will have a chat about your wolf before you leave. Nothing wrong, but I have something to tell you and even give you." Lila said nothing, and confusion hit us. What the hell did that mean? My grandfather pulled back and smiled. After a few moments, he looked up toward my mother. "Now both of you need to train hard," he said, looking between myself and my mother, but he turned his attention to Ryland. "And you, young man, you will love Spain," he said, which made my heart ache slightly. I had never been abroad before, but maybe once all this is done, I could do some traveling. There was an awkward silence between us till my grandmother spoke. "Tomorrow, training, the rest of the day, family. Alpha Sam and Luna Sadie would like to see you all now." She smiled before she continued. "We can all have a family meal tomorrow or the day after. I'll bring more apple pie." I smiled but said nothing. After we all said our goodbyes, we all got into the SUV and headed back to the pack house. My mind raced over everything that was said, But this time there was a part of me that wanted to be stronger and prove to myself I could do more than anyone else thinks. We don't know when the time will come when we have to go to Shadow Creek, but we must be ready. Both Lila and I need to be ready, both mentally and physically. I want to prove that I am not weak, and I know I don't have a lot of time to get myself together. We will be ready, Mia, Lila said. We got each other, and we can do this. Together. I smile knowing my wolf was right. I know this is going to be the new me, the new Lila. We are not the same wolves they remember, and we will show them. This was me facing my fears and my past, whether it will be sooner or later, whether it is Aiden and Chloe, or even my father. I needed to be able to be strong to do all that, and I was now more focused. Aiden. Meeting Darren and Lee in my room, I told them everything that had happened with my father in his office. Both looked on stunned, letting my words sink it. All of what my father told me about what he knew about Mia's abuse and what he thought. I told them everything. Leaving out what I wanted to plan, I needed them to be on board with everything first. He knows what we did to Mia, Lee murmured, looking guilty. It wasn't just us. Chloe had a hand in all this. We did what she... I never told him it was Chloe, I said, cutting him off, which only him opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He closed it and his face hardened. Why would you do that? He growled. Looking at him, my eyes drifted to Darren, who seemed to be far away from what we were discussing, and then went back to Lee. That is the other issue my father has. It seems Chloe and her mum are up to something. Keeping my eyes on Lee, I explained about what my father said and what he knew. When the rogues were mentioned, Darren's head turned back to face me. So, what do you want to do? There is clearly a plan you have to say, so say it. His words were harsh. I don't know whether it was aimed at everything I had said, or that fact it may have something to do with Mia. The movement came into my head, letting me know Jake was close by. I knew he had been listening to what I was telling them. His anger magnified through me, not liking my words. He never wanted to do anything to Mia, neither did I. But whenever Chloe spoke, it was weird. It felt like her word was law, which was not right since she wasn't an alpha. She was a nobody. Not even going into details, I let go of what was bugging me and let out a sigh. I have a plan, I said, and I know everyone will not like what I am about to say, but it has to be done. Darren and Lee exchanged looks between each other and then looked back at me. I am going to make an announcement that Chloe is my mate, I murmured. Those 4 words were met with loud growls from both my friends and my wolf. You can't do that, Darren said, standing up from his chair. Why would you? This is insane, Lee said, glaring at me. After everything you have told us about her and her mum, does your father know? I shook my head, which only made them both start to shout more at me. What? They both yelled. If this is some sick, twisted game you are playing, Aid, your father isn't going to like this. I let them speak their mind, but anger filled my veins. What about what she did to Mia? What about the rogues she met? Enough, I shouted, making them both stand and glare at me. This is not up for a debate, I stated, and let out a frustrated sigh. My plan is not what you think. I am only giving her what she wants. Me, I said, staring back at them. Neither one of them spoke, so I continued. Jake was still quiet in my head. He should know my plan since he knows how I feel. I want to make Chloe my mate for her to think she has control. Once she knows she has me, then we can watch what she does. Moving from where I was, I stood before them. We can follow her, see where she goes, and see who she meets. Her mother is nowhere on the territory, so my father will probably focus on her and finding her. We can deal with Chloe ourselves. Follow her, you say. How does that work? There is only the 3 of us? Darren asked, looking not so angry with me. I shook my head. Before I make her my mate, we can investigate who we can trust. Bring more people in on this. They can help us with what we are doing, I said, staring at him. Your mate for one, maybe some of her friends. We need to find some people who have it in for Chloe too. There was some silence until Lee broke it. What about your dad? He will need to know. I sighed, keeping my eyes on him. My father isn't exactly in my corner at the moment, I said, leaning back on the desk. Pressing my butt to it, I looked at him. Whoever told him what had happened to Mia made it to the point that I am number suspect, even you 2. Neither of them spoke. "We keep this between us," I said, moving my head side to side till a click came. "We can add more people to this when we need to." "What about Sarah? She can—" "Not Sarah," I said, knowing exactly that she was on Chloe's side. I needed to find out if she was a follower or someone who we could trust. Lee frowned. "We all have been friends for years. She would believe us and even help, surely?" I go to open my mouth, but Darren beats me to it. "I'm with Aiden on Sarah," he said, looking slightly off. "Sarah and Chloe have been besties ever since she came. Sarah has even done more harm to Mia than what you and I did." Shuddering at his words, even I knew that was true. Mia may have been gone from us now, but it still haunts us. Maybe what happened to her was our fault. "When will all this start?" Lee asked, making me look at him. "In a few days," I said, moving my ass from the table. "We will monitor what is going on and even think about who should join us on this. Once we figure out what we need, I will announce it. The only thing is, Lee, I will need you to help me with her." Lee pulled a face. "As in?" "Like before," I murmured, which made my friend look down. "We both had her, never shared, but have had her in ways no man should." "Not all the time," he muttered. "After everything you have told us, I would rather be celibate and chop off my to feed it to wild horses." Darren and I smirked, but even I had to agree with him on that one. There was no way I was touching her again. She wasn't even my mate, only a means to a must. Both of my friends left shortly after, leaving me to my thoughts. Jake had been quiet throughout it, till we were alone. "This may not work," he muttered as I stared out the window. "She may not even agree." "Somehow part of me doesn't think so," I said, looking back at him. "She made it her mission to get with me. Let's give her what she wants and then we can figure out what the hell is going on." Jake stared at me, but said nothing. "This may be the only way we can find out the truth about what is going on. Maya." 2 weeks later. 2 weeks have flown by so quickly. Everything here at Dark Forest Pack has been a whirlwind experience after another. The first couple of days were weird, as I had to stay off my leg due to catching a new infection in the cut my father gave me before I came here. I had to have it reopened and stitched again. I was on antibiotics for a week. But that never changed anything. Lila has been healing me, but the infection in my leg was too far gone for her to heal. It needed proper medicine. Once my leg was bandaged up, I would spend most of the time getting to know my mother again and my little brother. We learned a lot about each other. It was nice to have that connection again with my mother. It felt like we had never left each other. Even though my leg was still not 100%, my mum and I started our training with my uncle. My grandfather and brother would stand on the sidelines, both egging us on. I have to admit it has been tough, but I feel great about it. A few days ago, Lila started some training too. She has been present at my training sessions, learning what to do, which has helped, and we also trained together in human form, which resulted in my uncle being flown across the training field. It was quite amusing to see an alpha land on his ass. Hard. My mother and I tried to control our laughter, which was probably the hardest thing we ever had to do. During the last 2 weeks, other things happened. Besides spending more time with my mum and Ryland, I also got to spend more time with my grandparents. We often would go to their cafe and have food. Going through either what we went through on that day or hearing stories of what it was like when they were Alpha and Luna. Each story was everything I wanted to hear. But when it came to hearing stories regarding Mum and Ryland from their times here, I would start to feel left out. Hearing them was one thing, but knowing I missed some special and laughable moments took a toll on me. I never spoke about how it all made me feel, only to Lila. Lila has been the one source of comfort to me, like when we were back in our old pack. With her kind words and love, I mustered through it all. "I'm here with you," she said, pulling me out of my memories. My eyes went back to her, while she cocked her head to the side but said nothing. Shaking my head, I looked back and smiled. Today, Sasha and I have spent the entire morning together. She came to training with my mother and me and even got a kick out of some of the moves Lila and I did together. After that, we went for a walk and even stopped by my grandparents for some food. Sweet cherry pie. After the delicious treat, we walked back to the pack house, and decided to head to the library. After everything that has been happening with training and getting to spend more time with my family, ever since my grandfather mentioned telling me more about the white wolf, I am still waiting to hear more about it. After the first time of meeting with my grandparents and with what happened, I told Sasha everything. She was supportive, but when I told her what my grandfather had said, she was intrigued too. We planned on waiting to hear what he had to say, but nothing came from it. Last night, Sasha and I decided to go to the library to see if we could find anything about the white wolf in there. She mentioned the library had information about everything from other shifters to legacies, and Sasha thought there might be something about my wolf in there. Letting out a sigh, I looked at my friend who was flipping through another book that probably went on the same pile, but there was nothing. Sasha threw the book down and sighed loudly. Nothing. Where the hell would the information be? She moved from the chair and went over to the bookshelf on the farthest side and started to look through some of the titles. I said nothing, watching her. Maybe I should see my grandfather about it. It may be the only way to find out more about what he was getting at. We can ask him later, Lila said with a sigh. Mum wants us to pick up Ryland later from them. That was true. Mum and Alpha Sam have been locked in his office for the last few days. They have been in constant contact with Alpha Robert and have been doing some secret stuff too, which has had Gwen back out of the pack for the last 2 weeks. Gwen left the pack not long after the talks and has only been in contact with my uncle and mother. It has been all hush, hush. There is nothing in any of these books, Sasha said, sounding frustrated. I rolled my eyes and gave her a small smile. It's okay. Maybe I can ask my grandfather later when I pick up Ryland from them, I said and looked at her. Lately, Sasha has been distracted. Are you okay? Sasha stared at me and sighed. I'm okay. I'm just really missing my aunt and can't wait to see her. It is lonely when she is not around. My brother gets so annoying too. I smiled. Sasha had spent more time with me and my family over the last few days. She and her brother had been arguing a lot, and in her words, I need some girl time, which made me laugh. When is she back? I asked. Sasha opened her mouth but closed it while she went blank for a moment. Someone was mind-linking her. A few seconds later, she comes back with a beaming smile plastered on her face. Now, she just pulled up in the drive to the pack house. Alpha Sam said we can head to the office to see her. Smiling, I nodded and moved away from where I was sitting. My mind raced over to what Gwen would have to say about my old pack. But we all know nothing about my old pack was good. But we can only just hope. MIA. We walked out of the library and headed straight to my uncle's office. I could feel Lila settling in my head, but was close to hearing what was going to be said. On our way there, Sasha's mind linked to her brother about Gwen being back. He mentioned he would see her later, since she had to tell Alpha Sam about what she had found. After that, Sasha mentioned how better it would be to have Gwen back. Even though it may have only been for over a week, but Gwen was part of our family, and her being in my old pack brought up loads of uneasy feelings. Stepping inside the office, we were met with a few people. My uncle and mother were facing us, but Gwen had her back to us. Auntie, Sasha said excitedly, walking over to Gwen in a few strides. Gwen spun around and pulled Sasha into a hug. A small smile played on my lips watching the scene. My eyes met my mum's, who seemed to be getting teary-eyed suddenly. After a few seconds, Gwen and Sasha pulled apart and looked toward me just when I looked away from my mother. Mia, I am so happy to see you looking so well. Thanks, you were missed. Gwen let out a slight laugh and motioned for all to sit. Sasha and I grabbed the seats, not too far from her and my mum. How was your trip to Alpha Robert's pack? My uncle asked, getting straight to the point. I know he organized this whole thing. What did he want you to do? Gwen looked at him, then looked around as she started to tell us what she learned. Well, after the meeting with us, she said, getting more comfortable. He made some huge decisions regarding everything. He has been working behind the closed doors, setting everything up in play. What had he been doing? My mum asked. Gwen went into details that Alpha Robert had told her. It sounded like he wanted to change his pack for the better. Some of the changes he made were set in place before Gwen had left. There would be a curfew for most of the pack. He stated that there had been a few sightings of rogues, and it was for their safety. Everything he was doing was aimed toward what he learned. He never wanted anyone to go through what I did when I was there. That last part shocked me since it was all too late to do something for me. Why would he act like that? Mia, no one should have gone through what you did. You stayed in silence and alone. Alpha Robert may have been the worst alpha back then, but at least he is trying. He wants to make sure no one else suffers alone like you did, Lila murmured, not moving from where she was resting. I knew she was right, but I said nothing. Any news on Josephine and Chloe? My uncle said, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced at Gwen to see her tense at the question. What happened now? Gwen looked at my uncle for a moment, but then turned to face me. Josephine was there, but before I left, she disappeared. It happened before the curfew went into place. I gave her a nod, but there seemed to be more. Gwen stopped, her eyes on me, and then continued. Mia, an announcement went out over the pack link that Aiden and Chloe are mates. There was an awkward silence left in the air after her words. Those words shouldn't affect me, but they somehow do. I don't know if it was because of the friendship we had before all this mess started. Realizing everyone was staring at me, I looked between each one till I got back to Gwen. That's nice. Why would it bother me? Well, after what Chloe did to you and Aiden being the way he was, my mum started to say, but I shook my head and looked at her. There is nothing to say, I stated. There is nothing between Aiden and me. It hasn't been in a long time, and Chloe made sure of that. If you all are asking what I think about it, there is nothing to discuss. Since being here and learning to train, I have become more stronger than I was back then. They are my past. I need to look more forward to the future, even if it means helping the pack that destroyed me to begin with. There was a sense of relief to finally admit I wasn't going to let myself fall victim to them ever again. My mind changed when I started to take my own advice. I was going to conquer my fears, and will have to soon enough, but it was all on when my uncle and Alpha Robert will get everything into place for us to take down what is happening for good. But both alphas have been secretly discussing plans, making sure there is something in place for when the hits the fan. That is good to hear, Mum said, making me come back to the present. You took your grandfather's and uncle's advice about conquering your fears. I gave her a smile, but said nothing. Well, there is one topic we need to discuss, and that's your father, Gwen said, making me freeze at word father. I hadn't even thought about him. What about? I asked. My eyes went to my mum, who seemed to be more tense but looked back at Gwen. Gwen looked between the both of us and then landed on me. When I got to the pack, there was no sign of your father, and as bold as I am, I asked Alpha Robert where or what happened to him. She stopped for a moment and then continued. It looked like she was trying to compose herself. It seems David had taken your death hard, she said, using air quotes around my death, and continued. He was totally drunk and rambling about it was his fault. The fire started. My stomach twisted into knots as she spoke more. Alpha Robert admitted that he had some sort of idea something was wrong, an inkling that his friend was up to no good. He never thought his friend would hurt his only daughter. He mentioned he was in his own little world, but there were times he should have known, as the time your father came into the office one day and had blood on his hands. He told the Alpha that he was dealing with a prisoner. He didn't think anything about it. Gwen gave me a sad look. It was when they held the ceremony at the pack. Apparently, he made a command that everyone should show up, and you never came. Lila let out a growl, not liking what she heard, but all I could do was listen. I was starting to feel the numbness setting in, and it was the only way I could cope with what she was saying. My uncle stated to find an emotion that I could use when I am training. Hearing all this, it would be anger. A mind link opened, my uncle. Training with me after this, Sasha and you. You need to let out all the anger you are holding on to. We can use it in your training. I can't go, I said, looking at him. I need to pick up Ryland from the cafe. Your mum can do it, he said with a sigh. You can meet them there after training. You need to let it all out and not hold on to it. I said nothing and closed the link. Looking at Gwen, I sighed. What happened to my father? Even though I shouldn't care about him anymore. Gwen stared at me and sighed. It seems David went into the office and blurted out a few home truths about what he did to you. Drink was the cause, and he even commented on wanting to end it all. Alpha Robert heard enough and took him to a rehab clinic. My mind raced over her words. He wanted to end it all. My father admitting failure to what he was like. Clearing my throat, I looked around. Is it okay if I go for a run? All this information was taking its toll on me. Hearing about my father and his actions, to everything, Chloe and Aiden were not even part of my mind. Mia. Shaking my head, I stood up and sighed. I don't want to know anything more about the man who abused and tortured me most of my life. I don't want anything to do with him. Taking a breath, I continued. He can get the help he needs, but that is not on me. Looking toward Sasha, who stared at me with sad eyes. Run with me. It wasn't a question. It was pleading with her not to let me be alone. Lila was moving into position to get ready to take over to shift. Sasha didn't need to be told. She gave me a nod and stood up. Run with you. Yes! Turning to look at my uncle, who gave me a nod and knew I would see him later. I will be back in an hour. I need to clear my head before we train. I didn't even let him talk. Moving away from my chair, I walked out with Sasha following me. We took off out of the pack house and let our wolves take over. Once they were shaking their fur out, they both took off running. Being pushed back and sitting in Lila's head, anger was surfacing, but I was going to use it for the training with my uncle later. I need to have peace, and letting Lila do the running was all I could. Being in the darkness was for me to reflect on what I needed, and at that moment, I needed to remember I was improving as a person, getting stronger. I still have scars from the attacks I had over the years, but they are my battle wounds that tell a story. That's what they are, battle scars of my past, and I wasn't letting that define who I am trying to become. Emma. My eyes stayed on the door, where my daughter had gone through. There was no way all that information would not take a toll on her. Her need not to look back made me proud of how far she had come in the last 2 weeks. She has been taking everything in her stride and has improved. Our training has caught most of the pack members' attention since there are now 2 white wolves in the pack. We had gathered a crowd when we do, and many times it has been something to see when my daughter even takes down her uncle with force. Part of me wonders if she has someone in mind when she is attacking. My poor brother has been on his ass more times than I can count. It was funny to watch, though, Lynx murmured, which only made me smile. Looking toward my brother, his eyes were on me for a moment while giving me a knowing look. Mia will be fine, he stated. Not to me, but to Gwen more. She may have overcome loads in the last 2 weeks, but there are clearly some topics that are not worth mentioning to her about, especially when it comes to her father. The mere mention of my mate had my stomach churning. Hearing what Gwen had said about him being in rehab for his drinking made me question why now. Looking toward my friend, I knew I had to ask her, even if it was for me, more than Mia. I can understand Mia's reaction to David being in rehab, especially after what he put her through. Why the hell now? Gwen looked at me, her eyes softening. There were many nights my friend was in my room when I was crippled in pain because of his infidelity. He was with another woman. I could feel everything. It did become a thing when I needed to be sedated at one point, especially in the beginning. Like I said, he brought some home truths about what he did to Mia to Alpha Robert, Gwen said, leaning back in her chair. Alpha Robert's face said it all. He must have mentioned about the kinds of torture he did to her. He nearly was sick telling me. He told you what he did, my brother said. Anger laced the air. Knowing him, it was more aimed at David than at Alpha Robert. He mentioned about using the new weapons that were in the cells, that he would take them home and use them on Mia. My stomach sank. How could he be so cruel to his only daughter? He also would burn her, beat her, she continued, which only pulled me to the present. It's all horrible. That man should have been banished for his crimes, Sam growled, his wolf trying not to come out to the surface. I think Alpha Robert was trying to save him, Gwen stated and let out a sigh. But we all know that there will be no going back for him with Mia or you, Emma. I stared at her for a moment before my eyes averted to my lap, not wanting to look at either of them. It was hard to even consider doing something to Dived. I still had the mate bond with him, even though love had gone the moment he put his hands on me. Lynx growled and agreed. Wolves were never one to upset the balance when it came to our mates, but I believe me and Lynx were the exception. No one should ever put up with what I did or get away with it. Surely our moon goddess has a heart of gold and would look out for us, even believe in our choices. Emma, Gwen said, making me look at her. Wetness had coated my cheeks, which meant I was crying. There was no emotion for my tears, just the realization that I was free from what I went through. Not many people are that lucky to get away. But I was. Yeah, I went back to my family pack, but I have never felt safer. Talking about him isn't easy for me. You both know that, I said, looking between them before I looked down again. David not only did a number of Mia, but me also. I never thought I would survive, but I did. You both see my injuries. Neither uttered a word. Finding my voice and telling them exactly what I thought. I agree, he should have been banished, or better yet killed, for what he did, but we all know, especially the three of us, that would never have happened. David and Robert were childhood friends for years. No one would ever get involved in their world. The stories I heard when we would all meet up about them and what they got up to would make all four of us laugh, I stated, letting the shudder of the memory come over me. I didn't even want to think about David, let alone Maria. Neither of them was worth my time. Not now. Do you think Alpha Robert would welcome him back to the pack with open arms? Sam asked, which made me look at him. That I can't answer, I said with a sigh. Robert would say things and do them, but now it is hard to figure out what to say now since seeing her 2 weeks ago. Sam and Gwen nodded. I know the plan is in motion and we are still waiting for more confirmation from Robert about when we should be invited to the pack to help, I said, keeping my voice even. But if David is there, both Mia will break unless she can get over what he did, which is not easy to do since he is her father. What man does what he did? Neither of them spoke, but the anger was there, staring at them for a moment till I was ready to speak. That man tore me and our daughter down, his treatment and torture to sleeping with other women. If he ever had an announcement of respect or love for me, he would have never been like that, I said, but let out a slight laugh. He would have been like Alpha Robert was, heartbroken, but that was not David. You are still a pretty woman in front of him, and he will do her. Actually, a pretty woman with 3 bottles of bourbon, and he was good to go. Emma, I know this is hard. It was, I said, looking at my brother whose face softened. But it did happen. The man needs a harsh dose of reality, and I, for one, would like to see the man so I can finally do what I always wanted, reject him. Those 2 words made them both look at me shocked. I have never brought up the fact I wanted to reject David, but looking at how strong our daughter is now after everything she has been through, I want to get my life back. Taking a few breaths, I stood and looked between them both. I don't want to talk about him anymore. I want to collect my son. Looking at my brother, I gave him a smile. Maybe Mia and I should train again today. We need to get it out of our system. Sam nodded. Giving them both a nod, I turned and left the office. There was no point telling them that I was feeling everything, just like Mia, but I was only barely holding on by a thread. All I needed right now was to get Ryland and then head to train with Mia. MIA. Lila ran for what felt like hours till we stopped at the forest line near the cafe. Lila sat on her hind legs and stared at the place. I could feel the tiredness kicking in with her, but she didn't force me to shift. I was happy staying in her head. My thoughts raced, but there was nothing to think about, especially when it came to my father. Father was not the name I would call him now. His name was David, a man who tortured me and beat me to an inch of my life countless times. Part of me wondered what would happen if I ever saw him again. Now I was gaining strength and even finding more of myself while being here. There was no need for me to go back, but my uncle had mentioned a few times I should face my fears and face what happened. Surprise those who blamed me, tore me down, and even made me question my own values. There was a need to do it, to prove myself, but I also knew I wasn't ready. A few more weeks, maybe, but I had to battle my own fate and do what I believe is right for me. Lila let out a sigh, which pulled me back to her. Her eyes were on me, full of love and concern. I'm fine, Lila. I said with a smile. She knew I was telling the truth. She could feel it within me. I know, she said, but let out a huff. You need to stop putting yourself down. Mia, you are stronger than ever now, and it shows in training. I said nothing, knowing she was right, but I needed some kind of confidence boost. Lila went to speak again when I heard Sasha call out. Mia! Lila! Sasha came on a run with us, but gave up halfway through. She and her wolf couldn't keep up and mentioned that they would meet us by the cafe. Lila looked back while coming forward to see. There she was, walking toward us with something in her hand, clothes. Let me take over, I said to Lila, who was happy to let me take the reins. She pushed me back, letting me shift back. Shifting back, I stood naked when Sasha handed a dress to me. Here. She smiled while handing over the dress. Grabbing it, I placed it over my head and let it fall to my mid-thighs. Your mother picked up Ryland an hour ago. She mentioned doing more training with her and your uncle, but when you didn't show up, they canceled it. Thank the goddess. I don't think Lila could train now. Not after the run. Keeping quiet, I looked back to see what Lila was doing, and sure enough, she was asleep in my head. Her soft snores could be heard echoing. A smile pulled the corner of my lips up slightly and looked back at Sasha, who was looking ahead. I don't think training is on the cards this evening. Lila wore herself out with the run. Sasha smiled. I assumed so I told Alpha Sam. He wanted me to tell you that you have 3 training sessions tomorrow. I groaned, which only made her laugh. We walked back toward the cafe, where my grandmother and grandfather were standing outside, watching us. As we got closer, my grandmother smiled. Mia, Sasha, come on in, have some food with us. At the mere mention of food, my stomach let out a growl which made everyone laugh. Well, Mia will be staying, but I have to leave. I am sorry, but I want to see Gwen and have some time with her. Looking at my friend, I didn't want her to leave, but I couldn't make her stay. Sasha hugged me and left. Once she was out of sight, I looked back at my grandparents and smiled. We walked inside and went into the back of the cafe where my grandmother had already put on a spread. I took a seat while my grandparents sat on either side of me. We ate, talking about training and my run. There was no mention of what I spoke about earlier in the day with my mother, uncle, Gwen, and Sasha. Neither of them brought it up. I made a second helping of food when my grandmother said she was going to do some laundry, which meant I was left with my grandfather. My grandfather leaned back in his chair and looked at me. While you eat, I want to discuss your wolf with you. I placed the spoon in my bowl and looked at him. What is there to know? I asked, my head to the side. There was nothing in the books in the library. My grandfather stared at me with a smile. Well, what I am about to tell you is more about how the women in our family are blessed to have a werewolf like the moon goddess. My eyes widened. What do you mean? My grandfather motioned to my bowl. Eat and I will tell you. I did as he asked and ate while he began our family story. 2 generations ago, your great-great-grandparents couldn't conceive a child, he said, looking deep in thought. They had prayed to the moon goddess for help, but nothing came. During that time, there was an epic war between 3 packs. It was a bloodbath, and one that was in one of those books you have read. I stared at him, wondering if he wanted me to agree, but I didn't. There were loads about different wars this pack had been in, but there were far too many to read of. Well, the war was going on. Your great-great-grandmother was beside herself with worry and looked after everyone until a wolf of the war had come to the pack and wanted revenge. She had mind-linked your great-great-grandfather, and he came back, but he was too far in the field where the war was taking place. When he did manage to get there, he couldn't find his mate, which was hell to any wolf, but when he did, she was sliced and barely breathing. I had finished my food and even placed my spoon in the bowl. While my grandfather was talking, my grandmother came in, sat down, and started to listen to the story. Your great-great-grandfather told her to the pack hospital and waited. He kept praying to the moon goddess to save her, and after what must have been an entirety, she survived. When he went to see her, the doctor stated she was safe and well, but needed to have help to get around until she was fully healed. Which is what he did, my grandmother said, making me look at her with a smile. Men in our family like to drag a story on. The corners of my lips curled up slightly at the little growl that came from my grandfather at her words, but smiled. "How about you finish the story then, my love?" My grandmother smiled and looked at me. "Your great-great-grandmother survived and was on the mend, but there was one thing different. She found out she was pregnant, which came as a shock to them. But they took it as a sign from the moon goddess herself that she was listening to their prayers. Some people think she didn't allow them to have a baby until the war was done. That would make a lot of sense. They prepared for the baby and had a daughter, who they loved. They doted on her till she had her wolf and shifted into a white wolf," she said, which made me nod. My grandmother looked toward my grandfather and nodded, which was for him to take over the story. "The story my own father told me, and what I told your uncle and mother is, the moon goddess came to them in a dream telling them for all the pain and suffering they had endured over the years, with wars and power struggles. It was stated that the moon goddess had many prayers to answer, but most were about gaining more power. But with our family, it was to have a family. She observed them carefully, assessing the nature of each wolf and noting their characteristics with interest. She wanted to grant them her image, but would only happen to all the women in the family line. But each woman would go through something to gain the respect of the moon goddess." I was stunned into silence. "Your great-great-mother couldn't have children and was even willing to sacrifice her life to protect her pack and mate," my grandmother said, her face full of emotion. "Another ancestor went through to losing her mate while being pregnant, brought up twins, a boy and a girl." "And you?" I asked, staring at her. It was all making sense now. "My mother and I went through all hell in our old pack at the hands of my father and even pack." My grandmother looked down slightly, but it was my grandfather who spoke. She was held captive by a rogue and was tortured. His voice was full of venom. My eyes went to my grandmother, just when a lone tear escaped. There was a story there, but I didn't want to push. "I won't ask," I whispered, making them both look at me. "I know what it is like to be tortured." Looking at my grandfather, whose eyes softened. "Mia, the white wolf is a symbol to all the women in this family. No one would ever go through stuff like you will, and having a white wolf is something the moon goddess has given you to show the strength you have." Those words rolled around my head. After what happened earlier, and hearing this story, my mind seemed to have shifted into focus and has given me the power to fight to get better and even face my demons. Looking at my grandmother and leaning toward her, I placed my hand in hers and smiled. "We all have had a fight to conquer," I said, which made me smile. "Now we all must learn to fight and be free." "Words to live by," she said, giving me a look. Those words were, and I was planning on using them till I needed to leave. Shaking my head, I looked at my grandparents. "Can I stay with you guys tonight?" Both smiled and nodded. "Sure," they said together and looked at each other till my grandmother looked back at me. "Your mother and Ryland are coming here too. Sleep over with all the family. What do you say?" I grinned. "Perfect." "Aiden, there has been a lot going on here for the last 2 weeks. Darren has now fully mated and marked Ellie as his mate. They are so happy together. Sarah finally came out as a lesbian and found her mate, but to my surprise it was Amber. They are very much in love. Lee still hasn't found his mate. As for me, I am mates with Chloe, which is one fat lie we have made. Making it official was my own plan, something that happened. I mentioned to Darren and Lee what was happening, but we had a different plan altogether. It all changed when I saw her by herself, and I called out mate. It surprised her. You could tell, but she quickly recovered and ran up to me, kissing my lips like it was her last. As much as Jake growled in my head, I placed a block on him. There was no need for him to be like this. We needed to get closer to her, and this was the only way. Ever since then, we have been together. I have backed away a few times, only mentioning to her my father has given me more responsibilities that will lead me to being alpha. When I mentioned that, she was happy, even telling me she could help. Often I turned her down, but sometimes it was hard. She seemed eager, which was setting alarm bells off within. As for being with her intimately, that was not even the case. It was like she had changed. A few days ago, she left the pack to do some shopping, but didn't come back for 3 days. Pretending to be the doting maid I was, I often asked where she was, but she would brush me off, telling me she was with some friends. The only problem with that was all her friends we knew of were in the pack. So I didn't know what friends she meant. Outsiders? Rogues? It was hard to tell. When she came back she acted like normal, all affectionate and kissing me, which often made me sick. How weird the tables have turned now. I mean, I would have had her, but lately, every time I have been with her, she makes my skin crawl, or I want to throw up. A shiver rippled over me, which brought me back to the present and looked at the rubble before me. Ever since I made the decision to be Chloe's mate, I often found myself going for long walks or even letting Jake take over. But there was always one thing that always happened. We always end at the same spot, Mia's old cabin, the one she was burned alive in. I don't know how many times I have gone back to the cabin site. Ever since that night, no one has touched a single thing. No one else have been out here, but us. Often my friends would know, but they only came to collect me and bring me back to the pack house. Darren would stay for a few minutes. His face would be all blank. Like me, he was probably thinking of all the memories he shared with Mia. The only problem with remembering Mia was all the hurt I had caused her. There was something about the way this all went down that bothered me. I was close with Mia. We were close friends, and even started dating. When we were growing up, I always fancied her, but we never went physical when we were together. She always stated that she wanted her first time to be with her mate, and I respected that. Not all the wolves were and Mia was never one of them. We would kiss mostly, which would send me and my wolf into a frenzy. She was hot. But that all changed when Chloe came along. Everything changed, what seemed overnight. Chloe took Mia's place. Mia was pushed out like an outcast. The memories of what we were like to her back then all came flooding back. Some horrible antics too were displayed. Back before Chloe came, I would have never thought of doing anything so horrible to Mia. Hell, I would defend her to the end, like she was my dying breath. For the last 2 weeks, everything has been changing. I have been changing. It is like a switch has been flipped and taken the covering off my eyes, but it is all still fuzzy as to how I changed. The more I think about Mia and being back near the cabin, the more nothing makes sense. My head starts to hurt when I go back, but it all seems to be like a block that was created, and I don't know how to move it. Jake feels the same way, only he has no reclusion about what I did to her, not even the creation we gave to Mia. To him, I may have put a block on him, or something was clouding his judgment too, but there was no way we knew what was happening. A mind link came through from Darren. "Where are you? Where do you think?" My mind closed, leaving me to my thoughts once again. I have been back to the rubble site more in the last 2 weeks. Often, I would be here for hours trying to piece together everything, and other times I would be thinking about Chloe's next move, which hasn't happened yet. Chloe hasn't left the pack since her 3 days away from the pack. She has been trying to muzzle in my alpha duties. They are the same duties my father had given me before, which hasn't changed. I wasn't going to tell her. My alpha duties included finding out what she was doing. I was making sure I never let anything slip out, only keeping to the basics. A branch snapped behind me and footsteps came. More than one, I could tell. Their scents wafted over me, which made me realize I had an audience. Darren, Ellie, and Lee stepped closer till they stopped. I knew they were looking at the rumble. Who wouldn't? Something tragic happened here, and it was all down to our stupidity. "Dude, you need to get back." Lee's voice came out softly, but I ignored him. I said nothing and stared at the rumble while watching a rat run into it. Suddenly I heard movement, and someone came close, sitting next to me. Ellie. A low warning growl comes out, which I knew was from Darren. Ever since they have been mates, they have been inseparable, but he is very protective of her. I turned to look at Ellie, whose eyes were not on me but on her mate. She gave him a look that made him shut up, and then looked back at me. "Aiden," she said softly, "we know this is hard. Everyone here feels reasonable for what happened." I could feel the tension in the air at her words, but she continued. "All I can say is, Mia is not coming back, Aid. She is gone. What you are feeling is guilt, and lots of it. Every one of us does, but the only way we can help her is to find out what happened to her." After the fire was gone, we brought in a professional to see what happened to the cabin. My father had orchestrated the whole thing since he wanted to make sure there was no foul play. When I heard those words come out of his mouth, it made my stomach drop, and wondering who would have wanted Mia killed. The problem with that statement was there were loads. Even though Mia had changed too, the night her mother left, to be exact, we all went in one direction, while she became closed off and distant. We weren't the only ones who had changed. Aiden. Saying nothing, I looked back at the cabin. Ellie let out a sigh, but Darren stepped in front of my view, which made me look up at him. His face was full of emotion, but it was hard to tell what. Anger starts to erupt inside me. This is a go-to for him. He pretends to be thinking about nothing, but he lashes out at me, blaming me for the treatment of everything. When he thinks like that, it pisses me off since he was one of us who did the most damage to Mia, with Lee and Sarah following him, and Chloe. Toward the end of her treatment, I took a step back and watched it all unfold. Everything was f***ed up when you think about it, but we would never have acted like that in a million years. Besides coming here to think, which is all I could do here, especially when I can't sleep. Chloe and I didn't share a bed, much to her disagreement. I told her my father wanted me to be up early for alpha training in the morning, which would often be met with her agreeing and heading back to her room. While she was in her room, I would often head to the library since ever since the fire, I haven't slept tidy. Nightmares occupied my sleep, reflecting on the treatment Mia received from Chloe. At times I questioned their reality, but soon recognized they were real, often waking up in a cold sweat. Going to the library, I needed a place to think and didn't want to come here. So, heading there was one of the places Mia would frequent before things changed. She loved to read and would often be found here with her head in a book. I would watch her bit her lip at something she was reading, but would flush slightly when she was caught. I never once asked her what she was reading, but I knew what it entailed after picking up the book and skimming through some chapters. Once I was there, I investigated everything I could think of about missing memories or even something that could explain what happened to me. There were few things, mostly magic, but I didn't know where Chloe would have found a witch. Night, only to find they were taken out by someone. There was no idea who would have taken them, since there was no one here when I was here the last time. All pack members were in bed. Movement in my head brought me to the present when Jake stepped closer and looked through my eyes. His eyes were on Darren, who seems to be slightly pissed. Jake growls lowly while I stared at my friend. "We need to," he starts, but I let out a growl which cut him off. "Look, I needed a break from all the lies we are saying. It gets to me. My eyes going to the rumble. I come here to think. Somehow being here is like being closer to her somehow." "Oh, will you shut up, Aid?" Ellie shouts, which makes her move away from me and glared. "If Mia was here, she would never come back," she gritted. Those words hit me hard, somehow. "Not after everything what everyone put her through," Darren said, finishing of his mate's sentence. My eyes went back to his, which made me snarl at him, but Ellie places her hand on my shoulder, making me look back at her. "He is right, Aid. After what we all did to her, she would never come back." "Luckily she is dead then," I said, getting up quickly. Those words were the worst to come out of my mouth. I didn't want to believe them, but no one could survive that. While those words slipped out, I could feel the hurt in my heart when I say that I wanted to hope that she was alive, but it has been 2 weeks since the fire and no one has matched the description on Mia anywhere. Yes, I have looked. Because of morning coming the next day, I had to leave the books I found and come back the next. I stood up and looked at my friends. Where is Sarah and Amber? Lee and Darren scowled, but Ellie looked at me with anger in her eyes, which meant something happened. "What?" I asked, looking slightly confused at them. "Chloe called them into her room. They are helping her decide on a dress for your date," she said with a hint of venom slipping out. I groaned. Chloe mentioned we hadn't been spending time together these last few days and wanted to do something. I told her I would find free time, but I never did. All I know is that she came into my room and told me she set a date for us in the town, which only made my stomach churn at her words. I didn't want to go, but I had no choice, as I had to be a mate to her, even though I want nothing to do with her. Why did I agree to the date? Well, you decided to pretend that she is your mate, Lee stated, giving me a knowing look. Well, maybe we can figure out something like more training to do. Someone needs our help or something. I need to get out of it. Her scent is driving me and my wolf nuts, I grumbled. Ever since Mia had gone, the cloud that had been over my eyes had been lifted. I don't know if it is to do with not being around Chloe or that I am fighting for something, but over the last 2 weeks my mind has become clearer. We can come up with something, Lee said with a smirk. I didn't like that look. Often he would suggest stupid ideas that would often have me freaking out. Shaking my thoughts away, I let out a sigh and looked between my friends again. Let's get going, I said with a slight huff, but then a thought slipped through my mind. By the way, is my father back? And did you find out where that meeting was after? I asked, looking toward Darren, who was looking into it. My father has been acting secretly lately, more than usual. Instead of being locked in his room, he is now in his office and going to secret meetings. I started to notice his behavior. I knew I had to ask, and all I got was it was alpha business, and no need to tell me. That part caught me off guard since I asked for more responsibilities within the pack. I should know if something was happening I could help. Darren looked back at me and shrugged. I asked around if there was something going on like a meeting or something, but nothing. No alphas went. Wherever he went was not a alphas meeting. So my father lied to me, well, to us all. Anger rippled through me. I hated being lied to. Looking back at him, I get my composure and asked him something else. What about Beta David? Does anyone know where he went? I asked. Ever since that scene in the office with me and Dad, no one has seen him. It is like he has dropped off the face of the earth. Lee shook his head. Nope, not a peep. No one knows anything. All his things are still in his room in the pack house. Nothing was taken. It looks like he did a vanishing act. I was getting more pissed. Something is going on here, and we need to find out. I growled in frustration, but I was cut off by a very loud squeaky voice coming through the mind link that just opened, which made my eyes roll into the back of my head. Chloe? Hey baby, I need to cancel our date, Chloe blurted, which made me go right. What? She was canceling our date. My eyes went to my friends when we came to a stop. Oh, why baby? I thought we were going to be spending some time as mates. The mere thought of those pretend words leaving my mouth was even enough to make me sick to my stomach. All 3 of my friends look back at me, but Ellie looks like she is in a mind-link conversation with herself until she comes back to me with a big smile. She sticks her thumbs up to me with her eyebrows raised. I know, baby, Chloe's words echoed in my head, but we can do it another night. I bought something nice to wear for the date. She sounded a little bit so happy. Where the hell was she going? Where have you got to go? Oh, an old friend reached out to me and told me they were in town. They wanted to meet up for a catch-up. I haven't seen them in years, and she asked me if we could meet up since she is only here for this evening. I was hoping you wouldn't mind me going. It has been so long since I have seen my friend. Is it okay if I meet her, baby? She asked. Yeah, that's fine, babe. I will see you later. Oh, baby, I won't be back till late, she said with a squeal. Chloe closed the mind link before I could say anything else, which only made me look to my friends, but before I could ask them anything, Ellie spoke. Apparently, Chloe received a text about 15 minutes ago. She rang the number and was on the phone with them for a while. Sarah said that she was angry that she had to go, but when she came out, she acted like she missed this person so much. Ellie said with a frown. Amber swears she heard a man's voice on the other end of the call but couldn't make out what they were saying since Chloe closed the door tight. Well, that is new to us. We needed to find out who she was meeting. I explained what she told me. She told me she was meeting a friend at the town. But she'd be back later, I said, but feeling slightly relieved that I don't have to go anywhere with her. Should we have someone follow her? Lee asked, which only made me nod. Send Danielle there, her mate too. Tell them they are going on a date on me, but they need to watch her, but not to close, as she mustn't feel like she is being followed or watched. Lee mind links Danielle and her mate Rex to tell them what they have to do. Our little group has grown in 2 weeks. We learned who we could trust, and it seems everyone has their own suspicion about Chloe and her dealings. After a few seconds, Lee stared back and smiled. They are excited to help. Let's go to the office, I stated. We can discuss more and not in the open. We still don't know who is working for her. They nodded and all turned to head back to the pack house. But when we got closer to the pack house, we could see clearing Chloe in her car, speeding away. Danielle and Rex looked at us and shifted into their wolves to follow her. A bag strapped to Rex's leg as they bolted into the forest to follow Chloe. We walked towards the office, but it wasn't the one my father uses. Like I said, he has been acting all cagey for the last couple of weeks. I looked around the pack house and found a room no one was using, so I made it into an office which is not far from my father's office. We all meet up in here to have our own private meetings. I made sure the room was soundproofed too, so no one can hear anything that has been said in the room. We discuss what is happening around here, especially with my father and Chloe. Chloe thinks that the room was given to me by my father to start taking over the pack, which she seemed all too happy about. All we need to do now is wait for Danielle and Rex to tell us what she is up to, and then we can put a plan in motion. Alpha Robert. Leaning back in my chair, I stared at the phone. Over the last 2 weeks, Alpha Sam and I have been working alongside each other to deal with all the stuff that has been happening with my pack. He had Gwen come back to spend some time here, but we kept her being here a secret. I didn't want anyone to know, especially Chloe and her mother. We went over everything until the one conversation I had avoided came up: David, Mia's father, and Emma's mother. After the outburst in the office with Aiden, I knew I had to do something. Being my beta, and after everything he did, I still helped him. He was once my friend, even if I wanted to kill him for what he did. I knew I had to make him see all the shit he had done. Placing him in rehab was hard. He fought with me all the way, calling me all the names under the sun till some guards dragged him away. I knew it was because of drink. I made him sleep it off in my room after that confrontation, but when I woke up, he had downed a bottle of bourbon and was on the second one when I woke up. Taking the drink off him, I used my alpha aura to subdue him and got him out. The rehab is on my speed dial, and no, he is not to leave till he hasn't had a drink. They ring me twice a day, giving me updates on his condition. So far, he has been going through the steps and is hell-bent on talking about everything. Being that therapy is confidential, I am going to let it slide with what he is telling them, but it is taking every ounce of control not to ask. I wanted to know what started all this. Why would my friend become so cruel to his mate and daughter? There was clearly no going back with Emma and Mia, but at least he could suffer the consequences of his actions and maybe show he is worth a second chance. But it is all up to him. For the last few days, I have heard that Aiden and his friends have been asking where Beta David is, but no one knows, only a few select few. While Gwen was here, we overheard a little announcement my son made. Chloe and he were mates, which came as a shock to us, since it had been a good few days since his birthday. Surely he would have known if she was. Gwen commented on how it all happened and mentioned it may be a setup on Aiden's part. If so, then why not tell me? He's my son and I am his alpha. I should know if something is wrong. While Gwen has been here, she has only been at the office when everyone was asleep. I have met her around the back, but she left before the sun came up. She was staying in the motel with her mate, Troy, and some of the other wolves who were on alert just in case anything else happened. A few times, Gwen did manage to walk around the pack, undetected, to look around, and even managed to look around the pack borders to see if there was something to report. The only thing she reported was footprints leading to a spot. It looked like someone had frequently been there, and there seemed to be about 3 or more people there at a time with the footprints. Glancing at the photos Gwen had left me of them, I knew I had to talk to Aiden and his band of merry men. He seemed to have gained a following of people who cared about him and who had his back, which is good to have when you become alpha. There was some lingering doubt about Aiden becoming alpha, and with Chloe being the main person of interest in everything, Alongside her mother, I don't think I can let him carry on. Heaving a sigh, I waited for a moment, and I knew he would be back soon. I noticed Darren, his mate, and Lee wandering into the forest a while ago. Getting out of the chair, I walked over to the window to see Aiden stepping out of the forest, but stopping at the clearing with his friends. They were looking at something, which made me look down and notice Chloe was all dolled up and walking to her car. Where the was she going? I watched on as she sped away, but it wasn't the car that stole my attention. A couple were looking at where she was looking, and as soon as her car was out of sight, they both shifted and followed after her car. My eyes went to my son, who was now walking back to the pack house. What was my son up to? Was this done? By the time they came closer to the pack house, I took a step back, not wanting Aiden to see me. As much as I love my son, but he was thinking more with his duck than with his head. Looking over my shoulder, my eyes went to the desk where the photos were lying all out. There had been a part of me that wanted Aiden to see what had happened to Mia, make him feel guilt for what he had done to her. That was when Gwen had printed the photos off first and handed them to me. All her scars, some old and some new. There were some different markings all over, which made me wonder what David or Chloe had used on her. My heart broke when I saw the photos. I wanted to shame my son and his friends, banish them, or even make them pay for what happened. But while I was still pissed at him for what he had done, I was about to confront him when I noticed how tired Aiden had been over time. It looked like he hadn't been sleeping at all, and one night he left his room and went to the library. That was never Aiden. He could sleep through anything. I remember following him, and not once did he notice I did. He had to be that tired to not smell my scent. Aiden would read books till he looked like he was about to fall asleep. When he left, I walked in and looked at the books he had been reading and was stunned to see ones on magic. Why would he need to know about magic? Nothing was adding up. I didn't take the books the first time. I waited again, and sure enough, the second night it happened again, and this time he had taken a notepad with him. He jotted down notes. Waiting patiently, I watched him until he scrunched up a piece of paper and leave. I went over and grabbed it while reading over it. It seemed my son was looking into spells that could be used on wolves. Over the last 2 weeks, there had been some talks between Alpha Sam and I about magic being used, since his Luna mentioned Josephine may be working with, but we didn't have no proof. Shaking my head, I turned around and looked at the photos while I took a few steps toward them. Judging on what my son has been doing, there seemed to be something I am currently missing. Talking to him will be the key, but first I need to give him and his friends some harsh reality checks about what it is like to torment someone who was being tortured by her own father. They need to see what it all entails, and the photos was the key. Grabbing them, I tidied them up and placed them in a pile. Knowing Aiden, he would be in his new office. He brought it up to me over food the other day that he wanted his own office area, and I agreed since he was taking charge of what he wants, and it is beginning to show, even though I don't like the thought of Chloe being our next Luna. That would be over my dead body. Knowing what's next, I had to do, but before I could do anything, a mind link opened from Lola. Alpha, I am heading to the young Alpha Aiden's office. He wants to know more about Beta David. I let out a sigh, knowing this was part of the plan. Tell them what you know, I muttered. I will see you later, and Lola, tell them the truth. I will be in to see them once you are done. It is about time I put my son in his place for what he did. The link went dead, and all I had to do was wait for my turn. This was all about to blow up, and especially since I have known for weeks